It was the 26th of March 1972 when Lupin III Part 1, Episode 23, The Great Gold Showdown aired. It would be the final episode of that series, an unsuccessful attempt at creating anime targeted towards an adult demographic. Monkey Punch's Lupin III, at least in manga form, was a seinen series, one of the earlier and successful attempts alongside Golgo 13, Lone Wolf and Cub, and many more. Anime, at least back then, was still targeted towards a family audience. The Lupin III anime adaptation was supposed to break the mold, but it wasn't the right time to gain success, and Hayao Miyazaki and Isao Takahata's attempt to line the tone of a series was a too little too late scenario. Part 1 ended, and that would be all she wrote. However, it would later be saved in the way the likes of Mobile Suit Gundam was saved. Reruns. Simply put, the more unsuccessful a series was in Japan, the cheaper it was for local TV stations to buy and air as filler. For Lupin, this would lead to more eyes on the series, and as it got aired time and time again, its popularity would grow way more than it ever did when it originally aired. Meanwhile, Tokyo Movie, the company that made this adaptation, shut down in 1976, but would be restructured as Tokyo Movie Shinsha. TMS saw how popular the Lupin adaptation was, and knew exactly what they had to do. The 3rd of October 1977 was the day Lupin III Part 2 aired its first episode in Japan. Though it was simply titled Lupin III, fans would name it Shin Lupin III, or the Red Jacket series, only getting the Part 2 moniker when Part 3 aired. Not much is known about the production of this series, though we do know about the directors, writers, as well as the animation studios who helped with the production. And yes, that also includes Yasuo Otsuka, who worked on Part 1, and did some work on Part 2 as well. The voice actors for the main cast either remained from Part 1 or were replaced. Yasuo Yamada would return to voice Lupin III, Kiyoshi Kobayashi returns to voice Jigen, and Goro Naya returns to voice Zenigata. We also get new cast members. These are Makio Inoue, who voices Goemon, replacing Chikao Otsuka, and Aiko Masuyama, who voices Fujiko Mine, replacing Yukiko Nikaido. The tone for this iteration of the series is much lighter and at times much wackier, though this can be inconsistent at times when certain episodes get serious. It was a science experiment, as writers would come up with whatever they felt like as long as it captured the spirit of the Lupin series. The demographic would now be teenage boys, but it would still appeal to a more broader audience regardless. But enough of all that, on to the feature presentation. As all 155 episodes will be ranked, we got the good episodes, the bad episodes, and the weird episodes to get into. But before we start though, here are the rules I mentioned a long time ago. Before I start the review of the first episode, I got some ground rules, and this applies to the whole project. Number 1. As of the individual videos, I will review the Japanese original. The English dub will rarely be mentioned as I want to cover the episodes as they originally aired in the 70s. Plus, the dub is incomplete to give that version a deeper look. Number 2. Since this is a review, I will have my opinions on certain episodes. I might like an episode you don't like and vice versa, so be civil if there's any disagreements. Number 3. There will be spoilers for most episodes, so I can give my proper thoughts on said episodes. So if you have yet to watch this series but are interested in watching it, please leave this video now until you have finished watching the series. Number 4. In terms of episode titles, I will refer to the original titles or titles listed on the Lupin Wiki. Number 5. Speaking of which, the Lupin Wiki was what I used to find research for specific episodes. Additional research was done for confirmation purposes. Number 6. When Zenigata is mentioned, I will refer to him as Pops because I'm one lazy bastard. And when the creator of Lupin III Monkey Punch is mentioned, I'll refer to him as Kato for the same reason. Number 7. Speaking of once more, prepare for Giga Chad language. Fuck! Number 8. I'll be using screenshots when talking about episodes and only video clips for proper context. I'll do some editing shenanigans to avoid any copyright issues with TMS, as I've heard from other YouTubers who try to cover this series. And since these videos are going to be long, I want to avoid any of those issues. Number 9. Some reviews will be short, some will be long. They will start short as I start the series, more free-form critiquing, so please bear with me. But as the series goes on, they get longer the more I get to know how this series works. Number 10. I may not pronounce Japanese words or names correctly, but I'll try my best. And number 11, there will be episodes that are adaptations of Kato's Lupin III chapters, so I'll cover them as well to give context of the ideas used in the episode, and to see if I have a preference for the manga chapter original or the anime adaptation episode. And also because it's an excuse to talk about the manga since very few people ever discuss it on YouTube. And yes, I did go out of my way to re-record this intro for your viewing pleasure. Anyway, here's season 1. Enjoy. It's been 5 years since the last episode of Lupin III Part 1 in real time and in the anime. It's a simple reunion episode bringing the gang back together again, though it wasn't Lupin that reunited them as all fought, but a returning enemy from Part 1. We got Lupin, Jigen, Goemon and Fujiko surviving deadly foes and traps, and even Pops teaming up with the gang to stop the villain, though he doesn't really do much in this episode, so the team up was kind of pointless. This was definitely made to reintroduce the cast for new and old audiences. It has been 5 years after all. We get an established explanation of the setting of the episode thanks to Jigen, that being a ship worth trillions of yen, and yes, people die getting accidentally caught in traps devised for the main characters, though the tone doesn't feel off despite that. Also, we get our first reference to Jigen having a toothache whenever he gets excited, jumpy or stressed. Just before I let you know. And yes, the antagonist is Mr. X now upgraded, and it feels absolutely pointless given how he's defeated so easily. I love seeing the character interactions here. Part 1 felt like everyone was starting to join together, and by the end of it they became a random gang of thieves, and by Part 2 their reunion already feels natural. Looking at the art style, I love it so far, though given that this is an old anime and long running anime usually get outsourced companies to help the main animation studio, you might see some design changes. Also, we get to see Fujiko's ass, though you won't see it because YouTube. But I can't get enough of the long thin legs of every male character. It's like rubber limbs in classic cartoons, but give off a lot of expression even if it isn't as loose as those cartoons. The episode's title was taken from the first chapter of the original Lupin III run, which got its name in the tankobons when it originally had no chapter title when it was first published in Weekly Manga Action. The episode's reunion aspect was based on Shin Lupin III Chapter 1, Lupin Family Lineup, or Lupin Family Reunion, in the Tokyo Pop and Seven Seas releases. It doesn't follow the plot, just the idea. The dashing entrance of Lupin III, or in the case of Lupin skydiving, the sloppy entrance, is a fun episode, memorable in fact. You get one episode to establish the characters, establish what you may expect from the series from that moment on, and establish Pop's never giving up no matter what. Great introductory episode. It's on the ranking list, and of course, it's on top. But for how long? Lupin and the gang go to Brazil, but it's not all bad as the Santos Football Club and the New York Cosmos play a match of football in Rio de Janeiro's Stadium Maracanã. But Lupin has two things on his mind, the ticket money and Christ the Redeemer, so he, Jigen and Goemon gets into prison on purpose as an alibi whilst breaking out at the right time to steal the goods. But they also have Pops not being fooled by any of this because he's a legit good detective here compared to the bumbling Brazilian police force. It's another entertaining episode and yet another episode where Lupin goes to prison since the last one was Part 1 Episode 4, One Chance for a Prison Break. I do like how the gang break out of prison. It's silly but it has this slight charm that you'd expect from the thief. We get to see more of Lupin's personality, particularly his sheer horniness, but it never goes anywhere besides Fujiko giving him the pimp hand. Compared to the previous episode, Pops finally has his time to shine, being a paranoid guy that he is, and as always, brings the laughs. I also like that we get to see a bit of the wonders of Brazilian culture, albeit the tourism part of Brazil can't scare off the 70s viewers. Not much else to elaborate, just another good episode. I'll rank it above the dashing entrance of Lupin III. Well shit, it's an episode involving Nazis, and for those who watched the series on TV in America and didn't remember this one, I'll get to that in a bit. Lupin and the gang head for Germany to find an old man named Genhardt, a former Nazi officer who has knowledge of Adolf Hitler's legacy, hidden treasure buried somewhere unknown. However, the old man is on the other side of the Berlin Wall, so they have to go there, get him, and try not to screw up going back, and then realize he has a bit of Alzheimer's. So this is episode 3 based on Japanese errands and it aired in 1977, meaning the Berlin Wall was still a thing. It's a fun episode, but won't be my all-time favourite compared to previous episodes, and not because of the subject matter. The ways Lupin and the gang try to get info out of him is funny. At one point we get a weird reference to Part 1 Episode 1 as Lupin burning. and maybe shoves some tits in his face to make him remember, then goes all socialist on Lupin because he's a former Nazi officer. The hang glider scene was quite intense, even cut into an ad break during the Troubles, though the third act was quite funny too. Pops is a riot here, an example of not understanding another country's culture and not giving a shit as long as he can catch Lupin, even doing a Nazi salute himself because he's an absolute mad lad, and somehow didn't get charged for that. Overall, I remember it for being more comedic. I'm guessing it was done given the subject matter, but I still enjoyed it. This episode was never aired on Adult Swim or US TV in general due to its Nazi themes, which is considered taboo in the US? Is it really? The US has made a ton of media involving Nazis as long as they were the bad guys, and this episode makes fun of them in its own way. I'm guessing they didn't want to sully the series' legacy with this one before it ever became established. In fact, that's the reason why Gedeon, the ones who distributed the series in the US at the time, didn't want to release it on DVD, but they eventually did anyway, though it would be listed as episode 26 instead of 3. When Discotech Media released their box set of this series, it was reverted back to episode 3. It's pretty silly looking back, but what do I know, I'm not American. I'll rank it below the dashing entrance of Lupin III. Again, not a bad episode, just my least favourite so far. Fujiko can indeed sing and has gotten the attention of the Loch Ness Monster in Scotland. Lupin, ever the down bad fellow for his lover, goes to check on her and confirm the existence of the beast, with Pops on the trail despite Lupin not planning on stealing anything. But when the gang find her, she gets kidnapped by an old man named Dr. Oz, a former Nessie stan who wants Fujiko's singing voice to entice it, trap it, and show it off to the world as confirmation of its existence. All because some whiskey company promised him £1 million. Only in Scotland, am I right? It's another good one and it has a lot of comedic moments. This is Fujiko's time to shine in this episode, even if she spends most of the time being captured. I mean, an old man chaining up Fujiko to a wall and nothing sexual happens? Come on, you're gonna make Kato weep. But don't worry, here's a Kato approved version of events. If you're a fan of Lupin's out of context moments, then a good chunk of what you've seen came from this episode. From the long wait for Mechanessi, to Lupin smacking Jigen on the head with a paddle, and the arse in a bear trap, this is the second time Lupin's arse has been injured by something sharp. The last time it was an actual shock from part 2 episode 1. Now in the beginning of the episode, a newspaper that Lupin read has a headline mentioning a singer getting a suspended sentence for blazing it. This is in reference to Yosui Inui, a musician who was popular at the time. However, in 1977, the same year this episode was aired, he was arrested in possession of marijuana tobacco. And whilst he made a comeback with a new album that same year, any popularity he had faded due to his crime. I also need to mention that it was the US studio musicians who tempted him to smoke it. Thanks American music industry, albeit Western music industry in general. But back to Lupin III. Pops has some funny moments, though he doesn't really add anything to the episode, and nothing would have changed if he wasn't in it. He feels like a pointless addition here, and only appears because he's an established character. Despite that, another good episode, and I don't care if the existence of Nessie isn't grounded in reality, it makes the episode fun regardless. I'll rank it below Wads of Bill's Bloom of the Rio Sunset. Lupin and the gang decide to stay at a hotel where they're approached by a man in a wheelchair and a blonde woman who happens to be Fujiko. The man requests for Lupin to steal some gold from the Swiss bank, and despite said bank being known for having the tightest security, they easily manage to steal the gold anyway. However, Pops is always on the chase as they transport said gold bars by melting it and moulding it to look like a Citroen H van and driving across the border. This episode is alright, but a little average. It doesn't really do anything too unique with its premise other than some backstabbing and such, but it's a common aspect of the Lupin series anyway. I did notice some glaring mistakes production wise, from Jigen and Goemon having their voices switched around at one scene, to Jigen's feet disappearing when he leaves the van. Others include Pops freezing into place with that pose, and a colour error that spoils a twist involving the man in a wheelchair. Speaking of which, Pops is there. He has some funny moments, though he feels more like a plot device here when compared to previous episodes, but I don't mind him here. Despite all its issues, I still like it nevertheless. I'll rank it above Hitler's Legacy. We're in Italy and a village is completely destroyed by a freak earthquake. Mad scientist Dr. Palo is the cause of all this with his deadly machine. Failure to do so will result in the collapse of Pisa, as well as Italy in the process. The government attempts to meet his demands with said money, but when some cash is involved, so is Lupin as he tries to take it for himself. But Pops is once again hot on his trail, thinking that Lupin's the cause of the earthquake. I really enjoyed this one. It has everything I like in a Lupin episode. The characters get to do what they're best at in equal measure, along with a goofy antagonist with dangerous plans, and Lupin just happens to be there to foil said antagonist's plans. And Pops is being a goofball but a determined one, that is all. It's a well-balanced episode with some good humour and a fun plot. This is definitely one I could watch again. Great episode. I'll rank it on top. We're in Egypt and Lupin has his eyes on the mask of Tutankhamun. He plans on stealing it from the museum, but Jigen and Goemon believe in terrible omens, as they choose to not take part in the heist, believing the mask to be cursed. Lupin manages to steal it successfully along with Fujiko and celebrate with glee, but the moment Lupin puts the mask on, he does indeed end up getting cursed, possessed by the spirit of King Tutankhamun, and the majority of the episode is him acting crazy. Concerned for their fellow thief, the gang try to do the one thing that is quite rare in a Lupin story so far, putting back what they once stole. And Pops is here once again not understanding the politics of a country. This is another good one. I like the idea of Lupin's thievery actually having consequences whether it be on him or others, and it's executed very well. Heck, they even added a unique sound effect to the eye catcher, and just for this episode I might add. I don't know why they never did this for other episodes. Oh well. There's a small instance of Fujiko being emotional about Lupin's suffering. In fact, it's a mystery whether or not there's a proper romantic relationship between Lupin and Fujiko. You'd think Fujiko wouldn't give a shit about Lupin and only cares for what he steals, but sometimes there are very genuine moments where we see new romantic aspects that I like to see from time to time, even if that eventually gets thrown out via status quo. Hey, doesn't this chase scene remind you of the opening of season 1? This episode also has some funny moments, especially when Pops is involved. We even get to see Lupin dad dancing with the mask on, and out of context, it's bloody hilarious. It's also a very based episode with Lupin in blackface. Just thought that was interesting. Did you know that Japanese fans ranked this episode 12th in the Lupin III Best Selection rerun of favourite episodes? And I'm not sure if this was fair or not. I still have a long way to go, but I'll agree with the fans. It's another classic one. I'll rank it above Worlds of Bill's Bloom in a Rio Sunset. Crime boss Don Marchino is planning to take his winning racehorse and his treasure that he stole and ride the Trans-Europe Super Express all the way to France to prevent himself from being caught by the Italian police. When dirty deeds involving valuables are a thing, Lupin can smell it from a mile away, and of course, he's off to steal the loot. This is one that starts off slow in the first half but gets better by the second. It's another heist episode, and whilst it doesn't do anything unique, it's one that's still a fun time to an extent. Marchino not knowing who Lupin is makes little sense. By this point, I'm assuming Lupin's escapades are well known, and if you're transporting treasure by any means necessary, maybe you would think about the man who will do everything in his power to steal it. I know there's coincidences to help the plot go by, but not this blatant. Its humour somewhat saves it, though the memorable ones are unfortunately the opening the door to see someone doing something private and character gets hit as a result trope, though a couple are a bit funny, though what the hell is that stuff that pops? Never mind. Did you know that this was the first theatrical animated feature of Lupin III released? This was part of a Toho Champion Festival, a series of features for children to watch, and given the content shown, the 70s sure were a different era. Also, during the Pops and Pops chase you can see another Lupin model, but with a purple jacket. The many theories people could come up with other than that they needed some kind of model for this moment. Venetian Super Express is a decent one, not my favourite, but it isn't completely terrible. I'll rank it above the dashing entrance of Lupin III. Lupin is on a plane reading Playboy. In public. Yeah, that seems about right for this character. He peeks at an old man's own magazine next to him, but suddenly has heart problems. Lupin eventually takes him back home to America, where Fujiko is there. She explains to Lupin that he is in fact ukiyo master Toshusai Shiraku, the third generation painter who tasked Lupin before his demise to find one of his own paintings in a museum, as the ones there are fake save for one that Lupin's meant to retrieve. And it's a Goemon painting, even making Goemon the 13th impressed. But because Lupin and Goemon didn't bother wearing disguises, Pop spots them in the museum and almost gets caught, meaning the gang have to get the painting and make sure Pops is none the wiser. Now I really like this episode, another one that spices up the formula and all, but it really has some problems, more that despite its unique aspects, it ends up being predictable right from the beginning, because I didn't bring up the first scene of the episode, because the moment you watch that scene, you realise what's going on and what will happen in the end. As I said, the way Pops just happens to be there feels convenient, but the way the gang deal with him in the end was really funny. Also, why would Lupin fly in a helicopter around the museum in daylight where security is severely tight? But despite its problems, it's still a fun episode. Also, there's another reference to the pilot film in the end. I'll rank it above Venetian Super Express. Lupin gets invited to a swanky party in France by Marcel Dulon, a rich bloke that everyone likes. Known for people mysteriously dying when trying to find out about his past, Fujiko tries to do the same, but she and Lupin get captured by Marcel, who tasks Lupin with going to the worst place in Europe, pre-Europe before we left, London and the UK, and steal a criminal file from Scotland Yard. But there's a twist. Lupin has been planted with a bomb, and if he fails to deliver the file on time, he goes kaboom and Fujiko dies as well. So did you watch part 1 episode 17 Lupin Caught in a Trap? It's that plot again, but admittedly just as good. I felt the first part was rushed, which is weird given that it's a 22-minute episode if we take ads out of the equation, but that feeling goes away not long after. I do like how Jigen and Goemon call out Lupin for being invited to a party without realizing it could be a trap. I mean, he is well known at this point, even refusing to help him on his mission to retrieve the file, only for them to help him throughout anyway without any explanation as to why. Marcel Dulon isn't an interesting villain, but neither is a lot of bad guys in these episodes so far apart from Dr. Palo. And Pops is here as well and leads to a very memorable scene involving him and 4 of the inspectors. It's a very average episode overall, but at least it's memorable. I'll rank it above I'll Teach You How to Transport Gold Bars. Lupin is planning on racing in the Monaco Grand Prix thanks to his high-octane F1 car. With the advice of Jigen, the gang go to a casino for some gambling goodness. That is until a rich bloke named Socrates Nexus, along with Fujiko at his side, not only beats Lupin in cards, but also takes his F1 car. Unable to race the next day, Fujiko admits that the card game was fixed, and that the plan was to force Lupin to race so that Nexus collects all the money that was bet on the thief as he's the unpopular racer. So Fujiko has a plan of her own to collect that betting money themselves, whilst Lupin races in the Grand Prix as a distraction. Remember Lupin is burning? Well, it's nothing like that as I thought it would be, but whatever. This is a good episode. I like it when a villain can outsmart Lupin, however slight that means. It just makes it all the more fun when Lupin finds a way to get some payback in the end. Socrates Nexus is quite the memorable villain for that reason alone. It is kinda cringe seeing Lupin blaming Jigen for screwing up at the casino when he himself was to blame. Just act like a responsible adult for goodness sake. But then again, gambling addiction is real and any kind of responsibility gets chucked out the window. Pop's got a pointless appearance, another episode where his presence didn't need to be there. Literally remove him and the plot doesn't change. I hate it when they add him for the sake of it. Also, the BBC makes an appearance. Makes sense, when I think of Formula 1, I think of the BBC. Not sure if they still air it on BBC 1 or 2, I haven't watched much TV in years. Bet on the Monaco GP as a fun episode. Not the best, but still a great time. I'll rank it above Venetian Super Express. It's a Christmas episode. Sort of? Napoleon wants special order to Bordeaux wine for his lover Josephine. That very wine will be gifted to the President of the United States. Due to Fujiko wishing for a taste of ye olde European alcohol, Lupin and the gang decide to take it for themselves, even using Pops to get him to locate the wine cellar where it's supposedly held. This is a great episode and probably one of the funniest yet. It's yet another simple plot that goes out of its way just to make it fun to watch. Pops is used very well here and he's the one that provides the funniest moments. I do like the Inspector's rare moments of legitimately outsmarting Lupin, even if it's, as always, short-lived. It also has a nice ending where the thief does the complete opposite after realizing the truth of the wine. I mean, it is Christmas after all. Nothing much else to say, but another episode that I really like. I'll rank it above Bet on the Monaco GP. Lupin and Jigen go to NASA to find a microfilm that includes a plan to turn coal into diamonds. With the threat of fake diamonds destroying its market value, Lupin plans to take it and destroy said microfilm. But it turns out it's not there, possibly in some woman's snatch, and if you got that, you're a hardcore Lupin fan. The gang tries to figure out who took the microfilm, which they somehow do without any explanation. I'll get to that in a bit. Meanwhile, the inspector's mental health has taken its toll and goes to a clinic for help. Unfortunately, the doctor he goes to is a complete nutjob and forces him to forget about Lupin. This is where the formula flips around as Lupin and the gang chase after Pops, as the night before, the crooks who took the microfilm embedded it in one of his teeth. This is just a fantastic episode due to its humour and unique take on the Lupin chase. I would place it a bit further, but fumbles a bit due to Lupin somehow knowing who took the microfilm. And that really bothered me a slight throughout the episode. I'm guessing it's a price to pay for making a 22-minute episode, I guess. Seeing Pops in such a dire state feels a bit jarring, but in the case of this episode, in a good way. You really feel sorry for him in this episode, realising that this is his life's work, to catch one guy, and only one guy. One that lingers on his mind more than anything else. I know he's a cartoon character and this is part of a Lupin formula, but it does get a bit dark the more you think about it. Which is all the more great that his breakdown leads to the gang chasing Pops while he's trying to run away from them. The chase scene is hilarious. We get Pops stealing a car, which would be out of character for him, if not for his worsening mental state. But hey, we get a car chase scene heavily inspired by 70s action flicks. And being Lupin, it goes over the top in the best way possible. I was a bit iffy about the ending as it just goes back to the status quo real bloody fast, but I don't think it could have ended any other way. Despite its issues, the Great Chase in San Francisco is such a fun and memorable episode, and twisting the formula to do something different if done right is absolutely welcome in my books. I'll rank it above I Can Hear Nessie's Song. Bomba Clat! We're in Jamaica, and rich man Howard Heath proposes to Fujiko, but she's only interested in his big ruby. In the middle of the night, however, a flock of hummingbirds kill Howard whilst holding said ruby. Fujiko gets a sudden fever and it turns out the ruby is cursed, and its distinctive smell violently attracts hummingbirds. So it's up to Lupin and a gang to go on an adventure to take it back to its rightful place and save Fujiko from a deadly curse that befell Howard Heath. As I said in Tutankhamun's 3,000-year-old curse, I like when the gang have to put back what they stole, though they never stole anything here, but they were planning to. If it's to save the life of a close one, they're gonna do it, and that's what makes them more than just petty thieves. I love this episode, especially its second half when the gang go into a cave and survive deadly traps. I did wonder why it felt familiar. Well, it turns out they adapted parts of chapters 26 and 27 of Lupin III New Adventures. I did find it interesting that there were elements that would be used for the Indiana Jones flicks, from the rolling boulder to even the villain looking like Mona Ram, the antagonist of Temple of Doom. I doubt Steven Spielberg had watched any of the episodes, it was all probably coincidental. But it is weird, when we think of exploring caves and surviving deadly traps, we instantly think of Indiana Jones, so the writers had to be influenced by something else since this episode aired before the indie flicks were ever conceived. And for those who don't like Lupin jumping the shark and prefer its grounded aspects, well, they fight zombies in this episode, make of it what you will. It's also nice that Lupin has some influence to the main villain's plans. It shows that the Lupin family can have an effect in future times. Pops is here and once again didn't need to be here, but at least the moments we get with him are funny. It's a great episode that does things different enough to keep me interested. I highly recommend this one. I'll rank it above Tutankhamun's 3,000-year-old curse.
Something's in my ass.
Count Gabriel XIII is challenging Lupin in exchange for Dracula's tear, inviting him into his airship to Hindenburg to get it. But he must face off against 4 detectives: Sherlock Holmes III, Philip Archer, Kosuke Kindani, and of course, Pops. Lupin has until midnight to grab the tear before it's sealed for good. This is one of those episodes that should have worked if it got more time. The first half of the episode had a great setup, which would have let us see more of the inspector's intuition, working alongside the detectives to figure out where and how Lupin managed to get in, but by the second half they completely give up on that and reveal everything. It's as if there was something interesting about to happen and I was invested in the potential of this episode, then the writer realized he only had 10 minutes left and just rushed towards the ending. I was really disappointed by this episode. Maybe I just hyped myself up for this this one, expecting a story in how these eccentric detectives could figure out how to stop Lupin and how he in turn can have the tables turned, this is the kind of episode whose concept should have been used as a TV special, because it does have potential, but it's been left squandered no thanks to the 22-minute format. I don't know what else to say, it's a massive disappointment, and the rest of the episode afterwards was very mediocre. Not to say it's the worst episode ever made, just my least favourite. And thank goodness I managed to get through this without mentioning Among Us. I'm ranking this one at the bottom, I'm not a fan of this one at all. Lupin plans to steal the Star of Versailles from a wealthy man named Fugo, but when he arrives, he looks different but still sounds like Lupin. He kills said wealthy man in cold blood and leaves with the gem. This evil Lupin continues to steal, kill, and even takes an ice cream cone from a child. The Fiend! A professor tells the gang that Lupin suffers from disguise syndrome, where at midnight, Lupin turns into his more violent alter ego. Once Lupin learns of this, realizing his family name is near enough tarnished, he wishes to die, if not at the hands of Jigen or Goemon, then to do it himself. This episode is the first to be a proper adaptation of a manga chapter from Lupin III New Adventures, titled Jekyll Lupin and Hyde Lupin, originally in 2 parts before being merged in later tankobons, including the English Tokyopop release. Having read the manga chapter after watching the episode, it's surprisingly good, even if I have to often read the low quality dialogue that is the Tokyopop release. This is going to be something I have to get used to at the moment, by the way. The plot basis overall is near tightly made. Oh, this was the chapter that references Kamen Rider. Now I don't know if this reference was also in the Japanese original, since this chapter was released almost 1 year after Kamen Rider first aired on TV in 1971, but anything goes with Tokyopop at the time. Oh, did you know the great leader of Shocker and antagonist of the original Kamen Rider series was played by Goro Naya, the same bloke who voiced Senigara in the Lupin series? Maybe this reference isn't so bad after all.
Now, as you've seen, at first I wasn't sure if the Kamen Rider line in the English translations was also in the Japanese draws. Now that I've gotten access to them after the production of this video, not only is Kamen Rider mentioned in the Japanese original, there's literally a picture of him right next to Pops. I don't know why I didn't spot that, but whatever, glad to have mentioned that. Moving on.
Anyway, I wish I could say the same thing about the anime adaptation, as whilst it still adapts most scenes well, it has a lot of issues that completely ruin the episode. So, after the first murder, Lupin is still in his happy-go-lucky phase, which isn't too much of a problem, but then the second murder happens like in the manga, but replace Pops with Fujiko, and she sees this imposter and doesn't realize he looks a bit different. Reminds me of Sonic being mistaken for Shadow in Sonic Avenger 2. But surely he can disguise as anyone on a hard-working day and put on blackface on a lazy day. But why would Lupin disguise as an ugly version of himself and claim that he's Lupin? Also, why is he hanging out with the gang in broad daylight, not realizing that anyone can spot him since he's, accused of murder? At least in the manga, Lupin was smart enough to stay in a hideout, but in the anime, he's outside and no one bats an eye. But one more aspect that completely falls apart and admittedly ruins the concept in the manga too. Was Lupin awake during these murders? Because if he believes he did, does that mean Lupin goes to sleep late at night? I doubt Lupin's the kind of guy to have a normal sleeping schedule. If he does do his fifi at night, then that means Lupin is really bloody stupid. Also, Lupin insists that he's not a murderer and only kills in self-defense. And as we've seen in part 1 and in later episodes in part 2 and in the manga also, that's a bunch of bullshit. What, was him raping those women in the manga also an act of self-defense too? Whilst the manga could get away with it for being a silly affair, that's Kato style. I mean, Lupin transforms into a naked woman in the manga, and he did it before Naruto. Lupin's the bloody OG, mate. But with the anime, there isn't really an excuse. The writer hopes that the viewer throws away their suspension of disbelief for this to make sense. If you can't, then you're going to be frustrated at this episode. The appearances of Pops are short but are appropriately placed, so I'm fine with that. Two-Faced Lupin unfortunately sucks. It's a weak episode that, whilst it does adapt the manga chapter quite well, fails to make sense of a lot of aspects that could have made for nail-biting viewing, while still keeping with the wacky formula of the Lupin series. I also think it makes Lupin an idiot for the sake of his plot working, and if you do that, I have no respect for the episode. It's an episode that admittedly has its good moments here and there, but what matters is a plot that expands on the manga chapter rather unsuccessfully. Well, blimey, this was a long review, and I'm willing to bet that there will be much longer later down the road. I'll rank it above Renowned Detectives in the Sky. Somewhere in Arabia has their oil field destroyed, and a blackmail note demands the country pays $100 million or more oil fields will be destroyed. The Minister of Oil agrees to pay the money, and of course, Lupin is on the trail for the cash. During the meeting of the incident, Mohammed Hassan, the whitest Arabian you'll ever know, explains that the culprit could possibly be Lawrence of Arabia III, and has the ability to plant suicide bombers anywhere he pleases. This is indeed a piece of media from the good old days. So the whitest guy in the meeting blames it on Lawrence III. Okay. This episode is pretty good. Sort of reminds me of Is the Leaning Tower of Pisa Standing, where the main villain causes a national incident and demands money before it gets any worse, and Lupin smells that cash harder than a crack whore, or Fujiko. Though this episode isn't as fantastic as that one, but it's still good nonetheless. Unfortunately, it does suffer from Lupin being an idiot again, such as placing a tracking device on one of the briefcases, right where the main villain can see him do that, then near the end telling Lupin he knew it was there. And yes, Hassan is Lawrence III the whole time. Big bloody shock. Or how about when Lawrence tells Lupin he's going to make him swallow a capsule bomb, and Lupin screams in protest, allowing Lawrence to throw the bomb into Lupin's mouth. And right after the break, Lupin shits it out. I thought the writer would take advantage of this concept, but then probably realized still the file M123 existed. At least the capsule has a somewhat decent payoff, so this plot device wasn't completely wasted. This is another episode where Pops is used appropriately. Since he's barely in the episode, the moments when he does appear are hilarious, and he causes yet another national incident of his own. Oh, did you know the Amazon Prime release renames the episode to Aim for the Oil Rider? It makes no sense and Oil Dollar fits the episode better. Oh well. Aim for the Oil Dollar is a fun one. Just not a fan of Lupin's idiocy here, but it's less offensive than Two-Faced Lupin. I'll rank it above Bet on the Monaco GP. No, not the movie, but a green gem that houses the spirit of a Black Panther. Just go with it. Either way, Lupin steals it to give to Fujiko on her birthday, but knowing how well the security is, he hides it in the hand of a sculptor, ready to collect it when the heat is low. The authorities hire French Inspector Konaizo, who has successfully found the gem from previous thievery escapades. On searching for said gem, his assistant, Hegeto, fights Konaizo and he throws his Chinese assistant onto the sculpture, breaking its head off because the two are blithering idiots. Hegeto quickly swaps the sculpture for a fake, meaning that Lupin has to find out where the real sculpture with the Black Panther in its hand is. And the second half of the episode takes place in a nudist beach, where we see Lupin down 200% bad, and Konaizo and Hegeto wearing nothing but a leaf. This episode is a homage to the Pink Panther movies that were popular at the time, from Inspector Konaizo being a parody of Inspector Clouseau, to taking plot elements from a few films, with the nudist beach scene being inspired by the second film in the Pink Panther series, A Shot in the Dark. Regardless of a homage, this was a great episode. I like the idea of Lupin having to get something he stole or would have stolen if it wasn't for goofy shenanigans, and admittedly the shenanigans are quite funny. Inspector Konaizo is a French stereotype, from poor hygiene, to a love of garlic, to his admiration of women much younger than himself, and he's portrayed as a dumbass. Very based. Hegeto is also a Chinese stereotype who's made to look and act dumb. Make of it what you will. Please keep in mind, they're parodies of the movie counterparts, but it works here nevertheless. The nudist beach plot point, which takes up the second half of the episode, is a wild ride, and for those expecting Jigen, Lupin and Pops to be in the nude, sorry ladies, only yellow trunks. Also, we get to see a scene of naked women. They literally showed that, and what was the demographic for this series? Boys aged 12 to 18? Well then, this would have been an experience. Well, can't be more cultured than what Japanese boys get today. It's a really funny episode, though I do wish there was more of the rivalry between Konaizo and Pops, but 22 minutes is 22 minutes. Another fun classic overall. I'll rank it above A Gift for the President. Madokin is well known for his safes being the best of the best, and nearly all of Japan trusts his secure safes, no matter what shape or size. That is until Lupin manages to crack them successfully, opening safes big and small and even opening the heart of this woman. What did he do to this woman? I'll come back to that later. By the time he tricks Madokin with the bank safe, his business goes bankrupt, with everyone returning his safes thanks to his 20-year guarantee. But it ain't over as Madokin's son Jotaro challenges Lupin to open one of his safes, and to make sure he accepts the challenge, handcuffs Fujiko and poisons Lupin, with the key and antidote inside Jotaro's safe. This is yet another episode that is an anime adaptation of the original manga, this time of chapter 8 and 9 of Lupin III New Adventures, or 102 and 103 in the Power Comics Tankobon, with the second chapter announcing the broadcasting of Lupin III Part 1, so there you go. It's a decent chapter, but I'm gonna say something controversial here. I actually prefer the anime adaptation. This is a really great improvement from pacing to adding more to the plot by having the gang around instead of Lupin in his own adds more intensity to the episode. A lot of scenes have been adapted here and either done just as good or better in the manga, so remember when I said he opened a woman's heart in the anime? Well, in the manga he opened her chastity belt, and if you know manga Lupin III, he went open sesame and the legs open and dug the fuck in. She has a husband, by the way, and a geeky looking one too. And on that very night, Lupin invented the NTR genre. I do like the concept of someone challenging Lupin in a gang like this, to test the skills of a thief who has more than enough experience, and to see Lupin struggle with opening the safe was quite intense. There are some memorable moments, like the audience gaining the knowledge that Lupin is in fact a gamer. I also find it funny that Fujiko, despite knowing how down bad Lupin is for all women, only now gets upset that Lupin is like this. Did she remember what Lupin did at the beginning of Hitler's Legacy? Pops gets as much screen time as he does panels in the manga, but his appearance is short, and that's good for this episode. There was one moment that really surprised me, and it's to do with Goemon. You see him dodging that ashtray that Fujiko threw? Well, in episode 17 of Lupin III Part 1, Lupin caught in a trap where the characters have explosive devices on their wrists, Goemon insists to cut off their arms to get said devices off, leading to Fujiko throwing an ashtray at his face. So the writer for this episode must have remembered this because he dodges it this time and has a smoke on his face right after. I say this because animated Lupin III rarely tended to do callbacks like that at the time, and it's such a small moment, but it's nice to see. Overall, I really enjoyed this one. It's an improvement of the manga chapter. I still like the chapter, by the way. But on its own, another episode where it's about overcoming the impossible Lupin style. I'll rank it above wads of Bill's Bloom in the Rio Sunset. In the European country of Gehenna, Generalissimo Hatler gives his speech to his people, but he has a ruby on his chest, and Lupin tries to fish it off him via helicopter, but due to strong winds he ends up taking off Hatler's toupee. Humiliated, he uses his army to hunt down Lupin and a gang. Going their separate ways, Lupin and Fujiko end up stuck in a castle, finally cornered by the army and Pops, who doesn't like the idea of him killing Lupin and would rather see him be dealt with true justice. So Lupin is facing off against Nazis, sort of. Because the real party doesn't exist anymore, they had to use parody Tesco value versions, and that aspect is ridiculous. And whilst it does fit with the series, for some reason it did take me out of the episode. Regardless, it's quite the intense 22 minutes, but considering that Jigen and Goemon got separated from Lupin and Fujiko away from the action, the resolution does end up being predictable. Also, this world did indeed have Nazis, and they were the bad guys in the Lupin universe, but now there's another regime like the Nazis in Europe, where there's a literal European Union, and Nazis are quite frowned upon. Yeah, they wouldn't allow this shit to happen again. I mean, if you wanted to put Nazis in your episodes, that makes it believable, maybe change it to neo-Nazis or a different regime that's not related to it, because what you have makes no sense. Real world logic aside, I did enjoy the moments with Lupin and Fujiko. The fact that they were willing to die knowing they have a lack of resources fit the character so well. Lupin cares for Fujiko so much he's willing to die alone so Fujiko can be spared, not knowing that the faux Nazis want her dead too. And this is the first episode where we see Pops wanting Lupin alive, unable to do anything after his first and only blunder to capture Lupin. It's an aspect of the character I really like, a man who will try to capture the thief fair and square, only willing to kill the thief if he ever killed innocent people, as we hear from him in Two-Face Lupin. It's not the worst episode, but it's one I find to be okay. I feel the comedic and serious overtones don't gel well and it sometimes took me out of the episode, but it's a decent episode nonetheless. I'll rank it above I'll Teach You How to Transport Gold Bars.
What have they done? Your dream is complete, Lupin. Avenged by death.
It's pretty much that, but the murderer is Goemon's junior disciple, Hisatsu Jinkuro. The first battle against him has Jinkuro being the victor due to him being a cheating bastard, but Jinkuro has a more deviant plan on his hands, letting himself get arrested and get prison time to avoid being attacked by Goemon. This is a Goemon-centered episode and one that's a long time coming, but it's yet another episode that is an adaptation of Chapter 25 of Lupin III New Adventures, or 102 in the Aizoban, Chokoron Shinsha and Tokyo Pop volumes. This is another episode that expands upon the chapter as the second half of the episode adapts said chapter, whilst the first half fleshes out the story. And the first half is good. It establishes Jinkuro as being a cheater and gaslighting the shit out of Goemon, the fucking twat. It shows that Goemon had a lot of respect for his master, and yes, there's treasure involved, so Lupin and the rest of the gang have a reason to be in this episode. But there is one little query in regards to Goemon's sadness and sorrow over his master's death. Where was Goemon's sadness and sorrow for the one Sandayo Momochi? Remember the guy from part 1, who was also Goemon's master? I mean, part 2 technically takes place after part 1 if we take the dash and entrance of Lupin III into consideration. Yeah, don't expect any answers for this. Pops is here, he interacts with Jinkuro a couple of times and is the butt of Lupin shenanigans, but his appearances are once again appropriate. And if you read the chapter realizing there is no resolution between Goemon and Monjiro, the Jinkuro of the chapter, well, good news! We get a final battle between the two and it's a good one. Goemon's Revenge is a great episode. Nice to see Goemon take center stage, and with Jinkuro being an absolute shithead to Goemon, you want to see our lovable samurai bring justice to the bad guy, and the ending is all the more satisfying for it. And yes, the anime is better than the manga chapter in terms of plot. So just a heads up, if you watch this episode with the Japanese audio and notice the audio quality is lower than usual, that's because the original audio master tapes have been lost, though the music and sound effects were retained. This meant that other dubs, including the English dub, were in better quality, so please keep that in mind. Oh, did you know this episode was written by a salad oil? No, I'm not kidding apparently. So, 21 episodes done. 5 more to go to end my takes on the first season, and for this episode, I'll rank it above I Can Hear Nessie's song. Lupin and Jigen head for a palace where a certain treasure is held, but they spot a woman being attacked by some thugs, and despite Jigen's protest, Lupin saves her anyway, leading to a Lupin crotch shot no one wanted. The woman invites them both to the palace, which consists of all women, and they pledge to give Lupin the time of his life. The thief is sure in heaven, whilst Jigen is skeptical of the whole thing. I mean, he is on foot patrol 24/7, but there's a hidden agenda with the palace, as any man who goes in get pleasured, leave with a box, and when it's opened, ages the man to elderly status. This is indeed a homage to the Japanese folktale of Urashima Taro. To sum it up, fisherman saves turtle, turtle rewards him with entertainment and a feast at an underwater palace. He gets a box as a souvenir, with one rule being that he never opens it. Years pass and the man doesn't age, he decides to open it and finally becomes old. This is also yet another anime adaptation, this time of Shin Lupin III Chapter 4, Love Thy Sister. Other than the rape scene at the beginning, that was heavily toned down in the anime, and a sex scene between Lupin and the main villain, which wasn't in the anime at all, it's a near faithful adaptation. In the manga it was just Lupin, Jigen and the girls, whilst in the anime the gang's all here and Pop stopped by for no reason other than seeing Lupin, resulting in both drinking together like no one's gonna arrest someone. Unlike other adaptations, neither versions are better or worse, though I will give it to the manga for going all out in an outrageous fashion. Having Fujiko in the anime episode was kind of pointless, but the scene with Jigen and Goemon on foot patrol sending the women back to the streets in a heated battle was my favourite moment. It had some giggle-filled moments, but nothing that was too hilarious other than Lupin's mother issues towards the main villain. That was hilarious, and Jigen's reactions towards this was also funny. In short, it's an average episode, mostly harmless, nothing that annoyed me. The concept worked better in the manga due to being unrestrained with its content, but the anime episode is fine too. Another episode where Lupin's only weakness here is his down bad energy. I'll rank it above Black Panther. Lupin plays, argues and fights a robot over chess.
What the fuck?
Anyway, he gets a call from Fujiko after being unable to contact her for a while, saying to come over and pass a series of tests, and off down bad Lupin goes. When he arrives, he's confronted with Fujiko's auntie, Bujiko Mine, who tasks him with deciphering ancient hieroglyphics in order to find the gold of Marshal Erwin Rommel, nicknamed the Desert Fox, and yes, he's a real person. Failure to do so, or refusing to take the challenge, will result in his death. This is one of the most hilarious, most ridiculous episodes I've watched so far. The comedy was increased here, and it's done well. But can we just talk about Pops for a moment? Now, he's in this episode, and it is another example of him not needing to be there. But I'm guessing the writer probably thought that if his time in the episode was going to be short, make it memorable. As funny as Pops is in this episode, he ends up being a bit out of character with his stunts. He steals 2 cars, causes vehicular manslaughter, and it's just a danger to everyone. He's borderline insane! And this is 3 minutes into said episode. He gets a few seconds of screen time later on and that's it, he's done for the episode. I don't know if I should be irritated or just enjoy the dumb shit because at least it gave me a laugh. Anyway, we get another plot where Lupin is forced to get something in exchange for his or the gang's lives, but at least it has unique aspects to make it stand out. Fujiko is a funny villain, gives you an insight on the Mine family, though not much other than there might be more to Fujiko because she's the type of person who keeps her mouth shut about her past. And of course, to be a classic anime is to have an ugly bitch for an aunt, and she's effective in that department, making Lupin's time with her miserable. I also like the callback to Tutankhamun's 3,000-year-old curse as we see Lupin being frightened by hieroglyphics after the shit he went through in that episode. Again, we usually don't get continuity like that, so it's always nice to see every now and again. Jigen and Goemon are there and they have some funny moments with Jigen once again telling Lupin to send Fujiko back to the streets like the based foot patrol officer that he is. And both Jigen and Goemon end up roasting the shit out of Fujiko. Yeah, this is an episode that's geared towards the silly factor and is done very well here. Simply put, I enjoyed every minute of it. I'll rank it above A Gift for the President. Nezumi Kozo IV meets with Goemon with a proposition as part of a pseudo-international thieves championship to steal a priceless treasure that their ancestors lost to by Lupin I. However, that treasure is hidden in the Sakurada police station. Informing said station and Pops in the process, they decide to up security to prevent the two from stealing said treasure. And Lupin goes on a date with Fujiko in the process, as you do. The plot is a bit average at best, but the comedy is solid, I'll give it that. Pops is funny when used right, and he is indeed used right here given that the setting is in a police station, though the way Nezumi manages to trick Pops twice feels forced. For once in the tightest of security, he sure is fine with other people gaining easy access to the place. I think that's why I'm not really feeling this one. It's the same old tricks, and characters who should be aware of what thieves involved in Lupin do are bloody idiots for the sake of his plot, but hey, it's not frustratingly bad at least, so I'll give it that. I will give credit for technically being a Goemon Pops plot as they get the most screen time, leaving Lupin to do what he wants until the end. Also, there's some not so subtle spy references, from adding James Bond and Mission Impossible like tracks in the episode, to Nezumi subtly referencing The Spy Who Loved Me, the latest James Bond movie when this episode aired at the time. The Phantom Thief Nezumi Kozo appears is okay, but that's all I can muster for this. I'll rank it above Still the File M123. Fujiko ends up in an African prison, and given the lack of black people in this episode, I presume it's a South African prison. Lupin and the gang find out about Fujiko's predicament and pretend to rob a bank in order to go to prison and set Fujiko free. But it won't be easy as the sadistic warden have put them on death row, and should they escape, they'll be hunted down by rocket-powered explosive devices called the Iron Lizards. Lupin, Jigen and Goemon escape anyway and a chase begins. This is a memorable episode, and one where Lupin isn't trying to steal anything, sort of, just trying to outsmart contraptions multiple times in a wild goose chase, and the Iron Lizards are relentless. Looking back, it's a rather simple plot, and another episode whose memorable moment is the chase, but it's fun and tense. The warden is a real piece of shit, where he takes pleasure in giving any prisoner the death sentence in the hopes that they can escape so he can use an Iron Lizard on them, which is why security is so lax. And he's also very creepy towards Fujiko, which explains why the prison looks to be unisex, and that's really fucked up. Pops is put to use very well. He doesn't chase Lupin but despises this chase as it could lead to Lupin's death. Again, Pops may be determined to put Lupin behind bars but to never kill him. A while after I watched this episode, I was on season 2 by this point, I found out that this episode is in fact an adaptation of Shin Lupin III, chapter 18 and 19, Iron Lizard part 1 and 2 respectively. And for the most part, it's a direct adaptation with some small differences. The gang were already in jail from the beginning. Pops was completely fine with the gang getting killed as long as he watched it. Yeah, Pops was built different in the manga. I do love that the anime adapted this panel of the gang running from prison in the goofy Kato style. It's one of the more memorable scenes anyway, so to see it in its original manga form is a huge treat. The warden is roughly the same, and yes, Fujiko is one of the prisoners, and in the manga he's closer to getting Fujiko puss than in the anime. Oddly enough, I feel the anime warden is creepier than the manga, especially with his interaction with Fujiko. Heck, he even pimp slaps her near the end. He manages to out-creep his manga counterpart. That's a bloody rare feat. Anyway, both iterations are great, I just prefer the anime once more, and it's an outstanding episode overall. Oh, here's a fun fact. SNK would take the concept of the Iron Lizard and make it a weapon in the Metal Slug series done with X. And that's just perfect because I bloody love the classic Metal Slug games. I'll rank the episode above Wads of Bill's Bloom of the Rio Sunset.
Iron Lizard!
Lupin and Jigen head off to a restaurant where a female Spanish dancer named Linda somehow manages to do the one thing no woman has done in the series so far: make Jigen fall for a woman. When she's kidnapped, Jigen is off to save her, leaving Lupin with handcuffs around his fingers. Jigen finds out that she was taken and worked for Herbert von Meyer, a villain who Jigen and Lupin faced off in the past. Jigen threatens to shoot him if he doesn't let Linda go with surprising success. This episode is just wrong. For the positives, Pops is funny as always, especially in the end. We get a scene with Lupin and Jigen trying to bloody kill each other, which was a surprise, and the resolution was pretty cool. There's a few quiet moments to give the episode a bit of atmosphere the series hasn't done so far, like the sunrise moments setting the stage for the romance between Jigen and Linda. And this is where I have to talk about the negatives. I feel Jigen is very out of character here. No way would he fall for a woman like that this easily. I know there was a bit where Linda used her feminine charm on Jigen, but that really shouldn't have worked. Remember in Explore the Mysterious Women's Palace where Jigen was kind of uneasy with the scantily clad women around, or how much he's shown his hatred for Fujiko for messing with Lupin's feelings? That's the Jigen we all know. Not to say he goes the other way, I just see him as a very cautious man, and for a hitman, you kinda have to be. Him just deciding to have this romantic relationship with a woman he barely knows and used to work with a villain should have made him think twice, and it comes out of nowhere. Had Lupin been in Jigen's place, it would have worked because Lupin is down bad 24/7, but it also would have been a bit more comedic too, or not, depends on the writer. I think the episode was written with the premise of Jigen falling in love with a woman but didn't think it through properly. Jigen, I'm sorry, but by the powers that be of the committee of the Thought Patrol, you've been demoted. Don't bring shame to the patrol again. It's also an episode where I feel it ended up being unfinished. There's a few scenes where we see Goemon starving for food but refuses to eat anything other than miso soup and pickled radishes. But we've seen him a couple of times eat other food and has had no qualms of having something different on his plate, and guess what? It never goes anywhere. Oh, how about Maya kidnapping Fujiko in a bid to outsmart Lupin? Guess what? That never gets resolved either. Oh, but the Inspector's handcuff trick, a new ability he gained through the power of borderline insanity, that gets resolved in the end. I'm sorry, but The Rose and the Pistol just sucks as an episode. It really doesn't work, and for a Jigen-centered episode, it's a disappointment. He deserved better than this. The episode overall felt rushed and sloppy, and for the finale to season 1, it sadly ends on a poor note. But we're not done yet, as this story was adapted into a manga called The Rose and the Pistol, My Bullets Are Nicer. Illustrated and written by Kato himself, this plot is about Lupin and the gang trying to track down a fake Jigen who is committing crimes on the real Jigen's good name. When Fujiko gives him the info, turns out she was talking to the fake Jigen the whole time and manages to gun down Fujiko. Lupin manages to get both Jigens together, and it's up to Lupin to find out which of the two is the real Jigen. This was a good chapter, though it ends up having the tone of Kato's style, whilst the anime version was written for that series tone. Supposedly this was part of a competition between said manga and the part 2 anime, and I'm assuming people would vote for which version of the same story was better, despite the fact that they're two completely different stories. And why is the manga version the better of the two for having a plot that makes sense with a good twist at the end? Yeah, skip the anime episode and read the one-shot instead. I just don't like this episode at all, probably the worst so far. I hope to never have an episode go this downhill again. Oh, and thanks to Oranges for translating that one-shot, what a save. In the case of the episode, I'll rank it above Renowned Detectives in the Sky.
Lupin III Part 2 goes for more cartoony and comedic aspects while still keeping with the formula that Kato developed over time. So far, the episodes I like are when the gang have to outwit a villain more sinister than they are, and I like heist episodes that spice things up and do its own thing. You can have the most simplest of plots, but if you don't make it entertaining, or have it be cool, or keep the characters' personalities in check to where it doesn't feel jarring, you've ruined the episode, or it can just be average in general. I came into this knowing I'm gonna have my favourites, and ones I couldn't care less for. but I didn't know what kind of plots I would enjoy, and I came out of season 1 surprised. But it isn't over. I got season 2 to sort through.
오리엔토? 멜로디奏でるデジタル三世新登場オリエント
The Cinderella shadow is a stamp that is rumoured to make its owner a princess. Lupin, of course, steals the stamp, but someone else also has an eye for it, a little girl named Alice Henderson. She tags along with Lupin and the gang much to their dismay, trying to trick him into giving her the stamp. It's a simple premise but a decent one, it's quite good. Having a child tag along in the hopes of tricking the trickster is a fun idea, and it does what it can with its 22-minute format very well. Alice is a great character. She could have been an annoying brat, but manages to be smarter than she looks, which helps with the premise. The final act of the episode just comes out of nowhere as Lupin chases Alice with colourful backgrounds, living fantasy characters, funfair rides that come to life. Apparently this is the power of the stamp, but that fact felt like a footnote because it's something I didn't expect, so I was just bewildered. Either way, it's an excuse for Pops to dress up as an American Indian. Make of it what you will. Regardless, it's a fun episode and a nice one to open season 2 on. It ranks on top, but again, this will change. We're in France and Lupin is planning on stealing all the money from every bank in Paris. Pops is on the case to try and prevent that from happening, but he gets a new partner, Mélanie Ganimard, a female detective who was the granddaughter of Inspector Ganimard, who was the rival of Lupin I. Can she do a better job catching Lupin III than Pops? Detective Mélanie. This might confuse some if you take the manga into consideration, so here goes. Detective Mélanie in the manga Shin Lupin III was a bloke. He specialised in throwing handcuffs to entrap criminals effortlessly, something that Pops would eventually adopt once Mélanie was left in obscurity. He was mostly there as a rival to Pops despite being partners, and whenever they were together, would always compete to see who would capture Lupin. In part 2, Detective Mélanie was gender swapped and would be related to the Ganimard family, which is somewhat of a callback to part 1 episode 19, which of the third generation will win, where Pops had to work with Ganimard III, who might be Mélanie's brother or cousin, we don't know. So how is she in the anime? Forgettable. So forgettable in fact that she got outsmarted by Lupin twice. When she disguised herself as a more beautiful woman, Lupin managed to see through her due to his down bad energy. Her addition overall felt absolutely pointless. What I find baffling is that she's considered ugly. Why? Because she has glasses and looks like a feminist hipster? Okay, you might have a point, but she isn't that ugly. I've seen Bujigo Mine for goodness sake. In fact, I was predicting a twist coming and guess what? I was half right. I'll give the episode that. And now, because we're very cultured people, here's a little lesson in Japanese. Deka is a Japanese slang term for police detective, but if you write it a different way, it becomes dekai, meaning large. Melon is a fruit, but is also a slang for female breasts. Put Deka and melon together and you get Deka melon, which becomes the pun, big breasts or big tits. Female detective melon in romanticized Japanese is Onna Deka melon, which could be interpreted as a woman with big tits or possibly a woman's big tits. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan. This episode is an adaptation of 2 manga chapters, Lupin III Chapter 75, The Lupin Who Loved Me, and Shin Lupin III Chapter 3, Detective Melon. The first half of the episode adapts Shin Chapter 3, whilst the second half, which involves the money train chase, adapts Chapter 75 of the first series. Shin Chapter 3 is goofy shenanigans, whilst Chapter 75 is a decent chapter, even having a bloke named Cliff Lynch, who would make his first animated appearance in Part 1 Episode 10, Hunt Down the Counterfeiter. Female Detective Melon is below average. Other than some funny moments here and there, it not only wastes the manga chapters, but also wastes the character in the process. I expected better after the positive reception I gave to Where Did the Cinderella Stamp Go? Oh well, I'll rank it at the bottom. Lupin and Jigen are out for a drive, only to realise that the brakes have been tampered with and drop off a cliff, with Fujiko and her new boyfriend, X-Number 8, demanding to know the secret technique of levitating. And if you've seen the out of context videos, here's your context.
Fujiko and X number 8 are working with a crime syndicate who are the ones who want the technique in the first place, and Pops is teaming up with them as well to get close to Lupin for some bloody reason. However, the syndicate are backstabbing bastards as they use Lupin and Jigen fakes to torture Fujiko and X number 8. This leads to X number 8 to go after the real Lupin and Jigen. This episode is an adaptation of Lupin III chapter 88 and 89, Haste Makes Steel, though it would be merged in the Isobon, Chokuron, Shinsha and English Tokyopop releases. The premise here is that Lupin wants to know the identity of a man and tortures him to get it. Oh, the man also has a son that Lupin threatens to kill if he doesn't get his name. The man fails to do so and kills the boy anyway, which results in the man wanting revenge against Lupin. Fujiko of course works for said mysterious man for some reason. We see that she lives a double life with her fiancé, which is cut short because Lupin comes out of nowhere to rape her because this is the original manga. But it turns out it was all a setup by the police with Pops disguising as Lupin. Wait, so Pops tortured a man, pretended to murder a boy, yep, the boy was alive all this time, and raped Fujiko? Again, Pops was built different in the manga, I'll tell you that. The levitation technique is simply one of Lupin's random gadgets, resulting in a silly end gag, whilst in the anime, it was the main premise of the episode. Speaking of which, the episode was okay but quite underwhelming, especially when it literally spoils the twist in the first half of the fake Lupin and Jigen. Also, Pops is kind of inconsistent here, working with a bloody crime syndicate, having no qualms about them killing Lupin, then at the end wanting to arrest Lupin anyway. So the manga, as dark as it is the better story for being consistent and to show how fucked up the police can be, being no different than the criminals they try to catch, just to get one man. Did you know this episode was originally written for part 1, but due to the director change, that being Masaki Osumi leaving the project, it was left abandoned. It was going to be the 21st episode, but that went to rescue of the stubborn tomboy. Wow, this could have led to a better episode under Osumi given what he wanted in the Lupin III series. So there's a possibility that the episode was toned down to fit part 2. As is, this episode is okay but below average. Please keep in mind that I don't expect the anime to follow the tone of the manga, especially when people still assumed that anime was for kids even back then. I'll once again rank it at the bottom. Lupin, Jigen and Fujiko are in Morocco. Lupin is once again down bad thanks to a belly dancer, which Fujiko joins in. Yes Fujiko, you're like a bird, enjoy your happy place. Lupin gets down bad over another beautiful woman, but it's a trap! No, not the woman, I mean he's kidnapped along with Pops by the Foreign Legion, a military army that want to rule the country, and Lupin and Pops are forced to be potential soldiers for said army. And if you know how it goes, both try to escape with many shenanigans thrown in for good measure. Now you might have seen the look of this episode and realised this looks a bit different when compared to previous episodes. This was the handiwork of one Yuzo Oki. Despite being involved in the Lupin pilot film in part 1, this was one he worked on and was actually credited for. His style offers a more cartoony look to the episode. The Foreign Legion commander looks looser and comical when compared to other characters in previous episodes. In fact, you could say that with a lot of background characters too. I'm not much of a fan of his style, at least here. I've seen what he can do when part 3 comes around. He's mostly constrained by the specific look of the series despite being allowed to be a little loose with the character designs. Well, except for the main characters. That also include Pops and Lupin to an extent. When Lupin has to express himself in a goofy manner, Oki goes overboard. But that's fine. At times he ends up looking like that monkey some describe him as. There are a couple of animation mistakes, but one was very notable. So Lupin and Pops are in a tiger cage. They call out for the guard, who is dark skinned with big lips, very based. He then turns white with thin lips, then dark again, then white, then dark, then white, and finally dark with thin lips. Again, I don't always talk about mistakes in the series, but when they're very noticeable, I can't help but call it out. Regardless, I love this episode. I've wanted an episode where Lupin and Pops have to team up, and the episode didn't cop out with the concept. We get to see their attitudes towards each other. The two being together is the last thing they want to do, with Pops being a stubborn git about all of it, and Lupin thinking of Fujiko puss to keep him going. Speaking of which, I did find Fujiko and Jigen not appearing for the rest of the episode after about a couple of minutes a bit jarring. It's because I'm used to seeing them appearing because, well, they really don't have to, but most episodes do anyway. Heck, even Goemon is nowhere to be found. It's actually a good thing. You don't always need all the characters to appear to make a good episode, and as a result, this episode can focus on what the viewers really want. Lupin and Pops getting into shenanigans trying to escape a military army. It also has a nice ending involving a train. It shows that even if Pops gets on Lupin's nerves, sometimes he'll do the right thing and help the inspector. That says more about the frenemy aspect between the two than I've seen so far. It's got good jokes, a memorable memorable looking villain thanks to Oki's design, and it's a fun adventure with 2 great characters. It's another episode that I can put as one of my favourites. I highly recommend this one. I'm ranking it at the top. Lupin and the gang are in Stockholm, Sweden. 2 twin sisters, Latika and Anita, go toe-to-toe in yet another fight to the death. The reason? Viking treasure is hidden somewhere, and the location is shown on both their backs via special tattoos. And the winner is the one who gets the treasure. And since Lupin is involved, he's gonna take advantage of the situation. This episode is yet another anime adaptation, this time of Lupin III Chapter 30, Erotic Series number 5 Lupin's Law, which became the 32nd chapter in all tankobon volumes. Anita in the anime was originally Linda, and Latika remained the same, but Tokyo Pop changed the name to Rachika for some reason. Hang on a minute, that's the kind of name you give to a black woman, not a Swedish white woman. Anyway, it's a decent chapter with a good twist that the anime would follow, though downplay the potential eroticism. It doesn't go that far in the manga, by the way. The anime would continue from the chapter's end, and the original stuff was okay, but I kinda wanted a more satisfying conclusion. It didn't feel like the end of an episode. Pops is here at the start and the end, and his moments were funny if, once again, not having him wouldn't have impacted the story. I don't know, the premise is good, but I wanted more from the story. The twins are decent characters, but don't have a lasting impression on me, other than their fight at the beginning, which was one of my favourite moments in the episode, as well as the twist. I think I'll go for the manga as the better version for being paced better instead of continuing on. It just flowed better, but the anime is simply okay. Not a bad one, but somewhat average. I'll rank it above Electric Shock Pigeon Tactics. Lupin is once again being chased by Pops with Fujiko at the inspector's side. It turns out that Fujiko wants Lupin behind bars for his own safety, as an assassin is on the hunt for him, who only goes by the name Puma. Lupin tries to evade his shots until he decides to give in, and Puma riddles him with bullets. Lupin III is dead. Jigen, Goemon, and especially Pops are not handling it well. It seems the series has finally come to an end. Nah, he's still alive and bombs the shit out of Puma. The end. This premise feels pointless since you know Lupin can't die, there's still over 100 episodes to go, and 4 more series, a spin-off, some movies, TV specials and shit, and Fujiko just reveals that he isn't dead in a not so subtle bit of dialogue. With that said, it is nice to see the reactions of Jigen and Goemon. They're literally bursting into tears thinking they've lost a long-time friend, and Pops just loses his mind when he thinks that the chase is over. I also like how efficient Puma is and how much Lupin will take to outsmart his foe once again. I just don't care about the premise because you know what's going to happen when you hear, and then Lupin was killed. It's a decent episode with, again, a predictable outcome. I'll rank it above Electric Shock Pigeon Tactics. The stolen Orion's crown is auctioned off, and rich Japanese man Tatsumaki, who has the same name as a green-haired lolly-looking hero, wins the bid. But here's the twist. Lupin in disguise is the jewelry appraiser. Jigen's working with Jaguar, the seller, and Goemon's working with Tatsumaki, the buyer, with Fujiko forcing the buyer to bid higher. The goal is to get the buyer's money and the crown and steal them together, which ends up in a war between 2 sides. This is a really solid episode. I like the idea of Lupin and the gang trying to manipulate the situation to get what they want, and using the fight between Jaguar and Tatsumaki leading to people killing each other is pretty dark, yet it never feels that way. Though with Fujiko involved, you somewhat predict what's going to happen in the end, and the episode does spoil that reveal if you pay attention. Pops is here and he's used rather well. I really like the raid he pulled off, even if it blows up in his face. It's a very well paced episode. No aspect of the plot was wasted or too quick or even too slow. Not much else to say, it's a great episode. I'll rank it above Where Did the Cinderella Stamp Go? A mysterious coffin is found in Hiburai Village, Japan, a place rumored to be the final resting place of Jesus Christ. Now give me a moment, I'll explain that in a minute. In said coffin rests a young woman holding the statue of Mary. Pops demands that the statue be protected from Lupin but fails anyway, as said monkey thief steals it. However, because Lupin is always down bad, he gets lured by said mysterious woman, who is named Camilla. She bites him, and as the title describes, Lupin has become a vampire. It turns out that Camilla is the sister of Jesus, and when Joseph realized she was a vampire, abandoned her in a mountain cave where the wolves and bats would take care of her. She stole the statue of Mary and buried herself with it, with the goal of one day awakening so that she may take over the world, with Fujiko taken as a sacrifice.
Jesus Christ!
This is yet another episode that is an adaptation. This time is Lupin III New Adventures Chapter 19 Blood Sucking, or Lupin Sucks in the Tokyo Pop release. This chapter became the 113th in the Futabasha Tankobon, and the 97th in the Aizobon, Chokura Shinsha and Tokyo Pop Tankobon. We get a completely different story from the anime as Lupin, Jigen and Goemon go to a hotel, and despite Lupin's demands, Jigen and Goemon want to sleep. Lupin explains that he's become a vampire and is off sucking women's blood. And only women's blood. And titties. This is Lupin III, by the way. When Jigen and Goemon find out about Lupin's message, they try to stop him but to no avail, with an old man telling him that the only way to cure Lupin is, well, for him to huff Dracula's farts. I don't know what to think of it, even Jigen calls out Kato for this nonsense. It's a funny chapter if you're fine with Kato's style of Lupin, though Lupin listing all the crimes he's committed does feel like a Sigma male moment. Yeah, your crimes are your lifetime achievements, Lupin Air Grindset. I swear this meme was still relevant when I wrote it. Anyway, the manga and anime are two completely different stories other than Lupin becoming a vampire, so it's hard to compare the two this time round, but I'll give it to the manga, but both are equally as good as each other. The anime episode is entertaining, though if you like your Lupin grounded in reality, then you're not gonna like this one. You could say the same thing for a lot of episodes, but who cares? I had fun watching it. I do like the moment when the vampires awaken. It's very atmospheric and the music adds to it. But the elephant in the room is Camilla being the sibling to Jesus Christ. Like, wow, that's something else. In addition to that, it turns out that the Son of God's resting place wasn't in Golgotha, but in Heburai village in Japan. In fact, this was so wild that the Italian and French dubs removed any mention of this. Especially the Italian dub, I mean, it's home to the greasy boys of the Vatican after all. The English dub also made some changes to be less insensitive by some, particularly the Christian audience I guess, but Camilla's parents being Mary and Joseph were surprisingly left intact. Some may say that all these religious rewrites were ridiculous and absolute heresy, but what if I told you that this was based on an actual rumour? There is a Japanese folktale where Jesus at the age of 21 went to Japan during his lost years, a 12-year gap not recorded in the New Testament. He spent 10 years studying theology on Mount Fuji, learning about religion, philosophy, the Japanese language, and its culture, immersing himself in the style of the Japanese. He would eventually return to Judea, where he would tell of his time there, and he would call it the Sacred Land. When Jesus was sentenced to be crucified, instead of dying for everyone's sins, he would escape to Japan whilst his brother, Isukiri, would take his place on the cross. Jesus would eventually arrive in Hachinoe, Japan, where he would find a village of Shingo. There, he would be named Daitenku Taro Jurai, and would grow garlic and help the needy. He then married a farmer's daughter and gained 3 children to his name, living a long and happy life, where he would pass away at the age of 106. Supposedly, his descendants to this day still live in that village. There has been evidence to claim that this story might have possibly been true, from the clothes worn in the village that weren't Japanese-like at the time, to even the village's dialect and words resembling the Hebrew language, with the village once being named Hirai, similar to the Japanese word of Hebrew, which is Heburai. So there you go. It seems Kiyoshi Miyata, the writer of this episode, took a bit of inspiration from this folktale. And I say folktale, it could be real, could be fake, but it's at least an interesting aspect of the world, so what am I to judge? And hey, it's a much fun story than China having a war commanded by a bloke who claimed he was the brother of Jesus Christ. How many people died? Though adding vampires to your tale of possible Christian fanfiction, and then twisting that fanfiction to create the villain's backstory, is certainly gonna raise a few eyebrows, but whatever, we got a good episode out of it. And once again, Pops was funny here, that is all. And if you're bothered by this being the longest time I've talked about an episode so far, you came here for the ride and we ain't stopping yet, unless you pause the video and do something else. But overall, another fun episode. I'll rank it above Where Did the Cinderella Stamp Go? Lupin goes to Africa to steal from the rich again. This time, he has his eye on a woman's brooch, the Black Pearl. And suddenly, gorillas attack the partygoers and steal the Black Pearl for themselves. Being outsmarted by animals isn't the Lupin way, and plans a party to capture the gorillas, using jewelry Fujiko wears to entice them. But that plan not only fails, they also kidnap Fujiko with the jewelry on her. Lupin and the gang go off to save her, and Pops tries to forget that he was sexually harassed by a wild animal. Happens to the best of them. It's an okay episode, very simple if nonsensical plot, but it does lead to some funny moments. I did predict something about the gorillas that did come true, kind of, but the episode was fun enough that it didn't bother me. We did once again get a scene that repeated animations for a long time. You do what you gotta do to fit the run-in time and get the episode airing on TV on time. But the first chase between Lupin and the gorillas when that happened did make viewing it uninteresting. I feel the second chase is much better. Regardless, it's alright. I just expected an episode where Lupin chasing thieving animals to go somewhere more wild. Well, technically it does. We're in Africa after all, but what the hell, it could have been worse. And this was yet another episode where Yuzo Oki was key animator, though this time you can tell he was even more restrictive. Overall, I like this one. Not perfect, but enjoyable. I'll rank it above Lupin Dies Twice. Lupin and the gang go to Tsukikage Castle, a place where they can find treasure. Included is a sword that Goemon has a keen eye for. However, they have multiple encounters with a ninja group who want the treasure for themselves. Lupin must solve the mystery of the treasure whilst also having to deal with the ninjas. I like this one. Episodes where Lupin and an adversary are reaching the same goal can be good episodes if done well, and this applies here. The ninja leader is such a great villain, another one where she manages to outsmart Lupin at one point in a twist I did not expect. Though spare a thought to Jigen for being out of commission for a good chunk of the episode because of those bloody ninjas. I don't have much to say, it's another good episode. I'll rank it above Where Did the Cinderella Stem Go? Lupin and Jigen go to Mongolia to search for the gold of Genghis Khan, whilst Fujiko along with Goemon searches for the treasure of Yoshitsune Minamoto, in a bid to show which treasure is more valuable, but there's more to this than meets the eye. Another simple plot, but this one is fine. I do like the plot twist we get despite showing a character too early, and you can predict the rest of the plot. Countries have nuclear missiles, so fuck your helicopter. Oh, and the ending was taken from Lupin III New Adventures chapter 27, The Treasure is Crunchy Part 2, or Treasure Hunt Part 2 in the Lupin III Greatest Heights collection. Even if it's from another story, it still works as a funny payoff to the episode. Again, decent episode. I'll rank it above Female Detective Melon. After as many attempts to capture Lupin III, it seems Zenigata has been taken off the case, much to his sheer frustration, but it seems there's another that may get better results. Fujiko Mine. The ICPO team up with her in exchange for the erasure of her criminal record. Lupin tries to escape many times, but with Fujiko knowing nearly everything about the thief, the ICPO are always one step behind. Despite a very predictable outcome, it's still an entertaining enough episode that it didn't bother me. This was a perfect Fujiko-centered episode because even if you know the outcome, the possibility of her actually outing Lupin if she felt like it is a scary thought. I mean, she's a backstabber by trade, and she's near enough a pro at it. The many times Jigen has told Lupin to send her back to the streets could one day catch up to the thief. Pops is great in this episode, and despite having a big ego whenever the ICPO fall, you do sort of feel for him. He spent years at this point trying to catch this slippery thief, and for someone else to take credit would feel like a complete waste. This is the kind of episode that could have been lame than it actually is, but it's written well and in many ways Lupin escapes is fun too, so I'm glad it ended up being a good episode. I'll rank it above Uncover the Secret of Tsukikage Castle. We're in Hong Kong, and Lupin and Jigen infiltrate a boat that is said to smuggle diamonds. The only thing they find, however, are chickens laying eggs. They manage to infiltrate the lair of Kochinko, a smuggler who likes kung fu fighting, eggs, and Fujiko Mine at his side. Lupin and Jigen go and search for the diamonds whilst Goemon is in the fighting tournament as a distraction, and Fujiko does what she does best, the thought that she is. This is a good episode, nothing too unique, and the twist involving the chickens is very predictable, but once again, simple plot but written well with some fun scenes. Kochinko is yet another villain, but he's quirky with his obsession of eating raw eggs, and his henchman breathes fire because of course he does. I do like Kochinko's way of outsmarting anyone who might want to pick at the diamonds, but Lupin always finds a way to get what he wants. The fighting tournament scenes with Goemon was great to see, but also cut extremely short. Well, at least we saw some fighting. Again, 22-minute format. Pops doesn't have much scenes here, but the moments he does have are funny, like him trying to fight highly experienced martial artists with his Japanese police fighting style. It doesn't work. So yeah, it's a fun one, not the greatest, but I still enjoyed it nonetheless. I'll rank it above Uncover the Secret of Tsukikage Castle. Lupin and the gang steal a briefcase containing diamonds from Costa Rica, but it turns out the chief who was transporting the diamonds ended up outsmarting Lupin as the briefcase contains Pops instead. The next step is for the diamonds to be sent to Puerto Rico via missile. It's up to Lupin in his one single attempt to find the precise launch time to get the diamonds. Another simple plot, but this one is okay, it's not bad, not the best in my opinion, but that's fine. I'm not feeling this one. I mean, it's a plot where Lupin wants something, he finds multiple ways of making sure nothing goes wrong. Something might go wrong, but he resolves it, he gets what he wants. Pops acts like a clown, or strips Fujiko's top off. When that is the only memorable moment of your episode, you know you've made something underwhelming. I wouldn't mind seeing this, but seeing Pops doing that is kind of jarring. Getting the microphone off her cleavage, that's fine, but did Kato find this script and write this moment in because he probably had an issue of the series not having enough tits to show off? Joking aside, it's a fine episode, but one that's very average, has a few funny moments, but that's it. I really have nothing much else to say about this one, but hey, it could have been worse. And once again I found out much later that this was an adaptation of Shin Lupin III chapter 33, Konjac, which would be listed as 32 in the Aizoban, Shokura Shinsha and Tokyo Pop Tankoban, with the English release retitling the chapter to Don't Rock It Till You've Tried It. I like the manga chapter, it's the same plot but with quicker pacing, comedic moments that work much better, and I still continue to enjoy Kato's artwork. So remember Pops revealing Fujiko's titties for the world to see? Nah, in the manga, he's confirmed to be an arse man. Can't judge him, very based. Remember the secretary from the anime? Well, in the manga, Lupin blows her back doors out. Truly a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. So yeah, I recommend the manga chapter. Whilst the anime is admittedly paced better, the manga chapter is more fun to read. I'll rank the episode above Lupin Dies twice. Lupin takes part in a mini race against the sports car driver. When he loses, the driver is revealed to be a woman named Kaguya, who tasks Lupin to collect the tears of a yeti, but that's not all. She then tasks Jigen to find the scale of a mermaid and Goemon the liver of a dragon. Fujiko ends up being understandably suspicious of the whole ordeal and at one point works with Pops to distract the boys so she can find out the truth. This episode is really bizarre. It's a clear homage to fairy tales, most notably Sleeping Beauty and the Tale of the Bamboo Cutter. The shit the boys have to go through is unusual even for a Lupin episode, and they've encountered the Loch Ness Monster. It's like the writer tried to take a Lupin episode and jam in fantasy shit for the sake of being different. Good thing it sort of works because at times it's quite funny, and the boys' journeys are the best part of the episode. Jigen's journey is the least interesting. He faces an octopus and finds a mermaid, roughs her up and gets the scale. Lupin's journey was quite funny with his unique way of tackling the yeti, but Goemon fights and kills a dragon by going through its mouth and running all the way to the liver and cut it out. Goemon fought a dragon and won! How come no one has ever talked about this? And the best part, it never gets mentioned for the rest of the episode. It's such dumb fun and I love it. It even has a hilarious ending for what it's worth. I mean, one of the characters did deserve their outcome anyway. Overall, a far more enjoyable episode than Operation Missile Jack. I'll rank it above the Sweet Trap of ICPO. Onabes is a rich shipping magnate who owns a ship that contains many famous paintings in a mini museum. He plans to bring in many women to his ship in the hopes that he'll marry one of them, as you do. Lupin has beef with Onabes due to his secret misdeeds and decides to screw him over by disguising as a woman, and hilarity pretty much ensues from there. So yeah, we have an episode where Lupin's a trap before it was popular. This is such a funny episode. It's a great concept, though its structure is simple in nature. The best moment was when Onabes was drugged to be as horny on main as possible, and his many attempts to rape Lupin in the process is probably karma from his manga years. Pops is mostly in the first half of the episode and disappears for the rest of the episode, but at least has a funny moment where he finds out the truth. Fujiko is here and only wants the paintings Onabes has, but Lupin many times tells her he's not in it for said paintings, frustrating Fujiko and actually manages to outsmart her in a rare moment. We don't see that a lot. I won't say much else because it's recommended viewing. Another episode I really enjoyed. And if you wanted to see Lupin in drag, then Merry fucking Christmas! I'll rank it above Diamonds Disappeared Under the Sky of Hong Kong. We're in Hong Kong yet again and Lupin is on vacation, but he's unable to relax with Pops on his tail yet again. After getting saved by magician Master Chin Tonan, he requests Lupin to find a woman, which he accepts, and then gets pickpocketed by a random woman. Meanwhile, Fujiko is spying on Chin as he might know the location of the bones of a Peking man. The plot might not sound that interesting, but that's because it's a short synopsis, but trust me, it's a good episode. It's one where the plot reveals itself in a satisfying manner, or as much as it can do in 22 minutes. I like that it gives the viewer time to get into the culture of Hong Kong at the time, and not many episodes do that, so kinda be impressed. Pops gets a lot of screen time, spending his memorable moments getting kung fu fucked up by a woman because everybody in Hong Kong know kung fu. I do find the name Master Chin to be ironic considering the fact that he has no chin, and after some more reveals, it becomes even more ironic. Again, another solid episode. I'll rank it above Where Did the Cinderella Stamp Go? We're in Australia, cunts, and a golden sleeping lion is ready to be transported to a museum to celebrate 50 years of independence from the British Empire. Barbie shrimping bastards. Anyway, this will be delivered via armoured car. It's bulletproof, heavily sealed, it cannot be burnt, blown up, it's virtually indestructible. But Lupin is always ready for a challenge as he tries to find a way to steal the car and open it. Oh, and there's a character called Inspector Penguin, and I'll give you 3 guesses as to why it's a fitting name for him. I have mixed feelings about the episode. There's some good moments and then there's some what the fuck moments. I'll start with the what the fuck. How did Lupin install a metal box room in the middle of an Australian field? I know it's Lupin III Part 2 and Goemon once fought a dragon and won, but how did he pay for and build this shit for this specific moment in the shortest of time? Also, Lupin and Jigen use basic tools to try and open the back door when he knows that this won't work. Lupin knows it's indestructible. I was surprised Lupin wasn't as creative when it came to trying to open the car. At one point you got guards trying to shoot down a bulletproof armoured car. And finally, a helicopter surrounded the car to make sure it doesn't vanish into thin air. And when it does, the pilot claimed he didn't see a thing. Is he blind or something? How come everyone in this episode is an idiot? With all that said, it does lead to a very interesting resolution. Pops. When trying to open the car, Jigen finds out that Pops sneaked himself through the car before it left to protect the sleeping lion. But there's one problem. The inside has no oxygen, meaning Pops is close to dying from asphyxiation. Giving Lupin a choice, continue to open the back door or abandon the treasure and save the inspector's life. It's such a unique moment, if not touching, since you know what Lupin's gonna choose. Again, Pops might be a pain in Lupin's ass and vice versa, but both will do the right thing by helping each other when there's so little amount of choices. Even though it's Jigen who pushes Lupin to save Pops, but Lupin ultimately does the right thing. In short, it's an above average episode with a great second half. It's set in Australia and they're gonna show you how Australian it is by showing off the koalas and kangaroos, mate. I'll give it 3 cans of Foster's out of fucking 10. On to the next bloody episode. And there goes the Australian viewers. I'll rank it above the buried treasure of Genghis Khan. Lupin and Jigen steal some jewels from a casino owned by crime boss Mulligan. In response, he hires an assassin named Hangman to get them back and kill Lupin and the gang. Meanwhile, Fujiko seduces Lupin, puts him to sleep and steals all the jewels for herself. Now Lupin, Jigen and Goemon have to survive the deadly gunfire of the Hangman. So you got the same premise as Lupin dies twice, but more comical and Lupin doesn't pretend to die. It's a good episode, another one where a killer is on the hunt for Lupin and in turn has to outsmart said killer. And all this because Fujiko is a thought. Speaking of which, after 45 episodes of having to put up with Fujiko's shit, Jigen finally takes matters into his own hands, doing his best to get back his reputation of the Thought Patrol after his rather embarrassing incident from the Rosen Epistle. Hangman is yet another antagonist, though his green skin and ghoulish appearance at least makes him memorable, not to mention the concept of taking a bath is a foreign concept to him. He fucking stinks is what I'm saying. He's yet another one-note villain and we never see him again. I mean, you have a pretty interesting looking character and you don't take advantage of him in future anime? Come on. Pops only gets a couple of appearances and his second moment was funny, so yeah, it's alright. Don't know why the title of the episode spoiled the ending though, like, why? I'll rank it above the buried treasure of Genghis Khan. Lupin has been captured and is put on auction at the Wanted Club. Many folks bid on him for their own personal use, but Dr. Man is the winner of the auction, in addition to also winning Jigen and Fujiko. Lupin later wakes up on a deserted island where he finds Fujiko as he fights cyborgs and tries to figure out how to stop Dr. Man's nefarious plan. This episode is an adaptation of 2 Lupin III chapters, Lupin III Chapter 9, Strange People Gathering, and Chapter 81, A Skilled Villain Hides Its Fangs, Number 2, Romantic Action. albeit slightly, as bits and pieces were taken from both chapters and are not direct adaptations. Lupin being auctioned off in the Wanted Club was taken from chapter 81, and Fujiko was replaced by Miss Killer in the anime. The concept of Lupin being stranded in an island and a mysterious man watching him all the way was taken from chapter 9. The mysterious man was left unnamed in the manga, but Dr. Mad is an anime exclusive character, as is the cyborgs that Lupin fight. If we can have a Loch Ness monster, yeti, mermaids and dragons, we can have cyborgs. Chapter 9 is pretty decent, but the resolution felt rushed and a bit lazy, even by Kato standards. But it was an early chapter, so I'm guessing he was still trying to get into the groove of things. Chapter 81 is a good one with a joke that has a great payoff in the end. Both chapters have art I like as always, but 81 is better given how much Kato improved over time. The anime episode itself was a fun watch, another one where Lupin and the gang get entangled in a villain's plans of something, and it's action-packed to boot. Lupin is allowed to go guns blazing since he fights robots instead of humans. Dr. Mad is what you'd expect him to be, an old-fashioned scientist who took Lupin, so we can see how efficient he is in dangerous endeavors. And if you put cyborgs into the fray, you can put 2 and 2 together. Also, where the hell was Goemon? How did the Wanted Club forget about a samurai wearing traditional clothing in late 70s Japan? Once again, it shows that you don't need all the characters to make a good episode. Also, Pops gets his shit kicked in by women for the 10th time or something. Lupin Will Sell High is a good one, and if you're laughing at the title, it was changed to Lupin is available to the highest bidder, even if it makes up 5 minutes of the episode. But hey, you gotta hook people into watching your episode, so I guess it works. I'll rank it above The Sweet Trap of ICPO. I've got good news and bad news. The good news, we're in England. The bad news, we're back in London. Please don't panic, I'm the bloke from the countryside, you're safe with me. Anyway, Princess Mary's royal wedding is underway, and whilst nearly everyone gets a day off, Lupin plans to steal her crown, the symbol of Britain. Pops is on the hunt for Lupin once again, but is arrested by 2 fat greasy bastards that give me Yuzo Oki vibes, for a crime he didn't commit, and once they find out that capturing Lupin could lead to a huge sum of British pounds, they keep Pops locked up so they can reap the reward. This is another average episode, above average at least, it's alright. It seems someone was bored of Pops rather quickly and opted for 2 new detectives, but because Sherlock Holmes was already used back in season 1, here's 2 fat fucks in which one is afraid of ghosts, and the bigger ounce professional street nigger over here takes sleeping pills to keep his weight in shape, then eats a bag of chips soon after. It's a comedy, just go with it. The English culture depicted is slightly downplayed for most of the time, not as stereotypical as I thought it would be. And no, we do not live in accordance with the Big Ben. In fact, as I'm writing this, it's currently under refurbishment, so take your Japanese logic elsewhere. Either way, this episode is full of shit. Despite being 2 dumb motherfuckers who are also corrupt if we take Pop's treatment into consideration, I was surprised they managed to outsmart Lupin at one point. Oh, and Fujiko is still a fop, with Lupin promising her the crown, and when he fails to get it, she leaves him with the boys. And we know how Jigen and Goemon feel about the situation. And hey, did you want to see Goemon facing off against the Queen's Guard and winning? Well, your wish has come true for this episode. I did notice a huge animation mistake. When Lupin and Jigen approach the shut gate, they're indoors, but after the break, they're still indoors. But then Goemon approaches the gate and suddenly the background is set outside. Again, how did they not spot that? That's the second time I've spotted a major mistake like that. Oh well. It's a decent episode overall. Has its fun moments, the 2 bumblefucks are quite humorous too. I just find the inspector's predicament to be hilarious in hindsight. I'll rank it above Killing is the Smell of Wine. We're back in America after a long absence, and Lupin is betting on the horses. Not really. He's stealing from the horses as he bags himself the horse racing betting money from the truck via giant magnets, because Lupin has money to spare, why not steal more? Lupin once again stealing betting money and we're not in Brazil. How original. But Pops got the better of him since he manages to outsmart Lupin once again, as he got the police to drive elsewhere with the money. This leads to Lupin and the gang trying to retreat, but the American police do what they're best at. Shoot first, ask themselves if they brought enough bullets as blood spills from the sea, leading to Pops demanding the police to retrieve their bodies. But it was all a trick, as Lupin planned ahead, and off he goes into the highly secure Metropolitan Bank, where he and Jigen must spend a whole night stealing the better money in a game of The Floor is Lava, suction cups included. For yet another episode where Lupin's still shit and trying to outsmart Pops, this one was surprisingly good. It's not about will he steal the loot, but will he fuck it up somehow? Will Pops be distracted long enough to figure out this was all a ruse? It has its tense moments, but it's another episode where it could have been a little longer to make it more intense, and come on, you don't mess with Lupin when it comes to saves. Have you seen episode 19? Also, Jigen is a classical music fan. We're soul brothers, me and him.
I hope that due to being a non-story driven series that it won't get retconned by episode 79. This episode also has the distinction of being a farewell dedication to the original mangaka, at least in Italy. When Kato passed away in 2019, Italian TV channel Italia 2 aired this and the next episode in his memory. Oh, did you know Lupin III is like really popular in Italy? In the case of this episode, not a bad one to air, so I'm wondering what the next episode has in store. I'll rank this episode above the Sweet Trap of ICPO. Lupin and Jigen are watching a boxing match between two black fighters because in classic anime, if you're black, you're either a racist stereotype, a boxer, or both. Either way, based. Anyway, Lupin has his eyes on one Sakline, whom after multiple divorces and some dead husbands along the way, her life as the female Henry VIII resulted in her amassing a great fortune with Jules' abundance. During a drive, they get distracted by a cobra, and after a near-fatal accident, both are rescued by Sakline. Due to Lupin's down bad energy, he quickly falls madly in love with her, completely forgetting about the jewels, much to the annoyance of Foot Patrol Officer Jigen and the rest of the gang. Fujiko decides fuck it and goes after the jewels herself, but gets kidnapped by Cobra, not a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world, but a ruthless crime organization determined to rob shit. It's the Lupin Empire finally realized, though again Lupin is too down bad to give a shit. This episode is the Rose and the Pistol, only replace Jigen with Lupin and it works much better. It makes sense with Lupin, he's down bad every day of the week, and he's gonna hover around any woman who'll allow it. Though unlike Jigen, Lupin can still read the room, making him less stupid than Jigen in his own episode. Yeah, did I mention the Rose and the Pistol bloody sucks? And if you did watch the Rose and the Pistol, then you know what kind of woman Sakline is, leading to a very predictable outcome. And unfortunately, Sakline is way more forgettable than Linda, and at least Linda doesn't look weird. Pops makes one appearance, and whilst it does feel a little obligatory since I completely forgot he was in this episode and had to go back to see if he was in said episode, it does make sense for the plot, so I'm fine with it. Also, Lupin abuses animals. Don't let Peter see this one. They would scream and rave about it on Twitter whilst imagining in their head how they would finish the job. On the bright side, it's the only puss Lupin's gonna bust up, and yes, the villains are the Cobra organization. Now we've got to add G.I. Joe to the Lupin universe. Joking aside, we also get to discover that Lupin has riches all over the world, which shows that he's well off despite wanting to steal more. It also explains how he's able to afford the random shit he pulls off to get what he wants. Australia is no match for metal garages. Overall, good episode. Predictable ending, but one that would make Jigen proud. And by the way, gunmen, don't shit on Lupin's love life. We will continue to remember your blunder in the Rose and the Pistol until you get a good episode. I'll rank it above Diamonds Disappeared Under the Sky of Hong Kong. But on to the final episode, albeit the final 2 episodes of Season 2. An auction selling off smuggled goods is disguised as a star constellation show. Lupin goes to steal the loot and all goes to plan until Fujiko comes to steal it from him at the last minute, until she's kidnapped by zombies. Lupin then reunites with an old flame Cornelia, who is actually supposed to be deceased. This leads him to the undead and a former Nazi officer who wants to revive the regime. Yes, this does feel like a quick escalation, doesn't it? So yeah, after 49 episodes, we finally get a 2-parter, and it heavily takes advantage of this. The writer can take the time to make a much longer story without it feeling crammed. Not to say all episodes suffer from this, there have been a few that did and I wish it did get a 2-parter, but if this was to test the waters, I'm all for it. And yes, I will review them both at the same time. Does it make sense to review them individually if it's one story? The tone for this 2-parter is a lot more serious, far more than it's ever been, which is why the preview for the next episode in part 2 was such a tonal whiplash. When Pops is involved, we get some comedic moments, though the scenes fit well and doesn't take away from the tone the episode wants to have. Lupin's down bad energy is next to gone in this episode when it comes to him and Cornelia. He's downright shocked that the girl who died in his arms is suddenly alive again. He's in a much more serious light until he's around Fujiko, this is Lupin after all. Cornelia. Poor girl. The daughter of Dr. Zell, a former Nazi officer and part-time surgeon, experimented on unfortunate souls in a bid to zombify them to prevent losses in the war. So let's just say he likes to play God. I won't spoil anything about Cornelia, but all I can say is, Zell is a nasty piece of work, but we do get a somber ending out of it, far more than we've ever gotten. Jigen and Goemon are here and they fight zombies, as they should. The men are constantly spooked by their bad omens, what with Goemon checking a black ominous discoloring on his sword.
It's a good two-parter, a really good two-parter. You have a much more grounded Lupin, the plot is not afraid to put much darker implications on the table, and I mean dark by part 2 standards, not cattle dark. I mean, it's about a Nazi man using zombies to take over the world, it's crazy and shit. But put his daughter into the fray and it ends up being pretty sad. It can be goofy on the rare occasion, but only when it needs to be, or when to have a breather. It's allowed to take that risk when it's done right. I'm happy it did, and I'm glad it worked, because it resulted in a stellar episode. Not the greatest episode ever, but so far, close enough. Good stuff. I'll rank it above To Whom Orion's Crown Belongs. Season 2 is an intriguing one. It has a lot of average episodes, but even the below average ones weren't incredibly bad. Season 1 had a few bad episodes, I feel, while Season 2 surprisingly didn't go that far. This is also where we have episodes that take a bit more risks in terms of plot, allowing for more bizarre situations, though at times still downplayed in some aspects. Though the likes of Find the Treasure of Princess Kaguya rarely go into more fantasy territory the likes we haven't seen before. We've also seen more adaptations of manga chapters, and I feel some of said chapters were better, but a couple of episodes were far better than their manga counterparts. So yeah, I do like Season 2, a slight improvement over Season 1. Well, 2 seasons done, 2 more to go, and next up is Season 3, and the seasons are gonna get longer, way longer, with both seasons getting 52 episodes apiece. I still got over 100 episodes to go. Get ready.
ルパン、こいつで決着をつけよう。
おお、フィンガーポップスか。
乗るの。
負けねえぜ。フィンガーポップス、こいつは飛んでるぜ。フィンガーポップス。
Fujiko plans to steal the holy scripture of immortality, hidden within the jungles of Thailand. However, she's not the only woman eager for the treasure, as there is another, Emmanuelle Poirot, granddaughter of the famous detective Hercule Poirot. She ends up getting Lupin to simp for her, even to the point of trying to get him to kill a mysterious woman. But her goal is to simply make him get the treasure and not her, because said treasure is booby-trapped. Despite the beginning of a new season, it doesn't start very high. Funny how Season 2 ended with Lupin mourning for a woman he once loved, and we start Season 3 right back to him simping for a random woman once again. That's the way the status quo goes. It's just a very below average episode, sort of reminds me of A Pretty Woman Has Poison, but even that episode was better than this. Emmanuelle Poirot is yet another female character who uses men for her own greed, and can sort of manipulate Lupin due to his down bad energy. We've seen this many times and it's not impressive anymore. Which is probably why the series tried to throw some tits in it, like bare-breasted 70s tits because Japan. I mean, they gave her a see-through gown and you can still see her nipples, and then the animators gave up and said, fuck it, she's half naked. To all the teenage boys viewing this in 1978, I bet this was a wonder to see. There's a few suggestive scenes that even surprised me, like why is Lupin stroking Emmanuelle's cat that is sitting on her lap and you just figured it out yourself? This is the most erotic episode made so far. Way more than explore the mysterious women's palace, I'm impressed. Also, why is Emmanuelle the granddaughter of Hercule Poirot? What does that add to the story? I know who Poirot is thanks to the long-running detective drama that ended some odd years ago. It was a staple of UK viewing, by the way, when television was good. The only memorable thing about the character is that she showed off her tits for long periods of time. Once again, I'm impressed. Impressed that nobody filed any complaints. At least with Detective Mellon, being the granddaughter of another famous detective and her name is a literal breast joke, she at least did do detective work. What's the point of Emmanuelle other than the fact that Lupin meets people who are grandchildren of very famous fictional and non-fictional characters? Oh, let's not forget the swanky 70s party where we get cameos of Bugs Bunny, Mickey Mouse, C-3PO and more. Yep, Looney Tunes, Disney and Star Wars are part of the Lupin universe. Also, it's the first episode where Lupin is living in a society. Pops is here and for some reason he's working with Emmanuelle, so he can capture Lupin at the right time, particularly after she gets what she wants. It's unfortunately another episode where he's not really needed, but the scene where he rubs lotion on Emmanuelle is funny due to how awkward he feels about it. Yeah, he's that kind of guy to act that way, so at least his presence was not too much of a waste. Emmanuelle Whispers Like an Angel is mediocre, an uninteresting plot, a dull female antagonist, Lupin simmered again. It's an average episode, not terrible, but not an episode I come back to watch anytime soon. Once again, it's on the ranking table, but will the next one be better or worse than this episode? Lupin and Jigen fight over the TV remote when the channel is changed to Fujiko inside the top of a rocket. She's been kidnapped by Fantomar Mark III, grandson of Fantomas, another French master of thievery and disguises. He wants Lupin to give him a large ruby he stole from the royal house of India. Fantomar Mark III's plan is to use the ruby on a laser satellite to melt the Antarctic ice, flooding the entire world in a bid for world domination, and so Lupin must put a stop to all this nonsense. This is one of the most Saturday morning plots I've ever seen in a Lupin episode. This shit is beyond ridiculous, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't have fun watching this. I mean, you got the damsel in distress, a hero coming to save the day, a villain that has an evil plan for the sake of it, ignoring the fact that his plan is pretty stupid in possible hindsight. Oh, and Lupin goes to space. Fantomar Mark III was near enough close to doing what he set out to do, which actually surprised me, though the resolution had convenience written all over it, a literal deus ex machina so the writer can have an easy solution to wrap shit up. It's so blatant here that it goes back to being giggle-worthy. Fantomar just looks bloody weird, though that's because he was influenced by Fantomas, albeit the movie version of Fantomas played by Jean Marais. And if you see the two in comparison, then yeah, there's huge inspiration here. And the movies are based on a series of French novels starting in 1911 and ending in 1963. Fantomas and Arsène Lupin are cut from the same cloth in terms of thievery, but whilst Lupin is sort of the good guy being a thief and even refusing to murder anyone, Fantomas kills and loves every single minute of it. He steals, he kills, any kind of despair that he can give to his enemies, he'll do it, even to those who didn't deserve it. So him being a villain in a Lupin III episode is kind of fitting. Just didn't think he'd be a villain of the cartoony variety. Pops is once again wasted here, once again contributes nothing to the plot, and once again, why is he here? And Fujiko is absolutely irritated at Lupin failing to save her. There's a reason Goemon told him to send Fujiko to the streets, or in this case, outer space. Also, we learn that Jigen is naturally a fan of spaghetti westerns, and given the gunfighter here using a machine gun in a coffin, we know that this is a reference to Sergio Corbucci's 1966 film Django, which starred Franco Nero, and I bring up his name because Kiyoshi Kobayashi, the original voice of Jigen, and is sadly no longer with us, dubbed that actor's voice in multiple films. Again, very fitting. And yes, I do have to apologise for not mentioning the passing of Kobayashi sooner. The crazy Fantomar Mark III is exactly what it says in the title, crazy but stupid fun. This could have gone bad, way bad, but thank goodness the episode decided to just be silly in the best way possible, and for that, I deem it a slight classic, a good episode, a fun time overall. I'll rank it above Emmanuel Whispers Like an Angel. Lupin announces that he'll be stealing the Goddess of Mercy statuette at the ceremony. Pops is planning on capturing Lupin as always. However, he won't be alone this time as he'll be working with Inspector Hanchichi Mikawa, a bloke whom 10 years ago chased Lupin across Tanigawa Valley after he stole money from a bank. But Hanchichi was in trouble and Lupin decided to throw away the heavy bag of money and save Hanchichi's life. Left with severe arthritis, his jute attached to a rope, and 10 years of failure on the mind, the agent inspector wants nothing more than to arrest Lupin. Hanchichi is an inspector that's getting too old for this shit, and his younger colleagues, due to his failure to catch criminals since his run-in with Lupin, tell him to retire, leading to him feeling that Japan is getting too narrow-minded as Hanchichi believes in duty to his work and sentiments, whilst everyone else only cares about their next promotion. Pops is the only person that respects him being his senior and all, and they both have a drive to catch Lupin. The younger inspectors berate him so much that if him and Pops fail to catch Lupin, and he steals the statuette, the two would take responsibility for it, especially Hanchichi. Even the police wish for him to piss off. Damn son. He's a decent character, and whilst we get to know him quite well, I don't feel it's quite enough. He's saved by Lupin but doesn't really talk about it that much as he just wants to arrest Lupin without much thought. Some other aspects I felt were missing. I feel it's because there's a lot of interesting points about him. He's old, experiences ageism by his peers, not respected by anyone apart from Pops. He's a man who doesn't see Japan the way he used to. It's kind of sad when you think about it. I wanted to see that moodier aspect to him, but as such, we're left with yet another episode that had potential to be more, but as always, squash
squandered. But hey, at least the episode was a decent one to not mind it all. With that said though, I hate that the episode makes him and Pops the biggest idiots here, as Lupin just appears out of nowhere, surprising them both. They finally have Lupin to themselves, but Hanshichi deduces that this ain't the real Lupin because he's drunk, and Lupin III never gets shit-faced for some reason. He also pulls this face, and admittedly I found that hilarious. I love it. But back on track. It's such a weird moment because we see that Hanshichi is a decent detective. He was able to remember a vehicle Lupin got on after leaving the station, leading to the episode's conclusion. So the moment with Lupin in the station feels odd. Oh, Hanshichi Mikawa is yet another character taken from a book series created by Okamoto Kido, with Inspector Hanshichi's tales starting with The Ghost of Ofumi, published in January 1917. Apparently he's considered an Edo-era Sherlock Holmes and was nicknamed Mikawa no Oyabon, or the Boss of Mikawa in English. 67 stories were written, but only 14 have ever been translated into English, all compiled into one book titled The Curious Casebook of Inspector Hanshichi, Detective Stories of Old Edo. The episode overall is pretty good. I like Hanshichi, but I wished I saw more of the guy, but this is unfortunately his only appearance. Oh, I just realized that this episode didn't include Fujiko. Again, nice to see that they don't need to have every character in an episode. I wish they'd realized this in the Crazy Phantom Mark III, so yeah, it's not bad. I'd say it's above average. I'll rank it above Emmanuel Whispers Like an Angel. Lupin steals the 36 views of Mount Fuji woodblock prints from an exhibition hall. Him, Jigen and Goemon are suddenly approached by another gang of thieves known as the Shiranami 5. They challenge Lupin, who tell him that they'll steal the prints from him. Eventually, and because Lupin forgot to close the door, the rival gang find the prints, but only take one, vowing to take the rest much later. Lupin decides to store the rest in the vault, and later on, he not only finds out that Fujiko has been kidnapped, but Goemon turned traitor by joining the Shiranami 5, resulting in Goemon having to fight Lupin with a license to slice a monkey to death. This is yet another decent episode. I like the idea of another rival thievery gang using ruthless means to get what they want, meaning that they can outsmart Lupin in the process, and the best part is always Lupin outsmarting his enemies in return when written well. However, this doesn't really happen in this two-parter. The first part is Lupin getting outsmarted by the villains, and the second part is near enough a Goemon-centered episode, and the only reason the villains' plans screw up is because Kiko Benten, the female of the group, betrayed them and tries to run away with Goemon with the prince. So Goemon turning traitor. The way they try to justify it is that the leader of the group, Danimon Nippon, manipulates him into believing that they're not as fancy as Lupin. Their equipment and their ways are old-fashioned. Oh, and he tells him Lupin was going to give the prince to Fujiko, saying that they would never steal for the sake of a woman, for the other thieves on the Sigma Shiranai grind set. And that somehow convinces Goemon to side with the rival gang. Yep, they take advantage of his love for Japanese culture. What a prick. It somehow works, but the rivalry between him and Lupin is pretty old at this point, but at least it's not overused. Yet. Well, I hope it won't. But hey, at least we get a proper scrap between Goemon and Lupin, for what it's worth. This two-parter is okay, not as great as the Lupin I loved. It had a great concept, but the fact that Lupin wasn't the one to truly defeat the gang, and the twist leading to its final moments felt a bit weak. It could work if it wanted to do something different, but it didn't work here. But at least it led to the infamous scene where Lupin and the gang as well as Pops introduced themselves via a kabuki act, as well as Jigen going on a mini bitches ain't shit run. The Shiranami 5 aren't the most interesting characters. The leader can be seen as a master manipulator when he speaks to Goemon. You also have the female, the one with sticky fingers. You got the buffoon, though his ability to sense distinct smells is his secret weapon. And then there's the large fucker who can lift rocks. He's a very strong boy. Together, only 2 of the 5 have more screen time than the others. Not great when you're able to make the viewers get invested in the main characters in much quicker time. It's a two-parter I wish was better, but what we got overall is fine. I just don't care for it. I'll rank it above Detective Hanshichi, The Promise on the 10th Year. Pops gets a look in a giant plane owned by Professor Hunter. It has many valuables in it, but one thing that catches the inspector's eye is a throwing coin, once owned by his ancestor, Heiji Zenigata I. In an out-of-character moment, he steals it, but realizing how wrong this was and out of sheer guilt, he teams up with Lupin to be a thief, but not to steal stuff, but to take the coin back to where it once was in the plane. However, said plane has an elaborate maze where no thief can escape from, and using Lupin's experience to trap those who challenge the maze. Can Lupin solve the maze despite this?
Computer or Lupin is yet another episode where Lupin and Pops team up, and whilst it's not as stellar as The Wind in Morocco is hot, it's still in the classic category. This is mostly a Pop-centered episode. A lot of moments with him don't really make sense at first, but once you get through the whole episode, you understand it all. He stole it because he thinks using the coin as bait for Lupin is insulting his family name, but realizes it's no more insulting than to steal, pretty much going against the role of a law enforcer. It's a neat idea that's done well. Pop screws up and tries to fix his mess, even if he once again has to get help from the one person he's been trying to arrest for years. I do like when Hunter says if Lupin fails to break in, then he'll be nothing more than a petty thief, right after the moment Pop steals the coin. Kinda clever. The best moment is when Pops actually manages to capture Goemon, Jigen and finally Lupin, but fails to capture them a second time at the end. It's the first time he gets serious and actually manages to be competent for once. So all this time he's been fucking around like parts of his brain fell asleep and only unleashes his ultra instinct when sheer guilt comes in? I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, it fits his character in this series down to a T, but it does feel off and I don't know why. It's yet another episode where the villain has this contraption that is Lupin-proof until Lupin solves said contraption because he's Lupin. Yeah, Professor Hunter is yet another underwhelming villain, other than his character design being more goofy and jarring than usual. The scenes where Lupin and Pops try to solve the maze are kind of underwhelming. Oh, and once again the gang decide to not join in with Lupin's latest escapade until they do in the end. There was a notable mistake when Professor Hunter says a line, but said line is coming out of Lupin.
コンピューターのせいじゃない。教授が間違えたのさ。
私がそんなバカな。
I'm not sure how this wasn't checked, and once again, I always notice these mistakes when Yuzo Oki is involved, as he did storyboard work on this episode. Computer or Lupin overall is a fun episode. I always love a Lupin / Pops team up, and it changes a few things that prevent it from being a repeat of The Wind in Morocco is hot. And whilst this episode isn't as fantastic as the episode that's still on top, it's still another good one. I'll rank it above Hanafubuki, The Mysterious Gang of 5 Part 1 and 2. We're in Soviet Russia because this is still 1978. Lupin and Jigen target the Aurora drop, worn by ballerina Monica Ivanov. Despite the successful steal, the police find them and shoot them, with Lupin managing to dodge the bullets whilst Jigen gets shot in the arm, unable to run away. However, he gets rescued by Monica and asks him to help her defect from Russia for obvious reasons, having to pretend to be husband and wife via fake passports in order to jump the border, even if they have the commie police on their tail. It's another Jigen-centered episode and it's basically The Rose and the Pistol, but surprisingly better. But why? Well, firstly, Jigen. They remembered he doesn't trust women. He's not deeply in love with her, I don't see that. He just wants to help her, probably out of owing her one. It never feels like his character is being assassinated for the sake of an interesting episode pitch that wasn't thought out well. He does tell Lupin after he got rescued conveniently that he almost had a chance of retiring with Monica, but it feels a little sarcastic on his part. It never feels genuine, which fits him well. It would have been jarring if he meant it. Monica is fully fleshed out and more interesting than Linda, and the writer accomplished this through the episode set in Soviet Russia. I think that gives you everything you need to know about her. She's trying to leave her home to go to America, to live out that country's dream. But as Jigen says, in order to achieve the American dream, you need money. Lots of money. A fact that still reverberates to this day. And to spoil the ending, Monica betrayed Jigen the whole time, carrying the real diamond on him as what Lupin got was a fake one earlier. He was a courier to be precise and was somewhat of a bodyguard for her. But what makes this different from the Rose and the Pistol's portrayal is that Monica's doing it out of desperation. That diamond is the one thing she needs to be financially stable going to America. And despite Jigen probably being fed up with these portrayals, he gives her the diamond. Everybody's happy. Except for Lupin, who was going to give it to Fujiko. So in the end, Jigen got one on a femme fatale. Pops is here, and I would mention once again that his presence here feels pointless, but I think even the episode is well aware of this, as he gets thrown out of established places twice because 1, he's bothering people, and 2, because the Russian authorities find him distracting, not to mention incompetent. Like, damn. That's kinda harsh, but funny and oftentimes true. In fact, most of the main characters don't get a lot of screen time. The main focus is on Jigen and Monica, and when the main characters do make appearances, they're appropriate and done well. One thing I have yet to mention was that Lupin III, and many anime at the time and even now, has a main animation studio, obviously. But they would get other outsourced animation companies to help them with various work for efficiency reasons, and allow them to make a plethora of episodes to air each week.
This would lead to episodes being animated by different studios, and the quality could vary depending on said studio. Anime like Dragon Ball Z is well known for the differences made between various episodes. In the case of this episode, it was produced by Sunrise, home of the Gundam franchise. Which leads to a very interesting rumour. It was directed by Yagi Ishikura, a possible alias for Yoshiyuki Tomino. Yes, that Tomino. This alias also appeared in episode 19 of Invincible Steelman Daitan 3, a series that Tomino also created alongside Hajime Yatate. So there's a possibility that Tomino once directed a Lupin III episode. Or not, it could have been someone else. Tomino hasn't said anything about it, but given he's 80 years old and he's worked on a ton of anime in this time, I doubt he remembers. Again, take this with a pinch of salt. The face of goodbye at the national border takes the Jigen protecting the woman plot and massively improves it over the terrible Rose and the Pistol. The premise fits Jigen well. Monica is a character where you kinda wanna root for her to gain her freedom from an oppressive regime. The comedy is toned down, and when there is, it's once again appropriate. It's a Jigen-centered episode that doesn't suck, and I enjoyed what it had to offer. I'm ranking it on the top. Well deserved. Lupin once again manages to escape the clutches of Pops with the help of a buggy hidden in his car. No, I'm being serious. But what's more stranger than a minicar within a car? A giant Fujigo. Not sure if Lupin's a fan of giantess, but it turns out someone's fetish is in fact an illusion devised by Madame X, who is collecting wax figures of famous people who were already dead before this episode aired. These include Marilyn Monroe, James Dean, Bruce Lee, JFK, and more. Madame X only has a few more people to turn into figures to complete her collection, that being Lupin and the gang, with Fujigo already being captured beforehand. This results in Lupin going on a mind-bending nightmare in which he can't escape from. Despite its creative ideas, I find the episode to be quite average. Not bad, but not as fulfilling as it could have been. It's another episode that needed the two-parter treatment. I would have loved more mind trips, maybe delve more into the villain because Madame X, whom I have to clear up is not related to Mr. X, is quite bland apart from a slight gigachin. Must be a European individual. In fact, we're gonna get another villain like her in episode 75. As much as I find the episode to be fine, I don't like the fact that the mind trip elements of the episode feel very pointless. All she wants is for Lupin and the gang to be turned into wax figures. Take away the mind trips and the overall goal doesn't change. She simply does it to screw with Lupin and to increase the running time. It simply has no relation to her goal. It's like watching two different episodes and when compressed together don't gel well. Pops goofs off in the beginning of the first half, but by the second half he has to work with Lupin, Jigen and Goemon to put an end to Madame X. Also, Goemon kills a child. I'm not even gonna give you any context to that, he's one cold motherfucker here. The mysterious world of Madame X is okay, but very flawed overall. Enough that whilst I enjoyed some moments here and there, the plot doesn't gel together well, either needing a two-parter and making the mind trip moments work alongside the villain's plot, or separate the two aspects because what we have had potential but doesn't work well. At the very least, despite its issues, it's a decent episode regardless. I'll rank it above Detective Hanshichi, The Promise on the 10th Year. Lupin and Jigen have been captured by Pops in India. On their way to a prison cell, they're ambushed by soldiers who shoot laser beams at the guards, turning them purple and killing themselves. Kidnapped, tied in their underpants, they meet Basara Laberne, a mad scientist known for making wacky inventions leading to him being expelled from academic society, just like Dr. Palo. Anyway, he kidnapped Lupin to find out the location of 20,000 diamonds he hid in India, and Basara tries anything he can to get an answer out of him. Yes, this was made for a family audience. You know, suitable for kids. This episode is comically dark, with the focal point being suicide as a subject matter. You see a lot of people just shooting themselves. You see an elephant killing itself by bashing its head against the wall, Fujigo threatening to drink cyanide, Lupin even wanted to rope himself. When you look back, Basara is really fucked up. Heck, he even destroys towns in the hopes of locating the diamonds, and is even willing to gun down cows to capture Lupin, which, if you know, cows are really sacred animals in India. He's a very ruthless villain. Despite the suicide angle, I did enjoy the episode. Its comedy saves it because there's some funny moments, the highlights being when Lupin is being suicidal. You know, thinking about it, I do have a dark sense of humour. Being on the internet for almost 15 years can do that to you. Pops 2 gets infected by the suicide beam and shoots himself but aims for his hat, scraping off his hair and nothing more. And this happens twice. Either this guy is too stupid to die or fate decided he's virtually unkillable. Jigen in this episode is just done, absolutely fed up. His hatred towards Fujigo is at its most high here.
trying so hard to pressure Lupin to send her back to the streets, even assaulting him to prevent him from telling Fujiko where the diamonds are. His foot patrol energy is at boiling point. I'm surprised he didn't cap a bitch in this episode. And as for Goemon, he's not feeling it today. Try again next time.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
But overall, pretty good episode. I enjoyed it myself, but I'm not sure most people will given the dark overtones, and some jokes around it may be off-putting for some, but whatever, it's a classic to me. I recommend this to low tier god, I'll rank it above the Crazy Phantoma Mark III.
You should kill yourself now and give somebody else a piece of that oxygen, ozone layer.
I no longer have any connection to this world. I'm gonna go home.
I mean that with 100%, 1,000%. I've gone too far.
Get your bulletproof vest equipped and don't lie about being assaulted because the episode opens in Chicago, where Lupin, Jigen and Goemon are waiting for Al Capone for some sort of random deal. Out of nowhere, they're attacked by tanks, which Goemon slices and dices them all. But this was all a demonstration as Capone and Sherlock, not that Sherlock, want that sword by any means necessary. Fujiko tends to the men after they fall ill from a cold with bourbon, cheering them up, even getting Goemon to enjoy a glass or two. But because this is Fujiko, it was all a trick to steal Goemon's sword, the Zantetsuken, and sell it to Kamone. But why did they want the samurai sword? There's a war going on in Africa between East and West Nair, and there's somewhat of a ceasefire in order to make peace of the situation. Sherlock wants the war to continue so that both sides buy weapons from him, so uses a mini-plane with the sword attached to massacre a shit ton of soldiers regardless of sides. Lupin and the gang try to get it back, not just to prevent the war from getting worse, and not just to prevent Goemon from committing suicide, but in the case of Fujiko, uncovering Sherlock's secrets because she realized she got stiffed out of more money, realizing that the sword was going to be used for war. Hell have no fury than a woman who realized she got the cheap end of a deal. And not because people are needlessly dying. Soldiers are being sliced, diced, burning, and all kinds of suffering. Fujiko most affected.
Harry Potter. And the audacity of this bitch!
This was a great episode. I mostly enjoyed the war subplot. The mean Sherlock was trying to keep the war going to make more money out of death and destruction is pure scumbaggery. Sort of like Lord of War but being secretly involved, instead of setting the weapons and let the massacre commence, wash her off somewhere else. Do you see what Zantetsuken can do if used in the wrong hands? It's a frightening weapon that could literally destroy countries in hours. Best to root for the thieves that can bring peace to this world for the time being. After Goemon slept off the duration of the previous episode, he waited to try suicide in the next episode. Goemon and Zantetsuken are inseparable, as he says. The sword is a part of his soul. Without it, he's a disgraced man with no sword. What's the point of living? And because it's Lupin III, his depictions of suicide come across in a comedic light, similar to the previous episode. Make of it what you will. There's a scene in which Lupin and the gang are having a plane chase with the Zantetsuken. Lupin tells Goemon to cut it down, but Goemon claims he can't do anything in the air. Wait, didn't he slice a plane whilst airborne in the first opening? What he should have said was, this sword is virtually indestructible. Kind of. I really enjoyed the resolution of the episode because as silly as it is, it does fit Goemon to a T, the one thing he can't cut with a Zantetsuken. Pops doesn't have much notable moments, but his appearances at least are suitable. The Flying Zantetsuken is a classic, a great adventure with the gang trying to find a friend's personal treasure with war conspiracies and a thought on a personal quest for revenge. It's all good here. I'll rank it above the Crazy Phantoma Mark III. Lupin is gearing up for a rescue mission whilst telling Pops to piss off. This ain't about him. Lupin's mission? To rescue Jigen and Goemon. Their location leads Lupin to a hidden village named Gemälschaft and discovers a bunch of brainwashed people led by Sister Lavina. It seems that Jigen and Goemon have too suffered the effects of the brainwashing. Lupin tries to make them see sense but are all too gone. Maybe it's something to do with the bell that rings at regular intervals. This episode is pretty good. It has that pseudo-horror feel to it, from the mysterious nun to the brainwashed people, with some even having glowing eyes when they're instructed by Lavina and when push comes to shove, they'll get violent. Sister Lavina just rubs me the wrong way, in a good way that is. I think it's because of her friendly demeanour, and knowing that a nun attire is a front for something far more sinister, and the reveal is so simple but still quite creepy. She even uses bubbles to trap people, a reference to the rover from the 60s British TV show The Prisoner. One thing I noticed was that Lupin looked different in this episode, and in far more subtle ways I first thought. He has more hair, bigger ears, and an oval head. He would go back to normal come next episode, but it's just one episode. I'm not a fan of this style anyway, so what's done is done. Despite its creepy plot, there were some funny moments, from Jigen and Goemon acting like a couple, to finding out that Lupin's Mercedes-Benz SSK has more accessories than an action toy. I wonder, was this car sold to kids with said accessories? The sound of the Devil's Bell calls for Lupin is a nice simple episode with an interesting plot, and a mystery of sinister proportions. I do wish it veered more into the horror of it all, but what we have is still fine. I'll rank it above the crazy Phantoma Mark III. We're back in the US of A, and Lupin and Fujiko talk about Don Kechi, the richest man in America, who has fallen terminally ill and plans to donate all his money to charity. Fujiko wants Lupin to help her steal that charity money, but Lupin refuses to do so because, like Robin Hood, he steals from the rich. But unlike Robin Hood, he mostly keeps it all. This infuriates Fujiko as she leaves like the selfish thought that she is, only to be kidnapped by a fog monster. Just go with it. Later on, it turns out Lupin and the gang steal the money anyway, with Fujiko once again stealing it all, but things take a very dark turn as Lupin shoots Fujiko, finally sending her to the streets. But it seems that this was an illusion, as the real gang are now on the FBI's most wanted list. It turns out that Fujiko sold out Lupin, Jigen and Goemon as she manipulated Kechi by planning to marry him for the money she'll get after he dies. However, in a positive turn of events, he was never really terminally ill after all, tricking Fujiko in the process and trying to kill her, leaving no witnesses, and keeping all the money to himself as he has an unhealthy obsession with his wealth. Finding out about this, Lupin plans to get revenge for all this nonsense. This is one of those episodes that I thought was underwhelming in the first half given the preview scene in the previous episode. The shocking moment where Lupin kills Fujiko might have led to something interesting and mysterious, but the truth of it all I felt was revealed too quick, so I was wondering what the writer was going to do to spice it up a bit. And what we got in the second half saved the episode, a near decent recovery, because the revenge scheme was quite funny. It felt like a sitcom moment in the style of Lupin III. Pops had his stuck moment where, despite never wanting to kill Lupin, at least in this part, that rule will be broken if Lupin ever killed anyone. So he probably doesn't want to know about the list of people Lupin has killed in the past. I mean, he sent a nun into space recently. Lupin rips and tears, but only in self-defense. Yeah. Don Kechi is such a ridiculous antagonist. He's the typical rich man who loves his money and nothing else. Heck, he even dives into his money and swims in it, 8 years before Scrooge McDuck popularised that very image. Now, pardon my Australian, but we see Fujiko at her absolute cuntery. She's willing to steal money planned to be donated to charity, berates Lupin because he refuses to steal from charity that's to be given to the unfortunate, sells out the rest of the gang for a huge amount of wealth, to the point where they're on a watch list and probably still are to this day, realises the antagonist was playing 4D chess this whole time, and still plays the victim? Yep, this is her woman moment right here. She said, you know what, I'm gonna turn Super Saiyan Thought 2. And the sad thing is, I wouldn't call this out of character. I expected to be this sleazy. At least the ending had a satisfying outcome. This episode and the previous one played tracks from the Momo movie. It's weird hearing them here and sometimes being remixed, but I like the soundtrack to that movie so I don't mind. Speaking of the audio, it's very low quality compared to previous episodes, but there's a couple of times it sounds much clearer. Maybe this is another one where the master tapes got lost, who knows. There were some animation mistakes, but nothing too noticeable first time round or distracting. But in this one shot, Kechi's head is much bigger and goofier. It's like he's having a big brain moment and I don't know what the hell he's even thinking. Who put this in and why was it left in? A Trap for a Trap starts weak but gets better as the episode goes on. The first half I think is supposed to be a setup for a big joke, only the first half didn't feel right, it felt lazy without ever being lazy. The second half was a lot of fun, but that first half puts a dent on it. Regardless, I still think it's a good episode overall. I'll rank it above Hanafubuki, The Mysterious Gang of 5 Part 1 and 2. We're in New York for Christmas. Lupin and the gang are taking a vacation for the holidays. They find a Tiffany store and wonder if they could steal the jewelry from it. That is until they're approached by the owner of the store, Marguerite Tiffany, who challenges Lupin to steal the jewelry and get away scot-free, as she plans to make a TV special on it, as she also owns a local TV station. Lupin refuses at first, as he and the gang just want to relax, and they go fishing with a mad scientist who made the lightsaber but didn't patent it. Poor bloke. But then trouble is afoot, and her name is Fujiko, as she takes the blank check that Marguerite tried to entice Lupin with to spend, because as the saying goes, women really do be shopping.
This leads to Fujiko pretty much overspending to the point that she owes the bank $1 million, meaning that Lupin and the gang have no choice but to go through with the thievery once again. This episode was aired on Christmas Day in Japan, so it has every right to be a Christmas special in that regard. It's yet another episode where the gang is challenged to steal something and nothing much else. But what makes this episode not as mediocre is the enthusiasm of the owner to challenge the legend that is Lupin, wanting to make a spectacle of it all. Lupin not wanting to do all this could stem from the fact that he steals stuff that he's interested in, and from what I'm assuming, he doesn't like to be forced to steal stuff unless his hands are metaphorically tied via rope, and that tied rope constraining him in this episode is Fujiko. Speaking of which, this is the second time she acts in a purely selfish manner in which Lupin has to clean up her own mess. I'm wondering if this is a change to her personality, only time will tell. We get a mad scientist named Jabobi, whatever, who makes a gadget that can easily catch fish until it blows up in his face, but he describes what it can do and you know it's going to be used in the third act. I wouldn't mind seeing him again, making random gadgets for Lupin in his escapades like Q makes gadgets for James Bond. In fact, part 2 introduced a lot of interesting characters but are never used again after one episode. Very rarely does a character from a previous episode ever come back, so I doubt Jabobi will come back. Bloody name. Pops is here as always. I do find it funny that he's in the jewelry store and Lupin and the gang waltz right into it, with the inspector showing Lupin how the security features work. But he isn't arresting Lupin. He's right there, no cuffs even. He's working with Marguerite for the time being. I wonder how that will end. Christmas is in the Hands of a Goddess is a good episode. Whilst it still has the same old plot we've seen many times, at least it does enough different to justify its existence, and the finale is so crazy that it made me go, what the fuck? As a Christmas episode, you don't get that feeling of generic guff you see around December. It's just another episode that happens to be set at Christmas. I'll rank it above Computer or Lupin. The residents of the Kokodak Kingdom, a country in Silk Road, are celebrating the 20th birthday of Princess Yasmin. However, she's suddenly kidnapped and people are killed using poison gas. The country's army try to traverse the villain's lair but are blown away. Unable to get said villain, they plan to hire a thief to rescue the princess. Lupin has been chosen to do the job, to the frustration of Pops. This is an episode that's saved by its comedy and wackiness. I mean, it's needed when your main plot revolves around rescuing a princess. We don't get to see much of the kingdom's culture apart from their love of curry and rice, even to the point where the gang get Giga Chad portions. Fujiko is once again being a fault when she realizes the reward for saving the princess is curry and rice. No valuables in this mission, and she buggers off for the rest of the episode. What did we learn from this? Men love their curry. Also, Lupin tried boxing, and fails. When going into the villain's lair, they're running from various traps and the henchmen using them all look like Princess Yasmin. I found this moment in the second half to be more bizarre than whatever Lupin and the gang had to go through in the mysterious world of Madame X, and that episode was supposed to be bizarre. And of course, the villain is revealed to be Mr. X. Yep, he's back in his third and final proper appearance in any main Lupin TV series, and I think it's for a good reason. Mr. X somehow survived the explosion in a boat and decides to kidnap the princess, just to see Lupin again. Seriously, there isn't any other explanation as to why he did this. It wasn't to gain power over the country or to marry her or something like that. No, it's because he wants to defeat Lupin. Why did Mr. X give away his security features of his lair? Why did he fight Lupin disguised as Lupin? Why was the title of this episode referring to the last 5 minutes of said episode? Why was the princess tentacle raped? Why did Pops want to arrest Lupin even though he's doing a job for the good of a country? Why were the traps being used by clones of Princess Yasmin and what? Wait. Why is there a hentai moment in a Lupin III episode?
Nigga, what the fuck?
Yeah, as fun as this episode was, Mr. X was not one of those reasons. He confronts Lupin, fights him, gets shot and disappears. And considering that he's a cyborg, a bullet to the heart don't mean shit to him. Seriously, he disguises himself as Lupin to fight Lupin with water swords. This is such a goofy but sort of underwhelming manner to end on. But then again, part 2, episode 1's battle ended prematurely as Lupin just went, fuck your battle, the episode is almost finished. Here's something I realized. Part 1 episode 1, part 2 episode 1, and this episode were written by Tadaki Yamazaki, who wrote episodes 1 and 5 for part 1, and wrote episodes 1, 14, 65, and 97 for part 2. Yep, he wrote the excellent Big Adventure of the Caribbean Sea. Nice one. It seems that Mr. X might be his creation, or it's just a random coincidence. Lupin's enemy as Lupin is an absolute cluster of a mess that at least is entertaining enough to forgive its issues, and seeing Mr. X1 last time was great but led to a somewhat disappointing finale. Yamazaki could have put an original villain here and it wouldn't have changed anything, but overall it's fine, it's flawed, but one I could watch again in the future. I'll rank it above A Trap for a Trap. Pops has been ordered to go to Hawaii for a police conference to talk about Lupin III. Meanwhile, Lupin and the gang decide to relax themselves thanks to the inspector's absence. But that relaxation is cut short as the gang encounters Beauty, an assassin affiliated with Interpol who's been tasked by them to kill Lupin once and for all. It turns out that Interpol have grown tired of the thief's escapades and knowing Pops wouldn't allow Lupin to be killed, sent him to Hawaii to get him away from the assassination. Lupin has one day to live, giving the thief enough time to strike back. But Jigen tries his hardest to persuade Lupin to lay low for a while as the gunman did 6 years back with his encounter with Beauty. Eventually everyone tries to persuade Lupin to run, but he's adamant in facing this deadly assassin. So remember Lupin dies twice? Yeah, quite similar to that episode, and has a predictable outcome, though Order Shoot to Kill is the better episode for a few reasons. Firstly, Beauty. What makes him more of a threat when compared to Puma is his Gigachin. Okay, joking aside, he works for law enforcement. Interpol wants Lupin dead, and they're gonna get the best of the best to finish him off. Had it not been for the actions of the gang, Lupin would have died as Beauty was the closest to actually killing him. Beauty's gun, the Colt Python, can instantly destroy in about 1 or 2 bullets, and we see it in action. It can kill a man instantly, blow up cars in 2 shots, and can put a hole through a wall. The plot isn't much about will Lupin finally die, it's more about how will Lupin get out of this one alive. Then there's Jigen warning Lupin to stay away from a particular person, something he's never done before, doing so to elevate the threat of this assassin that even Jigen fears. But worst of all, Beauty's car has the same destructive power of a monster truck. It can even climb up walls for goodness sake. But it all means nothing when you know the outcome of the episode. Pops in this episode feels like a footnote despite having an active presence. What I mean is when he finds out that Lupin supposedly died, he's not upset about it, but given that he worked with the gang, he might have known that Lupin survived anyway. We don't even get his feelings towards Interpol for what they tried to do. He gets one more interaction with Beauty after the shootout and nothing much comes out of it other than Jigen shooting Beauty. Order Shoot to Kill has the same issues Lupin Dies Twice has, but at least is more of an improvement to an extent. The main villain is more of a massive threat that was the closest to killing Lupin, and wondering what Lupin can do to take down the assassin without the comparatively weak Walther P-38. It also shows that Interpol ain't fucking around anymore, they mean business. At least for this episode. I don't know if they'll try again or the status quo will take effect. Most likely the latter. But overall, it's another decent one. I'll rank it above The Mysterious World of Madame X. Lupin and the gang travel to Kimasan, a country that shut its doors to the world for thousands of years. Of course, their goal is to find treasure, but once they arrive, Fujiko goes gold hunting, while the boys get captured and are forced to play human shogi, played by 2 giants, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. But it's not just any human shogi, this shogi has battles to the death, and Lupin and the gang try to survive the deadly game. This episode is very loosely based on the Chinese novel, Journey to the West, but this could be a homage to Saiyuki, a live-action series that was airing on Nippon Television around the same time. That same channel also aired Lupin III Part 2. Oh, fun fact, Saiyuki got dubbed into English and aired in Australia, New Zealand and the UK around 1979, retitled Monkey. Yep, a Japanese-made series managed to get released in my neck of the woods when that was never really a thing at the time, especially in the UK. Only 39 of the 52 episodes were dubbed, whilst 13 were never aired over here until 2004, where the rest of the episodes got dubbed. Anyway, whilst Find the Treasure of Princess Kaguya had fantasy elements thrown in to make a fairy tale-like story, this episode is just flat out fantasy, from giants to being shrunk to a mysterious country not even shown on a map, to a bottle that if you were sucked in, will kill you with its acid. Also, the human shogi was quite the bizarre moment, though weirdly enough, it's not the most bizarre thing I've seen in this series. You got gunfights, long-range weapon battles, it goes hard, though because of its 22-minute structure, it doesn't really last all that long. In fact, the only reason why Lupin and the other victims almost escaped was because of one of the giants' incompetence. Pops is here, some moments with him were funny, particularly around the end, but he's here. It's a very simple episode that, whilst you're left with many questions that you'll never get an answer to, it's silly fun if you can handle the fantasy element in the Lupin episode. Whilst it did feel rushed, another episode that really needed the 2-bar treatment, the ideas it had were fun to watch. Another classic, albeit just scraping it. Almost above average levels, but I like the episode regardless. I'll rank it above Hanafubuki, The Mysterious Gang of Five Part 1 and 2. In the middle of the ocean, an island is crafted called Casino Palace, owned by casino tycoon Domino. He decides to run for president with $500 million to fund his election campaign. He challenges Lupin to go to the casino island and steal the money, with Domino losing should the money be gone. Lupin only takes on the challenge because Fujiko went Jada Smith on his ass. Once there, he meets a woman named Nina, who takes a liking to Lupin from the get-go, and knows a lot about him to boot. Lupin tries to steal the money from safes that are stored in elevators, but when he tries to open the safes, the island flips upside down, killing everyone but Lupin and Nina. And then they're attacked by casino equipment, from explosive roulette wheels to coins that shoot out of slot machines like bullets. So we once again get another episode where someone challenges Lupin to steal their shit. Though unlike Christmas is in the hands of a goddess, the person challenging Lupin has far more sinister intentions. If you're asking why Domino would go all out with his plan when he should know that Lupin can figure out how to steal what he wants, it all makes sense in the end when you realise the shocking reveal. Nina is a rather likeable character. She has that confident aura about her, even helping Lupin out with how accessing the safes work thanks to a blueprint. However, she quickly turns into a helpless damsel, being scared of rats and having Lupin protect her from projectiles. Basically, the writer realised she was getting too confident and had to know her place in the world of Lupin that isn't Fujiko. Joking aside, and speaking of Fujiko, it seems she's gonna spend the rest of the series acting like an absolute fop. Far more than previous seasons. She's more arrogant, more greedy, and you can tell she only cares about Lupin if his chances of death are high, only because the riches will deplete. But this also leads to her getting screwed over more, and in the case of this episode, Lupin gives the money to Nina rather than Fujiko. Chad move right there. This episode is okay. It feels rather basic when compared to other episodes, but there are some enjoyable parts. Most particularly the standout moment where the casino itself fights Lupin, but overall, it's an average but still a decent episode. I'll rank it above Lupin's enemy as Lupin.
Nice.
Political fixer Pomard Jaws has died. He had scandalous secrets of all politicians and world leaders and hid them in a safe, but having all that info makes a man paranoid and untrustworthy to all, including his wife Laura Jaws, to the point that Pomard implanted a miniature bomb in her heart, which would explode if she ever opened the safe without Pomard present. But of course, Al Cobain got to him first and now needs Laura's voice to open the safe, resulting in her being chased thereafter and forcing herself to become a mute. This leads to her attacking Pops for Info 1 Lupin III, but once Pops realizes he was attacked by a woman and there are other people after her, he vows to protect her, even asking Lupin and the gang for help. Lupin plans to steal the safe and destroy it, but get caught by the gang with the help of Fujiko, who would once again let an innocent woman die than to do the right thing. This episode was almost a classic. I had high hopes for this one given the preview from the previous episode, but it has issues that prevent it from being king shit. I really like the episodes that isn't the Rose and the Pistol, where one of the boys have to protect a woman because they're in trouble through no fault of their own. The Face of Goodbye at the National Border is another fantastic example of that. The unique aspect of this episode is Pops protecting the woman he quickly falls in love with. I know he's not just doing this for the mute puspus, he's a law enforcer and I think that's in his nature to do the right thing. You really do feel sorry for Laura, who was a target for everyone politically important simply because her paranoid husband got her into his own mess through no control of her own. Throughout Lupin III Part 2 so far, we've come across many villains who threaten to destroy countries, even the world, kidnap people, threaten to kill innocents, and even almost raping Lupin III in drag. What Pomard did to his wife got to me. I think it's because Pomard isn't really portrayed as a villain. The moment Laura married Pomard, she was finished. She would never be safe again. Pomard has too many political secrets for him and Laura to live a peaceful life. It's a dark tragedy to say the least. Unfortunately, I have a lot of gripes with this episode. This is another one that needed the two-parter treatment badly. The pacing for the first half was really good, but by the second half, that pacing goes all the way to Mark 5. Some aspects I would have liked to see include the inspector's relationship with Laura whilst on the run, how Lupin tries to get the job done without any innocent casualties, Fujiko learning the error of her ways, something along those lines, but we don't get any time for that. I mean, at least we get to learn that Fujiko has rhinidophobia. Oh no, she's scared of the French. Wouldn't that mean she'd be scared of Lupin? Pops tries so hard to protect Laura, a one-man mission to prevent her from being harmed, and it's a complete failure as she gives up her mute status and on life.
and the result is an early grave for dead Laura, as the mob has got her voice recorded and can easily open the safe. And what was Lupin doing? Disguising himself as Fujiko sorting out the safe, with Jigen and Goemon not doing jack shit either until after Laura dies, where they ask Pops if he wants to avenge her death. That just pissed me off. They could have helped Pops during the run. What were they doing all that time beforehand? Yeah, I also feel sorry for Pops here. He cannot catch a break, even when he's working with people that usually save the day in time when need be, which leads to the final gripe I have: the tone and animation. I put these two together because I envision this as an episode that puts Ashiba to one side to tell a serious story with drama and serious stakes, with some silly moments that don't make the episode awkward to watch. Again, the face of goodbye at the national border, and especially the Lupin I Loved Part 1 and 2 are great examples of this. They did it right twice, so why not the third time? Now, this isn't entirely a problem with the first half of the episode. It's the second half of the episode where the usual key animator was replaced by Yuzo Oki, and it's a sudden and unnatural switch up of animation and character design style which doesn't fit what the plot was going for. And the somber moment of Laura's death is completely ruined because of his art style. Look, I do like Oki's style when he's allowed to go wild, and it shows here, but his style doesn't work with sad moments. It's so damn jarring. And then it wants to have goofy antics along with that as well, and the ending where Pops walks away is ruined as Lupin has a jokey line so fucking inappropriate towards the inspector's feelings that it can sour people's mood. It wants to have its cake and eat it, resulting in a potentially fantastic episode being all but ruined. Mind you, it's not the worst episode, but neither does it have the quality it should have. A lot of people love this episode, and all the more power to you, but I just couldn't vibe with some of the choices taken. I'll rank it above The Mysterious World of Madame X. Lupin and a gang have all turned themselves into the FBI. Pops is bewildered by this but knows that this is all a ruse. He finds out that an old man named Clyde Barrow is also behind bars, a man known for being a legendary bank robber. Realizing that Lupin's plan is to break him out, Pops tries to prevent this but fails as Lupin, Jigen, Goemon and Clyde escape successfully. Lupin wants to use Clyde to help him rob the National Super Bank, albeit a mobile version, but Clyde also gets help from Bonnie Parker. Yep, they're Bonnie and Clyde, reincarnations of the original from the 1930s. Just go with it. And they also have to steal a minor bird who knows the combination to the safe. The first 4.5 minutes are an adaptation of Shin Lupin III Chapter 8, One Man, 180 Roles. The anime adaptation is more of an abridged version, as it removes the notion of Lupin being sent to prison 180 times in the same cell whilst disguising as 180 people. Kakigen is replaced by Clyde. Detective Melon from the manga doesn't exist because he isn't French and isn't a woman, and this chapter was retranslated by 7 Seas, so Lupin's nuts to his dick is no more, thank fuck. The rest of the episode expands upon this to be sort of a homage to Bonnie and Clyde, only they're old, managed to outsmart Lupin, and have old people's strength the youth today wish they had. I really like this interpretation of Bonnie and Clyde, albeit Bonnie is the one to actually outsmart Lupin, whilst Clyde looks like he has to remember he has a lover. Pops gets a good amount of screen time, breaking the law and making a newlywed couple drive him to Lupin. He has mad lad energy once again, and his moments are funny. It's a good episode with kind of a weak conclusion, but I'm fine with it. I'll rank it above Casino Island inversion after inversion. The grandson of the leader of the Shinsengumi, Isamu Kondo III, hires Lupin to find the shogunate naval ship, the Banryu Maru, that holds the Golden Canyon. A long time ago, the Shinsengumi fought against the Meiji Restoration government, resulting in everyone dying. The Banryu Maru was taken out of a castle and sank in the Sugaro Strait. Lupin scopes underwater for it, and although he finds it, the current is too strong to retrieve it, so he has to figure out how to grab it another way. This episode exists. We get exposition on the treasure Lupin needs to get. Lupin finds it too difficult to get the treasure. He has to find out how to get it. He finds it. He gets it. The person who hired him planned to backstab Lupin. And then there's this other bloke named Soji Okita who wants to use the treasure to make Hokkaido an independent nation. And Goemon fights an octopus and wins, because after fighting a dragon, a giant tentacle monster ain't jacking shit to him. Other than said octopus attack, this episode is nothing home to write about. It's okay, but what else can I say about this episode? It's just okay. Though I'll say this, I like that Pops here not only gets a few seconds of screen time, but at least explains he's off duty this episode. Finally, an episode where it knows he's not needed. The episode knows Lupin ain't stealing shit. at first at least. So the inspector's presence isn't needed, but yeah, it's average. I have nothing much else to say about it. I'll rank it above the woman Pops fell in love with. Ellery Queen is the owner of a football team, but most importantly, the owner of a sapphire Solomon's Eye. Pops wants to catch Lupin before he gets his hands on it, but the American police force says fuck that, we'd rather hire a kid to sort out than you. This is Bolonko, the son of Columbo. No, I'm not kidding, and he's ready to outsmart Lupin one comedy skit at a time. But when Lupin tries to steal Solomon's Eye, someone tries to hang Mr. Queen. Lupin rescues him before he dies, but he ends up being framed for the crime. Before I get to the obvious aspects of this particular episode, the plot is a whole heap of fun. A lot of things going on, from a sort of murder mystery to trying to pull a heist whilst being outsmarted by a child detective. You got Pops just being frustrated about not being able to catch Lupin himself once again. I mean, he's partnered up with the French twice, poor bloke, Fujiko, and now a boy who's the son of a fictional character that was of the current zeitgeist at the time. Speaking of which, Bolonko. Bolonko. Really? You reference Columbo? It's weird seeing the series reference something current at the time, as Columbo first aired in 1968 and the first half of the series ended in 1978. This episode was aired in 1979, so I'm assuming Japan already understood the reference. Outside of that, Bolonko is a pretty decent detective, managing to outsmart Lupin, though he does it in really simple ways. And of course, Lupin manages to outsmart him, in a simple manner, but that's fine. We have ourselves a murder mystery, and whilst it's fun to watch and think about, it's bloody terrible. Because they show you who did it and no silhouette is gonna hide it, we know who did it.
You're too retarded.
There's some funny moments from Pops trying to speak English to policewomen to the car sliced in half gag. The conclusion makes Lupin and Fujiko act childish for no reason. It felt like a shit convenience for what's to come, and the moment Lupin and Fujiko act out of character, you know what's gonna happen next. So let's get to the elephant of the room. The plot is good, it's fun and memorable. Everything else was nearly a disaster. First off, the animation. It's fine, just like any other episode. But behind the scenes was a different story. You see, this was animated by Telecom and was the second animation work they did after The Mystery of Mamo. Unfortunately, the animation for this episode was so bad that the legend himself, Yasuo Otsuka, had to reanimate most of it himself. This led to design changes of the characters, including the main cast that would be reused for future episodes, and even be reused in the castle of Cagliostro. It's not as noticeable sometimes, but there are moments where the back of your head is telling you that something's different. The other issue? The audio. Simply put, it's yet another episode where the original audio master for the entire episode is gone, and we get muffled audio. Yeah, you might experience this if you ever watch classic anime. So yeah, other than its glaring issues, which Otsuka sorted out by hiring animators from various studios so this issue would hopefully not be repeated again, I enjoyed this episode. It's a fun murder mystery that is so easy to figure out, you're just waiting for the reveal, but we got silly shenanigans to keep you watching and entertained. Our ranking above Christmas is in the hands of a goddess. The third Thieves Olympics are being held in Japan, though said Olympics consist of only racing. Regardless, Lupin and Jigen are representing Japan as they compete against other well-known thieves from all around the world. Heck, even James Bond made it to the race as a human, and if you didn't get that, you're not European, or too young to understand that line. But Pops forces himself into this episode as he tries to arrest everyone in the race, especially Lupin. As the race continues on, the thief has to deal with other opponents, creating obstacles that he has to dodge over and over again. Will Lupin win this race with no rules? Also, what is Lupin's car made of? It bounces like it's from Looney Tunes, even telling physics to bugger off. And I'm getting Motortoon Grand Prix flashbacks. Where's my Lupin III racing game? So you have a premise where Lupin races against thieves. That can lead to a lot of dynamic characters trying to screw over other opponents, but the majority of them crash and burn before the race truly begins, only focusing on the American and Russian racers to take down Japan. That sounds very specific. At the very least, they do focus on the race, but I would have liked more interaction from other drivers because what we got here is still fun to watch, but feels repetitive as you know Lupin can get out of this scrape no problem. Also, Phantoma's back, now with bandages and plugged into a machine, and is the one who set up this race in the first place. He has a goal in mind for Lupin, and it won't be so nice.
and like Mr. X, this was also his final appearance as he never comes back. Fujigo tells Goemon what he's planning to do and where he is, which is in a lighthouse. Keep in mind, the episode never explains how Fujigo knew all this. Regardless, Goemon goes to said lighthouse and cuts it in half, and Phantoma's fate remains unknown. So what was the point of bringing back Phantoma other than trying to screw over Lupin one last time? It felt tacked on, but then again, this was probably done because the race shown would have lost its spark very fast, even though it kind of did in the end. So like Lupin's enemy is Lupin, the villain's return felt pointless. The comedy at least gives it some recovery for this episode. My favourite involving Lupin littering. There's a great payoff to that, by the way. We get commentary from Kazuo Tokumitsu, an actual announcer for Nippon Television back in the day. I like the scene where he was trying to get a comment on a dying driver. The lack of empathy of news journalism has unfortunately aged very well. Also, why are the ICPO broadcasting a race consisting of thieves? That's never really explained other than wanting to one-up other countries in terms of how great their popular thief is. One moment they want to kill Lupin, the next they promote him in a race. Pops is funny here too, and at some points looks more cartoony and has some pure mad lad moments. Compared to the previous episodes involving Lupin racing, this is still flawed but one of the better ones in part 2. Decent racing as cartoony as it is, a slapped-on villain, mediocre ending, but its comedy saves it from being completely incompetent. An enjoyable one, but it could have been better. I'll rank it above Casino Island inversion after inversion. We're in South Africa and Lupin and the gang steal a rough diamond. An easy job completed. Too easy. Lupin tries to cut the rock but to no avail, leading to Goemon cutting it to perfection, finally having a pristine jewel on their hands. But this was all a ruse as Guinness, Chameleon Man and another bloke steal the diamond, albeit a fake one. The Chameleon Man, along with another, can turn invisible, and realizing the diamond they stole was fake, return to get the real one, but are stopped by the gang and unmask one of them, Dr. Mumba. This is the man whom, after struggling with the apartheid, invented a chemical that can change colour, and make clothes using the chemical. However, Guinness stole the chemical and forced Mumba to do his dirty work. Lupin wants nothing to do with it but only goes and sorts it out when his ego is challenged. This episode is alright. I like the idea of trying to outsmart Lupin via invisibility, and the fact that this chemical could cause irreparable damage is a scary thought, though it never goes that far. I didn't expect the episode to make a plot point centered around the apartheid in South Africa, which ties into how Mumba wanted to bring people together through changing your skin colour? Yeah, the man means well, but boy, there would be a lot of people who would disagree with that. Though that racial discrimination aspect disappears when Mumba is out of the picture. I'm guessing the discussion of apartheid was a talking point back then, but for Lupin, it's all about the diamond, baby. The big shiny diamond. Pops is here and ends up being in blackface, and gets attacked by guards for being a minor. Yuzo Oki is involved, isn't he? Yep, he's once again key animator and boy he's more restrained than ever before. Only getting a couple of scenes where he can use his own style but nothing more. Okay, so you're probably wondering why I give more attention to Oki when there's other animators providing their talent in the series. Well, this is because other animators tend to stick with the normal designs that are set in stone. There might be slight changes to the character designs from time to time, but they're not as extreme so it's not as noticeable. Oki is just built different. His style is wackier, goes out of character to put off some strange movements. He's a cartoony animator. His style is very noticeable, and even if he isn't involved in certain episodes, you can tell his style for certain characters are there. This man does his own thing, and as much as I prefer the normal designs, I commend him for having his own style that freshens up episodes when done right and when they're appropriate. So yeah, episode's fine, as average as it can get. I'll rank it above Through Flowers or Storms the Thief's Race. Fujigo marries William Hafner and all's joyous and happy. That is until Lupin goes Gogoro 13 on Fujigo as he assassinates her before killing himself, upsetting Pop still. But this was all a ruse by the gang for Fujigo to infiltrate Hafner's mansion where he has jewelry. But Hafner isn't a good guy in all of this, far from it, as every woman he marries dies not long after getting married, and their bodies are preserved in a room, his own personal harem, where he collects dead women for his own sick love of eternal beauty. He's collected 99 women already, with Fujigo to be the 100th. This episode is great. It's the same old predictable, here's a shocking premise that is all a ruse type story, but is saved thanks to Hafner. He's by far the creepiest villain in the series on part that he's pretty much a necrophiliac in some manner, and by the end of the episode when he's about to kill Fujigo, his creepiness is dialed up to 11, making me feel for Fujigo's plight.
Well shit, that's the first time I felt that in a long while given Fujiko's previous behaviour this season. Pops doesn't have much to do other than crying over Lupin's death. I fully realised this repeating pattern after A Trap for a Trap. But overall, it's another classic, very simple, a great if disturbing villain, and Fujiko once again risking her life for Jules, and almost dying for real. I'll rank it above the skateboard murder mystery. Lupin and the gang return to Africa, this time to the Republic of Barodius, where Jigen receives a letter from an old flame, Sister Angelica, asking him to rescue Dr. Othello to uphold an independence movement. It seems Jigen has history with Sister Angelica, once a Venetian noble, seeking God ever since Jigen left her 8 years ago, and becoming a nun, helping the black soldiers against the white soldiers in a revealing conspiracy of racism and profit. So here's another Jigen-centered episode, and it's another good one. Jigen's relationship to Angelica is very minuscule, and I should be bothered with it like the rose and the pistol, but I feel it's very vague. Jigen is known to not like women, but I realise that he hates women that are like Fujiko or any women that are, no offense, whorish. Jigen respected the likes of Monica, for example, because she had a mission to better her life, and Jigen understood and respected that. Angelica must have had something about her that Jigen liked. They could have had a strong relationship, but then Jigen for whatever reason left her. We don't really know much about Jigen. The reveals of his past are mostly piecemeal, and once again for a hitman, it fits. It heavily implies that he did love her deeply, but how deeply we'll never know. And then Angelica runs to her death like a headless chicken despite Jigen telling her multiple times to stop fucking running. As tragic as her death is, it felt very forced and dumb. And if you're wondering what that out of context moment where Dr. Othello turned from black to white was, it turns out that Dr. Othello was white the whole time. Secretary Brennan, telling himself to be black, just go with it, and the president wanted away with the black people in certain lands because they have gold, diamond, uranium and more, and only the whites deserve it. Think of it as America invading Middle Eastern lands for oil and you should understand. Quite harrowing stuff, and thankfully this episode was written to have a more serious tone and sticks with it. And then Pop shows up, but at least it's in the final scene, so the whiplash wasn't as horrible as the woman Pops fell in love with. Far from it. Another well-written episode overall, with much darker themes of war, racism, and love from the man with a wonky hat. A classic episode where sometimes a more serious episode can balance out the wacky affairs of a series. I'll rank it above Through Flowers or Storms, The Thieves' Race.
I do not like niggers.
Pops is off to capture Lupin once again. However, Interpol once again sends him a new partner. Again. This time, a psychic named Marianne, along with a dove she carries with her. She claims to know how Lupin will meet his end in handcuffs, to the sheer skepticism of Pops. Lupin plans to steal the Poseidon's Flame, or Poseidon's Tear, an emerald belonging to the King of Danmal, a man who carries his dosh around like no one else. Lupin manages to take the emerald, but thanks to Marianne, he does indeed get arrested, but Jigen gets the emerald anyway. Things go even more haywire as Goemon turns violent and takes the Poseidon's Flame for himself. So it's another episode where Pops has a partner and the episode's twist surrounding said partner is really predictable. Marianne is a fraud who only pretended to be a psychic so she can take the emerald for herself. But how does she predict many of the events that take place? The dove. It's a robotic bird. Get this, it has psychokinesis powers that can brainwash people and can steady events to what Marianne desires. Yeah, somehow this episode used psychokinesis more than the live action movie ever did, and it only needed 22 minutes.
Fuck you.
Now here's another correction. Psychokinesis was used a bit more in the movie, mostly used by Lupin, but it never explains what it was or how it worked, and Lupin III in every other form of media did not have superpowers that didn't involve tricks and or illusions. This episode's usage was more minor than the movie, and whilst it doesn't explain what it is either, it's more grounded and believable than the movie. So as I stated in the movie, the Lupin III anime still feels more grounded in reality than the movie. That's all. Continue.
Pops gets the spotlight being impressed with Marianne after her predictions came true. Can't blame him for being that gullible, considering the many failures of capturing Lupin. It's a decent episode, it has its funny moments, but it was a predictable affair. But I didn't find it dull, so it has that going for it. Or it's because I took a week-long break from the series beforehand. It's average, but it has its fun moments. The King of Danmal was a funny character, being the proud sexual harasser he is, who was a fan of the Lupin III anime. It's a weird fourth wall joke, just go with it. Overall, good episode. I'll rank it above A Trap for a Trap.
We're in America again, but this time in Broadway. Fujiko calls Lupin and Jigen, telling them about Dr. Pot's new invention, a robot that can cry diamonds. The boys don't believe her at first until a gangster named Gavot shoots up the place, guns down Fujiko, and takes the robot for himself in order to impress his girlfriend, Baby, to utter failure as it stops producing diamonds. Oh, and Fujiko's unharmed because the diamonds on her dress deflected the bullets. Just go with it. So Lupin and the gang have to get the robot back, which they do, whilst Gavot has to get Dr. Pot to make it work but loses the robot in the process. This episode is absolutely crazy in the best way possible, and it's one of the funniest episodes yet. It's mostly about the trials and failures of Gavot, a gangster who tries to be tough and intimidating, but is completely emasculated by Baby with her almighty weapon of choice, the handbag. Nothing ever goes right for him, but that's what happens when you're dealing with Lupin III. Heck, even his subordinate, One-Eared Joe, sees him as a joke, and it's the only bloke Baby will protect from Gavot's constant abuse. Simply put, he's the wannabe mob boss that makes even the likes of Al Capone and Al Cobain high achievements of the wise guy variety. Yeah, Gavot is so shit, he doesn't even get an L to his name. Pops has the best moments here too, particularly with the taxi driver. Now this has a really goofy payoff akin to Looney Tunes, but you may not think it that way if you watch a particular version of this episode. See, in the Japanese original you get 3 scenes with said taxi driver. The third encounter with said taxi driver has him donning a Superman costume and flying away, much to the inspector's confusion. TMS might have had concerns over copyright issues, so to be safe and sorry, removed it from the English dub, not only for television but also the Guinea on DVD release. Fortunately, it was restored in a Discotheque DVD release, so all's well in that front. I feel the zaniness is elevated thanks to the animation, which had to have had some Looney Tunes influences. Yu Zooki once again did storyboard work on this episode and it once again shows, with exaggerated poses, simple shaped characters with the likes of Gavot. There's some Oki sprinkled throughout this episode and it fits just right with its tone and plot. It's another fantastic episode in my opinion, up there with the likes of The Face of Goodbye at the National Border and The Crazy Phantoma Mark III, at least for this season. I loved every minute of it, and all you needed to do was add a crying robot, I guess. I'll rank it above The Sound of the Devil's Bell Calls for Lupin. Lupin and the gang are off to a concert as Fujiko is interested in its conductor, Momamet Kurensky, albeit she's interested in his diamond-covered baton. But when he plays his music, Fujiko, Goemon and Pops are all brainwashed, with the inspector trying to gun down Lupin and Jigen. It seems that Kurensky has a baton that can mind control certain people, and in this case, made to try and kill Lupin. The thief must find a way to figure out how this deadly weapon works. And before you say it, yes, I too get vibes of arresting Lupin with astrology, which I covered a couple of episodes ago. But the difference here is that Kurensky can brainwash people in multiple ways, through television, through his albums. It has that element of Big Brother, watching you no matter where you are or what you're doing. Someone will catch you off guard to kill you, and Kurensky takes advantage of that considering Lupin's friends include a hitman and a samurai. So as a result, the antagonist poses more of a threat than a woman with a dove. It's yet another episode where Lupin has to outsmart his enemy and it's once again done in a satisfying manner. And as an added bonus, we get to listen to classical music, which once again I love. But not Jigen apparently, despite proclaiming in episode 48, Lupin laughs at the alarm bell, that he was a fan of classical music. Don't you just love continuity errors? Or throwing continuity in the bin because this is Lupin III? And what's Kurensky's reason for trying to kill Lupin? He killed his father supposedly in cold blood, but Lupin claims he doesn't remember him and that he might have been a criminal. He might have been a criminal. Nah, he fucking killed him for the jewels he hid in his bag. And to add salt to the wounds, Lupin brainwashes Pops into bombing Kurensky. In self-defense my fucking ass. It's funny to think about it given how Lupin has a long list of killings in his time. This episode is an adaptation of Lupin III New Adventures chapter 34 and 35, the final chapters of the original Lupin III run, published in Weekly Manga Action. The first chapter is slightly fateful in that a conductor named Antagonist wants to kill Lupin and the gang. However, the conductor doesn't have a brainwashing baton, but assassins simply trying to kill Lupin in time with the music. And then, whilst Lupin is having a scrub in a tub, the conductor plays a song where a woman rises from the bathtub to give him a suck and a fuck and a bleeping punchline chuck.
How was this gonna frighten Lupin, by the way? What was the point of this moment other than Lupin's sexy time? The second and final chapter reveals that Antagonist was Zenigata the whole time. Get it? Because Antagonist is Zenigata's name backwards. Also, his name sounds like the word antagonist, quite fitting. And then Lupin escapes in a rocket, the end. Ignore the Lupin Tells All chapter after that, that's a Tankobon exclusive chapter. The manga chapter is just silly as always, but also a nice send-off to the series at the time. Another one of the Inspector's schemes of outsmarting Lupin, failing miserably. But I do prefer the anime adaptation for putting more emphasis on the proper brainwashing. However, if you are a fan of the Guinea on English dub, then I have some bad news. This would be the final dubbed episode officially released. Weirdly, Jigen's voice actor and dub director Richard Epcar says that he dubbed 104 episodes, meaning that the first 3 seasons were dubbed, but episodes 79 to 104 were never officially released. Supposedly, Guineon lost the license to the Lupin III series before they could finish part 2, which could be the reason why they weren't able to release the rest of season 3 dubbed. It was also the final episode where Dan Lord would voice Pops, quitting being a voice actor and becoming a teacher. He will sorely be missed as he did a great job dubbing Pops for part 2. Doug Erholtz is a good replacement, but the silly factor of the character was perfected by Lord, but never replicated. Lupin Funeral March is a fun time and a very memorable episode, as simplistic as it is. Another classic added to the rankings, which will go above the skateboard murder mystery. The dub is over, but the series moves on without it. A man named Silver has finally been released from prison, only to be ambushed by Lupin. But Silver doesn't want to be near this thief and runs off. It turns out that Lupin once worked with Silver in a train robbery, stealing a ton of money, all going off without a hitch. Except for Silver running away with the money and leaving Lupin with nothing. Silver then pulls a Jinkuro and gets arrested on a botched bank robbery, but did this to protect himself from Lupin. He finally speaks with Silver and agree to split the money 60-40, 60 going to Silver, but it was a trick the whole time as Silver is working with the returning Thought, Fujigo, but when everyone finds the destination of the cash, it's buried underneath a tree. In a high security prison, as it was built after Silver went to prison. So Lupin turns himself in and has to retrieve the money in a week before he's put to death via microwave. This episode is okay. It has a slow first half, mostly there to get to the second half, that being Lupin going to prison, and this is the second time he's a death row prisoner, last time being part 1 episode 4, One Chance for a Prison Break. Pops is here and he's not entirely happy that the thief is going to die with no resistance. There is a rather funny joke involving Lupin's last meal being cup ramen, or instant noodles. Pops gets seriously enraged over this request, probably because he expected Lupin to find some way to outsmart everyone and was angered by such a dumb final request. Maybe. The rest of the episode involves Lupin trying and escaping from prison. I feel the first half could have been cut because there's some unnecessary scenes to pad out the 22-minute runtime. We also see the characters at their most athletic, like Silver and Fujigo climbing up a rock wall at the speed of light. They think they're the embassy of hell, Spider-Man. Or how about Lupin bouncing around, wall jumping like he's Super Mario? I know it's a cartoon and all, but when did everyone suddenly gain psychokinetic abilities? That fucking movie's back to haunt my black ass. It's a decent episode, not one of my favourites, good premise, and another greedy bastard to put on a list of forgettable antagonists. Even if Silver isn't really an antagonist, but like many throughout this series, we never see him again. I'll rank the episode above Through Flowers or Storms, The Thieves' Race. Lupin and the gang head for Beltenberg to steal the Golden Bell, a symbol of its monarchy and a glorified tourist attraction. However, once they find it, they discover it's a fake gold-plated bell. Fujiko, being the professional thought that she is, leaves Lupin but will only come back if he retrieves the real bell. Fujiko then picks up a hitchhiker who turns out to be Claude, the Prince of Beltenberg, and both are quickly engaged. To the absolute fury of Lupin, the King of Beltenberg invites Lupin for a challenge, to find the real bell before the prince does, and if the prince finds it first, he marries Fujiko. It's an okay episode. I don't really have much to say other than the fact that Fujiko is being a thought once more, and she's only in love with the prince because of his status. Lupin uses convenient tricks, Jigen and Goemon are here for the ride, Pops is here, the challenge the king proposes is shady, it's just an average episode. It's alright. 81 episodes in, and when an episode is mid, it's difficult to summarize my feelings on average episodes like this. We've seen episodes that offer so much more for less, and even less with more for me to discuss, so yeah, it's decent. I'll rank it above Lupin versus the Shinsengumi.
back in France as a group of terrorists of the Napoleon Empire attack the ICPO headquarters. They kidnap Pops in the hopes of swapping him for their leader, Napoleon XI, who is held in prison. ICPO refuses to swap as they pretty much see Pops as expendable anyway. Harsh. Lupin and the gang hear about these turn of events and decide to rescue him, with Fujiko turning down the offer to take part in a free mission. Though this rescue is to the annoyance of Pops because of my Japanese pride and shit. It's a good episode. Rescuing a prisoner for Lupin's benefit reminds me of a classical Thief in the Minor, though this is to rescue Pops. I feel what makes this episode work is Lupin and Pops. With the inspector gone, Lupin could easily steal and pillage from the rich with no distractions from Pops. But to Lupin, that's not interesting. I mean, this is the inspector who is always the closest to capturing Lupin and has captured him multiple times. But Lupin always loves to outsmart the guy in creative ways. Simply put, thievery wouldn't be fun and interesting without Pops offering Lupin a challenge, in the same way for Joker for example, as he wouldn't find crime fun without Batman putting a stop to him. It might be an odd comparison, but the familiarities are all the more similar. That or something status quo. With Pops having to be saved by his mortal enemy is kind of insulting. Not sure why he'd think this way apart from, again, Japanese pride and all that bollocks. Though we do get to see the inspector's true feelings for Lupin as a friendly rival in a somewhat touching moment. We've seen this many times, but it works here too. Napoleon XI only has one joke: he sleeps a lot. This is due to a real life rumour that Napoleon Bonaparte only slept for 3 to 4 hours. So this could have been any other historic leader's future descendant and the plot wouldn't really change. It's a shame we didn't get more of him because of a historic joke. Regardless, it was a decent episode, had some funny moments, including the gate to ICPO headquarters being destroyed over and over again being a highlight. It's simple, dumb but humorous. I've seen better episodes involving Lupin and Pops, albeit one, that being The Wind in Morocco is Hot, but at least this episode was a good one nevertheless. I'll rank it above The Last Gift in Prison is Cup Ramen. Our first scene in this episode is arse. Impressive. Though this is followed by the Smith gang is a hitman company. Once a successful business is now on the red due to competition, one of them probably being Golgo 13. Smith wants to film a good commercial but with little success. He plans to spend $300 million to make one that is simply perfect. Fujiko being Fujiko, however, can sniff that money from space as she decides to help Smith by using Lupin. Smith, disguised as Carlo Punch, a possible reference to Monkey Punch, tries to persuade Lupin to be in his movie, but with Lupin refusing to do it, Smith entices Lupin with a scene where he can smash Fujiko's back doors wide open, and Lupin simply goes, "Let's get some pussy tonight!" But the film is of course a trap, as the Smith gang spend the rest of the episode trying to kill off Lupin, with Pops here to do some business with a big iron on his hip, and Jigen and Goemon demanding Lupin to send Fujiko back to the street for the millionth time. Another episode that is full on comedic and achieves it with flying colours. The stuff Lupin has to put up with in the hopes of getting Fujiko puss is really funny, and having a western theme does wonders with the creative stuff the writer could come up with. I also love that Smith always has a plan B, an example being where Lupin manages to put himself off a train track and the track he's still attached to has dynamite, outsmarting Lupin's outsmarting. In short, it's dumb fun, and I would love to watch it again. I'll rank it above A Wedding Dress Doesn't Suit Fujiko. Joe Spade is on the run and calls his student Jigen for help. Joe was once a deadly hitman, but has grown too old to even handle a gun. After screwing up a hit, the hunter has become hunted as he asks Jigen to help him lay low, which Jigen accepts as he's the man who taught him how to be a professional sharpshooter. But it turns out that Joe is a traitor, trying to kill Lupin and Jigen in the process, as he's now changed his profession to being a thief and he has his eyes on particular jewels in Paris, which he steals by using a teleportation machine, so Lupin and the gang have to try to find a way to stop him. You ever had an episode that goes one way that interests you but goes another way, and whilst you're disappointed, you find the episode to be decent regardless? Yeah, that was me in this episode. It's another Jigen-centered one where it almost explores Jigen's past and how he became the man he is today thanks to Joe Spade, but the second half ditches that notion for Joe to be every other antagonist who tries to outsmart Lupin, which really sucks. We could have had a much more serious story and explore the relationship between Jigen and Joe. In fact, Joe could have been a much more interesting character, what with him being old, unable to pull off tricks he could do years back, being able to see his student at the top of his game, and Jigen needs an episode like that because all his centered episodes revolve around women. Like, why? I don't get that.
Lupin at first acts weird around Joe. When Jigen asks for his help to assist him in Joe, which is rare for Jigen to ask Lupin for anything, Lupin refuses, saying he doesn't like hitmen like Joe. That makes little sense if you think about it. Lupin doesn't like hitmen because they're sly, and whilst he gets justified after surviving an explosion, it still makes Lupin a complete hypocrite. Firstly, Lupin can be as sly as well, especially when he kills other people, self-defense be damned. And secondly, and this is the most important part, Lupin's partner in crime is a former hitman. See the problem? Also, Joe got a teleportation machine from his son who works in NASA. Once again, Nessie, dragons, yetis, mermaids, robots, a giant brain, zombies and vampires exist in this universe. A teleportation device means jack shit in what you may call shark jumping at this point. And Lupin goes into the teleporter without knowing if it can teleport biological beings. And think about this. Joe's son built a teleportation machine that can teleport anything and, as Lupin tested himself, anyone, and the first thing he does with said machine is to give it to his former hitman father to do crime?
Stupid.
Regardless, I still enjoyed the episode. Funny enough, all the issues I had with the episode were the things I was able to talk about, but Lupin tries to steal back from Joe and nothing much else. Pops is here and is still bumbling in more ways than one. It's an okay episode, average at best, didn't take enough risks to make it memorable. I'll rank it above Terror of the Chameleon Man. The ICPO are tired of the Inspector's failures to capture Lupin, and so for the millionth time, they give him a new partner. This one is Lieutenant Jasmine and has a cunning plan. Meanwhile in New York, Lupin and the gang steal some jewels, only for a common crook named Stefan to steal them himself. After a rather based woman driving joke, they track down the crook, only to be attacked by the mafia. They catch him along with his lover Maureen, who explains to the gang that the young girl is the daughter of a mafia boss, and it seems said boss didn't agree with the relationship. On top of that, she's not only blind but dying of an illness, and so Stefan wants to give her the time of her life before she dies. Fujiko's cold heart grew 3 sizes that day, shocking I know, and agreed to help the two, but it was a trap devised by ICPO where Stefan was Pops and Maureen was Jasmine, managing to trap them in a deadly cell. I like this episode. It's a nice twist on the formula where Pops and co try to outsmart Lupin in a clever way, playing to some of the main character's weaknesses towards helping others in need, at least sometimes or when it benefits them. I like Jasmine, mostly because her plan almost worked. Pops swallowing his pride to stick to the plan was quite the rare moment, but only because he was going to be fired if he screwed up, and given the rest of the series, he'll still be around for years to come. I also liked how Pops had a romantic moment with Jasmine. A man like him with a woman that's actually interested in him is always going to make him act up. Know what I mean? With a nice story, fun concept, funny moments, and a Pops partner that was way more competent, memorable, and almost captured Lupin permanently, ICPO's Secret Directive is another classic. Not the greatest, but I enjoy the unique concept of the episode, which is why I give it praise somewhat. Oh, and Yuzo Oki storyboarded the episode, and there's a nurse drawn by him. You can immediately tell it's an Oki design. I'll rank it above Computer or Lupin. The Duke of Le Monde has been murdered and his sapphire stolen. ICPO is on the case alongside Pops, but struggle to capture the criminal, so Pops, once again, gets another partner in the form of Conan Drill and his assistant Tago. Conan deduces that Lupin is the masked man. Pops doesn't believe it at first, and we know Lupin isn't the masked man because he doesn't kill the people he steals from. Lupin of course is framed after the second murder and tries to figure out who the masked man is. Yet another episode where Pops teams up with another person. Talk about repetition. But Conan Drill is no Jasmine. Speaking of which, Conan Drill is a reference to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the creator of the Sherlock Holmes series. In some translations and even the Italian Blu-ray release, he's referred to as Conan Doyle. I'm glad he's not a direct descendant of the Doyle lineage because he's a crap detective. And he's up his own arse, what with him being this hipster looking guy who writes for TV. He's absolutely useless. Heck, Lupin and the gang in this episode made for better detectives, with Fujiko finding a major clue that everyone else missed. The mystery angle was pretty good here, quite the improvement over the skateboard murder mystery, because you're not entirely sure who the masked man is until the reveal, and it's one that makes sense in the end, so good job. But I do enjoy the skateboard murder mystery way more than this episode because it had more I liked about it other than the mystery angle. Pops is at his most stupid here. He has an inkling it's not Lupin, and knowing the thief wouldn't blatantly murder people whilst he's around, he believes Conan in that Lupin's the masked man. He sucks at being a detective yet again to serve the plot. Regardless, it's a good episode with a good mystery. I'll rank it above Do You Know Shakespeare. On a
dark and stormy night, Lupin and Jigen sit around ready to call it a night, when suddenly they receive a knock on the door. Jigen opens it, and a man cloaked in black gives Jigen a present, telling him that this gift is for Lupin. Elaborating no further, he leaves, confusing Jigen. Lupin opens the box, but Jigen tries to stop him, thinking it's a bomb, but turns out to be a doll, which Lupin is glad to have, given he's had experience playing with dolls as a child. This, of course, will leave the audience with many, many questions. That night, whilst Lupin's asleep, the doll comes to life. Waking up, Lupin experiences this and is confused about it. The doll walks away from the house and Lupin follows suit. They enter a circus tent where Lupin comes face to face with Mephistopheles, who has already stolen Lupin's heart, able to cause pain to the thief whenever he squeezes it, confirming to Lupin that he has control over him. Suddenly, Lupin wakes up, relieved that this was all a dream. Or was it? Because it turns out he stole a diamond called the Phoenix Tear. Lupin is now under the control of the devil to steal to his heart's content. Okay, I'm done with the horror storytelling angle. It's Halloween, so I'm glad this episode exists. So yeah, this episode is pretty good. It has a nice horror angle that isn't too jarring, and given what we find out, feels grounded in the Lupin universe, but still silly enough to be fun and mysterious. Albeit mysterious for a while until the gang figure everything out. Another episode where its concept could have been fleshed out if given more running time, but what we have here is still great. The doll of course has creepy vibes. It ain't no Chucky or Dolly Dearest. It doesn't kill, but it has hypnosis, and that's just as terrifying. Mephistopheles is unlike most villains in this series, as he's a more tragic figure. You see, he's actually Peter Jacob, the son of Thomas Jacob, who was murdered by the Gestapo along with his wife and had the Phoenix Tear and the Dragon's Tear confiscated. He simply wants what belonged to his lineage, and despite being defeated, Peter calls for a round 2 against Lupin. His new plan is to gather around all the ex-Gestapo to fill a giant balloon with flammable gas, blow it up and burn the old men to death along with Lupin and the gang. This is his final revenge scheme, but Lupin puts a stop to his plan, leading to probably one of the more brutal demises of a villain in this series. It actually has a more serious vibe, which I was surprised, and the more I think about it, the more I realise how great the concept is, so long as you have an interest and reason for the villain to do what they do. Maybe Peter's plan might have something to do with his experience of losing his parents to the Gestapo at such a young age. You can tell he's not in the right frame of mind. That's what makes him a more tragic villain. A rarity in this series, but a welcome one. 'Tis a shame it's never explored more, but what we have is still good. So yeah, I really like it. That was quite a surprise. And for those looking for Pops, he gets a couple of scenes, and whilst they're appropriate, you forget he existed in this episode after watching it. I'll rank it above Funeral Lupin March. Lupin decides that he's gonna go to the South Pole to collect all the penguins and relocate them to the North Pole in order to win the Nobel Peace Prize and impress Fujiko.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
Though this was to distract Fujiko from the fact that he's doing this to steal a crown in the North Pole once owned by the Vatican. Fujiko finds out anyway and enlists the underground organization called the Red Voyagers League to help her grab the crown before Lupin and the gang. If you only read the first paragraph, you'd think that this is the dumbest plot ever devised for this series so far, and that's saying something considering this is part 2. But even when you fully understand what Lupin's doing, yeah, it's still stupid. All this just to distract Fujiko. I mean, for fuck's sake, Lupin, you made a statue of yourself, showed it off to Fujiko, realized the globe the Lupin statue is holding is upside down, and Italy is marked red, and when she asks questions, you immediately play dumb. I mean, did you honestly think she was gonna forget that? This is Fujiko. If you're hiding something from her, it's probably worth a lot of money for her to look more into it. It's such a ridiculous plot. You got Lupin using penguins as a distraction, Fujiko working with Mussolini fanboys, Pops faffing around in a penguin suit, the producers using the James Bond and Mission Impossible themes again. I would be a fan of this madness. Problem is, it just doesn't work because it lacks logic even by Lupin standards. All you had to do was not give Fujiko a clue, and this dumb plot wouldn't have existed. It seems the writer wanted to make a story about Lupin and penguins and make it coherent. I may not like what's here, but if you turn your brain off for this one, you might get some enjoyment out of this. But when it comes to ridiculous plots, I've seen better in the series. I'll rank it above Lupin vs. the Shinsengumi. The anti-criminal organization, the World Crime Prevention Devices Association, has devised a new safe, one that will be very difficult to crack. Lupin of course takes on the challenge, but comes to realize that opening the safe itself isn't going to be easy, as it's protected against atomic fire, is 100 meters underground, can detect even the faintest of sounds, and a bomb in an elevator that gets you into the safe will detonate if the weight of the person changed after leaving said elevator. So Lupin has his work cut out, to where he disappears for 4 months to figure it all out. It's yet another episode where Lupin has to open a safe that is deemed impossible. The antagonist has a safe, it has this high security bullshit, Pops inspects it, it might be Lupin in disguise, and he might get caught, and he has to find a way to open it, he opens it, the end. It feels old hat at this point. Also an episode that involves classical music. Yep, we haven't seen that concept before, and one more similarity, a tiger. Just like the one we saw in Operation Missile Jack. However, this episode isn't that bad. It at least builds up to the thievery, foreshadows the solution via classical music very well. Lupin figuring out how to open the safe is quite humorous but fun all the same. It's classic Lupin III thievery done right, and done in an entertaining light whilst never feeling boring. And despite the similarities to plots that have a similar premise, this one at least tries to be memorable and not an ongoing repeat of what works for a Lupin episode. Now, I'm no science buff, so I ask you, can classical music prevent a sound-sensitive safe from going off? Is it based on real science or pseudo bullshit? I'll get my comments below if anyone ever watched this video for this long. This is another episode where Yuzo Oki is key animator. In terms of animation, it can be fun and bouncy at the most hyperactive of times, though his style gets blended in with other animators at times, and his style gets fully used in some scenes by the end of the episode. That's the second time that's happened, first being the woman Pops fell in love with. Speaking of Pops, he gets his moment in the end. The confrontation with Lupin was really tense. Lupin might have been willing to atomize himself, the gang, and Pops if he wanted to. Though what took me aback was when Pops calls out Lupin for calling him Pops, despite not being his father. After 88 episodes, Zenigata actually mentions the fact that having the nickname Pops makes no sense. But fuck it. We're in too deep for shit to change anyway. So yeah, episode was good, great animation, simple plot that feels similar, but never to its detriment thankfully. And we get classical music that Jigen has to remind everyone that he hates. I will never let that down. I'll rank it above Christmas is in the Hands of a Goddess. Lupin's back in America in the town of Harlem, where he watches Superman. Jigen and Goemon are frustrated at him seeing the movie multiple times, and Fujiko dumps Lupin for his love of a superhero movie. Don't worry Fujiko, superhero movies will truly be mainstream around the noughties, and it will finally be cool to watch shit like that. At least try up until the 2020s. After Lupin had his fill of superhero fun, he's approached at gunpoint by Chico because America, who gets Lupin to buy him ice cream. They get to have a good banter until Lupin is chased by Pops, which introduces the main antagonist, Marcane, who wants to rid Harlem of all crime. After that, Lupin finds out that Marcane took Chico's betting money that he made, leading to Lupin going after him in a masquerade party dressing up as Superman. But it was all a trap, as Lupin's tied to a rope and being shot at by people dressing up as copyrighted characters. This is one of those episodes that has a very strong first half, but ends up being dull in the second. You got a nice interaction between Lupin and Chico, having to learn that trust may or may not be a thing in Harlem. You got a fun chase scene with Lupin and Pops, and a running joke involving a robber. It's a neatly made first half that's fun and wacky, but once Lupin's caught by Marcane, the episode loses a lot of its steam. And it really should work. You got your professional street nigga Spider-Man trying to shoot one right between Lupin's eyes, you got Batman, the Hulk, Wonder Woman, Tarzan and Jane, Zorro. Okay, what the hell is this? Either this is a dark parody or a copyright nightmare. It should be slightly bizarre, but then you realize Marcane's doing this and making sure Lupin doesn't die early because he can make more money in between rounds, and by the final round, the tied up person is a dead git. It's not a bad episode, I just didn't find any enjoyment in the second half of the episode. Chico is a streetwise kid, gets plenty of money on bets, betrays Lupin at one point, and his voice sounds familiar when I heard him the first time. Take a listen. Yep, it's Masako Nozawa, and for those who only watch dubs, she voices Goku, Gohan and Goten in the Dragon Ball anime, at least in the Japanese original. The voice of one of the most iconic characters in the world voiced the character in a Lupin episode. Just nice to hear a voice before Nozawa made fuckloads of cash voicing the Saiyan Warrior, and it wouldn't be the last Lupin animation she would voice in, but that's for another day. It's fine overall. A first half I really enjoyed, a second half I felt indifferent on. I'll rank it above Hanafubuki The Mysterious Gang of 5 Part 1 and 2.
not about money. It's about sending a message. Everything burns.
何の真似よギラに
こんなおしゃべりだからな
待って
Lupin, Jigen, and Goemon are back in New York, where a woman asks for their help as she's been hunted down by the Spider Gang. Problem is, she has amnesia, and Lupin and the gang have no idea who she is and why this gang wants her. It turns out this woman knows about a treasure in Iran that the gang wants to take for themselves. This episode is okay. It has the opposite criticism of the previous episode in that the first half is middling, but the second half is actually fun, if a bit somber at the end. The amnesiac girl is more of a plot device than a character. There's nothing interesting about her other than being the reason why the bad guys needed to get something, and her being an amnesiac doesn't help her at all. The bad guys aren't interesting either, though the main boss is a complete shithead. The concept of Lupin helping the damsel in distress and treasure is involved would be used in future Lupin media, and this is where it started. Thank you very much, you bastards! Yeah, I know part 1 episode 21, Rescue of the Stubborn Tomboy, introduced the concept, but this is the first one where Lupin could get something valuable out of it as far as I'm aware. Overall, mediocre episode, and whilst it has some light comedic moments, still not my favourite. I'll rank it above the woman Pops fell in love with. Lupin visits the grave of the recently deceased Piccolo, the man who taught Lupin the skills to become the man he is today. He ends up meeting Piccolo's widowed wife, who finds out that the old man's valuables were confiscated by the police. Lupin promises the wife that he'll get them back. But there's just one problem. Lupin finds out that Piccolo pretended to be a musician while stealing behind his wife's back, and she assumes that Piccolo taught Lupin the skills to be a musician, so he calls the gang and have to pretend to be musicians too in order to steal back the goods without the wife finding out who they really are. I love this episode. It takes its concept to a very comedic light, and it all leads to a hilarious finale. Trying to conceal what they're doing from Piccolo's wife is fun, though it mostly takes advantage of the fact that she's old, therefore totally oblivious. Given how she almost catches them in 4K, but because of the lies Piccolo told her for many years, she thinks what they're doing relates to music. Even with dirt on the gang's faces, she says it's probably them getting to grips with the music. Poor woman. It's just a funny episode overall. Even Pops has his moments as he's working with the police chief who confiscated Piccolo's goods. You also got Lupin in a police van and his wacky antics. It's simply light-hearted even when it starts with Lupin mourning for a teacher. This episode is a parody of the British 1965 movie The Lady Killers. The movie's plot revolves around 5 crooks planning to rob a bank, but rent rooms on a cul-de-sac owned by an elderly widow, who think they're classical musicians. For a parody, it does at least add its Lupin touch very successfully, and it's a good episode. I'll rank it above The Sound of the Devil's Bell Calls for Lupin. And hey, I managed to get through this review without making a Dragon Ball reference. Hurrah. We're in China. Lupin and the gang enter the Peking's Imperial Palace Museum to steal a mahjong set once played by Emperor Shi. Running away and being chased by some men hired to protect it led by Shang Ting, the gang get rescued by a Chinese woman who claims to have learned Japanese through a 3,000-year-old medicine. Drench it on a learning book into a cup, drink it, and you can learn what you used on the medicine. Lupin is given it as a token of appreciation for his thievery. Later on, the gang is playing mahjong, and Lupin proposes marriage as he only stole the mahjong set because Fujiko promised to marry him. Fujiko, being the thought that she is, breaks her promise, tries to gaslight him, and says that she wants a man who is intelligent and upbringing. To fix this, he uses the medicine on a philosophy book. Drinking it, he turns into a sage, which is a problem now because not only he hates money, but despises women, especially Fujiko, finally able to send her back to the streets where she belongs. It seems the woman was Shang Ting the whole time, as he plans to take back the mahjong set and maybe take Fujiko for himself in the process. It's not like Lupin has any use for her anyway, or thieves in general. Also, Lupin turns Pops into a furry, the bloody fiend. This episode was pretty fun, the big highlight being Lupin's new potential lifestyle of no money and no bitches. I would put it much higher if it did more with its concept, but once again, 22-minute format.
I'm well aware that the episode is located in China, and I could have made so much jokes around it, but you only get one that is of the most obvious, easy, and safe. That's my limit. It's another episode where the gang steals shit, something goes wrong, or something comedic that's at the heart of the episode occurs. It solves conveniently, and they may or may not get the loot. If your episode has an idea I wanted to see more of, you may or may not have a good episode. It depends. But in the case of this episode, it's a good one, flaws and all. I'll rank it above a trap for a trap. We're back in America and Superman flies through the air. People are entranced of the scene and everyone looks up to the sky in amazement, not noticing that a bunch of robbers are stealing a bank. And this event happens 6 more times as Inspector McReed along with Pops think Lupin's the one who's doing this. And Lupin himself is trying to find out who this Superman fellow really is. Yep, this is the 3rd episode where Superman was involved in Lupin III in some manner. You got episode 78, Diamonds Shining in a Robot's Eye with the taxi driver turning into Superman. Episode 90, Bad Guys Are Truly Big Villains, where Lupin goes to see Superman and cosplays as him. And now episode 94, where Superman is a mere distraction that works well. Almost too well. How TMS was and hasn't ever been sued by Warner Brothers I'll never know. Same costumes too. Maybe it's the logo on Superman's costume that dodges the bullet. This episode is fairly decent, but it's one I wished was done better, because this whole plot has to work on the basis that the NPCs of this world in the episode are full-on idiots, sort of like Cat's Eye. A whole bunch of people being mesmerized by Superman flying in the air with no strings is believable, at least the first couple or so times when knowledge of robbers stealing money gets spread around. But after 7 times, at this point I think someone needs to tell the bank staff members to stay the fuck indoors. Even McReed calls out the guards of the first bank for how idiotic they were. But the episode is supposed to be dumb, I probably have to accept that. Also, why are there banks that are numbered like the first bank, second bank, third bank, etc.? Are they owned by the same company? Why are they around a small area? Why does one city need this many banks in the same area? Is this due to some production issues? What a segue, but yeah, this was an episode that was rushed to meet the deadline, and in some moments you can tell. From repeating animation that is incredibly stiff, more than usual even to my surprise, so much longer still frames, spelling mistakes, which is common in old Japanese anime, including this series, so I'll let it pass, incorrect colours, etc. Now some of these mistakes were fixed in the Italian airings on television, DVDs and other international releases. I can't really tell what was fixed and what wasn't apart from the info I managed to find on the Lupin wiki and looking back at the footage. Though I wonder if the plot was rushed because even this feels sloppy overall given the distractions. So it turns out that an old man and his multiple sons run a local convenience store, but after a big supermarket was opened near them, they're losing business. Sort of like the Walmart effect. Fujiko decides to help them by using Superman as a ruse to steal money from banks, and on the 8th time, they don't go to the 8th bank but to the supermarket to blow it up, because Fujiko is absolutely fine with helping people to commit terrorism for her own benefit. Lupin, Pops and McReed put a stop to it, but not before Lupin fights the faux Superman and causes little collateral damage as possible until Man of Steel Fujiko uses Goemon's sword to try and take the city down with Superman 78 Lupin. Only Lupin cosplaying as Superman will ever have the useful superpower of stealing Fujiko's bra, probably one of the more memorable moments from part 2. So having your local shop being stomped on by a bigger supermarket would be a justifiable reason to be angry about it and want to put a stop to it, but wanting to commit violence against someone who didn't want to buy your expired food is a dick move, and the old man just wants what results in petty revenge that will do more harm to people than good. Any sympathy towards him and his sons goes straight into the skies above. And of course it's Fujiko that manipulates a bunch of guys to cause trouble in order to, again, benefit from it. Pops is at his dumbest here, wishing he really was Superman but ends up with horse ass in his face. Oh, there's a flying hero in the sky and shit is getting robbed. Must be Lupin. I'ma cuff this French fuck. Meanwhile, Goemon insults the country's food and wants his noodles, for he's still an otaku at heart. Oh yeah, another episode where Pops has to be a terrible detective in order to serve the plot. I do find it funny that Pops doesn't like the concept of Superman because he thinks he's too dangerous and uncontrollable. Sort of like how Lex Luthor thinks of Superman in general. And McReed is the American cowboy police officer. There's stereotyping, and then there's the hamburger, hot dog, coke, french fries, fat fuckers type of stereotyping. It's dumb as hell and I'm all for it. Speaking of which, Lupin vs Superman is dumb. I'm usually all for that, but it doesn't always work here because it wants you to drop your suspension of disbelief in order to accept the idiocy. Keep in mind, it can do that with several episodes, just not here. Maybe it's the animation as well. It was at its weakest, but what I watched was the fixed version. I'm guessing they could only fix so much. It's not a bad episode, mind you. It's still decent, I just didn't enjoy it. Also, you have an episode where Lupin dons an alternative Superman costume and you don't play superhero? Shame on you. I'll rank it above Fujiko is tough being a man. We're still in America as Lupin sneaks into the Metropolitan Art Museum to steal a small statue known as the Small Child. I could have made a joke there, but that would have been too easy. Lupin flies from the country along with Fujiko, another successful steal for the thief. That is, until the plane malfunctions and land on the seas of the Bermuda Triangle. After being stranded at sea for a while, a ghost ship approaches the two, with Lupin checking to see what's inside. But it turns out to be a trap as Lupin is captured in a boat and sends Fujiko to the seas, but not before being rescued by sailors off screen. Lupin is tortured into telling Jean, the captain of the ghost ship, where the other small child is. Lupin then finds out from Jean that she holds 2 out of the 3 statues, which will unveil a secret at Stonehenge. Problem is, someone else has the statue, a man who murdered her father, who happens to be the man who was working with Pops to capture Lupin via giant vessel, and Jigen, Goemon and Fujiko try and rescue Lupin with a rusty submarine that's leaking water, and one false move could sink the gang to the bottom of the sea. This episode is okay. I thought we were going to have a mysterious adventure in the Bermuda Triangle, but ends up being an episode where some woman wants revenge against someone who did them or a family member wrong. Treasure is involved, and so is Pops in some form. It's really difficult critiquing episodes like these as I feel like they take bits and pieces from other episodes, but do nothing to make them stand out. It's just another episode to fill the time slot. Jean wants revenge, the cigar-chomping rich man is the bad guy, Pops does nothing noticeable, common for average episodes like this. Though it does have one element of surprise, the ending. After 95 episodes of fantasy shit, aliens exist in the Lupin universe, and given how the episode ends, we don't know if Lupin and the gang are abducted or communicate with the aliens. I thought it would be a 2-parter at that point, but nope, it just awkwardly cuts to the preview of the next episode. The one intriguing moment of the episode and it's a cock tease. Oh well, at least the animation is an improvement, so I'll give it that. I'll rank it above Operation Invader at the Great Wall of China. Lupin takes Fujiko to a fancy restaurant, but get captured by chefs thanks to that bloody thought. Baron Gourmel is a man of refined taste, from the common animals to the exotic to the endangered. However, he wants nothing more than to eat the brain of Lupin III with the promise of diamonds to anyone who can capture him, which is why Fujiko assisted in bringing Lupin to Gourmel. Meanwhile, a female gorilla-looking beast wants to fuck Pops. That is all. Another bonkers episode, and one that is oaky as fuck, as he not only did the storyboard for this episode, but was the key animator too. There's some animated scenes in the first half with his art style as well as the character design of Gourmel, but by the second half of the episode he goes nuts, particularly with the preparation of the Lupin tendering. We get to see Oki slightly redesigning the main cast. There's some kind of unique tweaks to them, especially Fujiko. She looks so angular and scarecrow-like. Her hairstyle is wackier, but her face remains the same oddly enough. We're not quite there yet. After the likes of The Wind of Morocco is hot, I've grown to enjoy Oki's touches whenever he gets to be heavily involved, so my criticisms in that review can get thrown out the window. Gourmel is a bizarre antagonist, the Mr. Heart of the Lupin universe. He's willing to eat everything: sharks, pandas, cow saliva, your mum, etc. Why he wants the brains of Lupin III as a dish is, well, the rarer it is, the more you can boast about it to your other 1% buddies. Heck, the episode even references monkey brains as a dish before Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom did. In addition, the chef could blend the monkey brain with some fruit to make a chilled glass of monkey punch. I know it's not funny, but I just needed to say that and I'm satisfied regardless. Well, not really. With a bizarre plot, fun animation, and goofy antics that result in a goofier ending, it's another fun episode that I can watch again. I'll rank it above A Wedding Dress Doesn't Suit Fujiko. An island has been discovered which is the gravesite for Lupin I, which contains 3 important treasures that the US, UK and Soviet Russia want back. Sherlock III is hired to find the island, but Lupin is also trying to find it as well. Sherlock III in his flying paradise is accompanied with 3 assassins hired by the respective countries to kill Lupin. The US assassin can blind you, the UK bloke can spit out seeds from an orange that can melt their targets, and the Soviet fellow has a doll that can grow supersize. Don't ask why. Pops becomes competent at one point in a handcuff battle, where he warns Lupin and the gang of said assassins for they'll die if they don't watch out. Oh, the treasure stolen was an axe, an ear pick, and a bra because of course someone named Lupin would steal a bra. After a very long while, we finally have another adaptation, this time of 3 chapters, or 2 depending on which version you read. Lupin III chapter 91, 92 and 93, My Dispute Still. The plot for these chapters revolve around an unnamed president who found a mysterious island and made it his own country, but it was the Lupin family that claimed it first, so Lupin goes to him and demands it back or steal it back by force. In the anime adaptation, the president is Holmes III. There are 3 assassins instead of 1 in the manga, and Fujiko's did a backstabbing thought. The second chapter has the fight against Pops, but it's Lupin that uses the knife to trick Pops instead of the other way round, and the island being a gravesite were both used, being mentioned in the 3rd chapter. The chapters are pretty good, and the adaptation is decent. Both have their good points. For example, I prefer the president to Holmes III. Actually, isn't there already a Sherlock Holmes III in episode 15, Renowned Detectives in the Sky? They're clearly not the same person, or is this the writer already forgetting that a 3rd descendant of Sherlock Holmes exists? That's probably the case. Also, to make Holmes III a villain makes no bloody sense. Sherlock Holmes III was still perceived to be a good guy in episode 15, and it fits the character. What was the point here? Also, he has a flying house with a balloon on top, and that idea would be used in the Disney Pixar movie Up. And yes, you are listening to Up video game music, you are welcome. I do like the gang facing off against the assassins with their unique quirks, and whilst the fights are not in the gang's favour, as very one-sided as they are, Lupin by the end was still playing 5D chess. The Pops battle was so much better in the adaptation. Whilst Lupin lost this time round, it did add one more moment where Pops only did it as a warning to Lupin about the assassins. Since ICPO is involved, Pops knows that will result in Lupin's death, so rather arrest him then and there, he helps him. Sometimes Pops can be a hero to the gang when it involves their demise, but it's also a sweet moment. Now here's another fun fact. This was another episode that was originally going to be made for the Part 1 series, listed as episode 15, but said script went unused due to once again the director change. And we ended up getting Let's Catch Lupin and Go to Europe as its replacement. It would be used for this series but rewritten to fit the tone of Part 2. Going through 2 title changes of The Legend of Arsene Lupin's Enormous Treasure and The Treasure Sleeps 700 Nautical Miles respectively, before going with Find the Treasure of Lupin I. The episode was going to have a descendant of Watson instead of Sherlock Holmes and would wear a top hat like the president in the manga. The map from the manga would have been the center of the plot in the adaptation. European Power Alliance of European countries would have been used instead of the US, UK and Soviet Russia, and said alliance would recognize the island as a country just like in the manga, though it would be the United Nations doing the recognizing in that version, and Lupin would be kidnapped by Holmes, Watson and the European spies. That does explain why there's 2 versions of Sherlock Holmes III in the same series. Just wished someone at TMS reminded someone of that era. The episode is alright, not the most unique plot, but still alright. I'll rank it above the worse the bad guy, the bigger the villain. The grass is green, the sky is blue, and Lupin and Jigen steal some jewels. What they thought was another successful steal turns bad when they're surrounded by Pops and the police. Pops chases after the 2, wacky hijinks happen, and all of a sudden, Pops is murdered, just like that. Lupin is framed for the murder, and not even Fujiko and Goemon like him anymore. So it's up to Lupin and Jigen to confirm the inspector's death and to figure out who did it. I enjoyed this episode. It works on Columbo logic where you know who the criminal is, but it's up to the detective to figure out who did it. It's yet another episode where Lupin is framed for a crime he didn't commit, but this one seemed more fitting given the plot here. We got ourselves another episode where an important character supposedly dies. Something like Lupin dies twice. And now they use it again, but with Pops in the coffin. But I do prefer this episode over Lupin dies twice, but why, you may ask? With Lupin dies twice, we know who Lupin is. Getting killed so easily isn't believable with the character, and he's gotten out of tougher stuff in the past. He's a trickster, you know what the next trick will be, so you know he's gonna be okay. Add to the fact that he is the main character after all. Plus, it wasn't written in a way that made you believe he might not come back. With a day without Pops, it makes you believe Pops might be dead thanks to the better writing. And the interesting conspiracy of it all involving the man who coordinated this, Superintendent Truffant. It just works better here, and all it took was to kill off a man who was virtually indestructible. I'll rank it above A Classical Thief and a Miner. Lupin is off to grab the Hannibal coin located at the Duchy of Blanco. When opened, marks the location of the treasure of the war hero Hannibal. However, Jigen cannot join in on the heist as a man from his past named Stoneman challenges Jigen to a duel to settle the score. A duel was to be fought 5 years ago, but due to unfortunate circumstances, Jigen was late to the battle. Lupin must steal the treasure and Jigen must win the duel against Stoneman before Blanco's borders shut. This episode is another adaptation, this time of Shin Lupin III Chapter 23, Western Jigen, or Spaghetti Jigen in the Greatest Heist collection. It's a very faithful adaptation, with more of the same moments used in the episode, but with some changes and expanded upon said chapter. Jigen in the manga also uses the P-38 Walther, the gun Lupin usually wields, whilst Jigen's preferred weapon is the Smith & Wesson Model 19 revolver chambered in .357 Magnum. He does use the Magnum in the anime, so why the Walther? The unnamed woman from the chapter went unused. Who was she anyway? According to the Lupin wiki, she's Jigen's girlfriend? Absolutely heresy aside, sort of, I like both versions, but the anime is the better version because it expands upon the ideas used in the manga. The episode on its own is fantastic and the best Jigen-centered episode since the Face of Goodbye at the national border. It builds up to the duel so well, and the duel itself is rather fun when Lupin gets involved with helping Jigen in a rather unique and bizarre way. Stoneman no longer looks like an old bloke with experience and old spots, instead looking like a more stocky, heavy-jawed Vin Diesel with flare trousers because this is still the 70s. I found it weird that Goemon wanted to intervene, trying to stop the fight to protect Jigen, which I felt was out of character since Goemon is a samurai. When you're fighting a man 1v1, you never intervene. I assume that's the logic of a Japanese samurai. You don't negotiate between men's decisions of 1v1, that's not the manly way. One thing to note is the animation, because not only does it look good, the character designs look very similar. This episode was animated by Telecom, with the assistance of Yasuo Otsuka, though he went uncredited for this particular episode. At times, some characters, especially Lupin and the inspector's faces, resemble what they would eventually look like in the castle of Cagliostro. Takeo Kitahara, an animator for this episode, would alter certain character designs in some scenes to match the series. Not every scene was altered however, so like an Oki episode, you'll get the standard design and a different style out of nowhere back and forth sometimes. With that said, I wonder if Hayao Miyazaki was involved in this episode in some manner, because Lupin drives a Fiat in this episode. It's all connecting and shit. This episode aired on September 1979, with Cagliostro being released in December that same year. The movie was still being produced during this episode, so I'm guessing some animators who were working on Cagliostro went to do this, and may have accidentally drew some of the characters in the Cagliostro style. That's just my theory, don't think too hard about it. This episode also has the historic distinction of being the first animated televised broadcast to be in stereo, as previous episodes and anime would be broadcast in mono, allowing for clearer audio, though some future episodes would lose their stereo masters because I don't think the animation studios gave a shit about preservation. I can't tell the difference anyway, maybe it's just me. Overall, Western Jigen is a fun manga chapter, and this episode is an improvement with a plot that builds up very well. Nice animation, memorable moments, it's such a good episode, and it's my second favourite episode on the overall rankings. Great stuff. I'll rank it above The Face of Goodbye at the national border. So before I continue this video, the next 4 episodes are quite special in a way. This is because to celebrate part 2 reaching 100 episodes, the last 4 episodes of season 3 were made using the suggestions from fans of the series. It seems there was a competition for fans to come up with stories to be made into episodes at the time. Supposedly TMS got 5,000 entries but only 4 were chosen, and each staff writer took one of the 4 ideas and expanded upon it. So if there are any issues I have with a particular episode, it will go towards the writer of the episode, not the fan who came up with the story. So with that out of the way, let's continue. Whilst the president of France is a powerful man, his wallet says otherwise, as he's unable to foot his own bill in a fancy restaurant, so orders the Louvre Museum curator to sell a random painting to pay the bill. Said curator finds a simple little painting created by Lupin I, and decides that this will be the painting to sell off. This leads to Lupin trying to steal it because it's part of his family's legacy, an Arabian art museum director and oil platform owner buying it because he has oil, Pops protecting him so Lupin and no one else takes it, and a bunch of gangsters trying to steal it too. This episode has a little bit of everything apart from being serious. It more relies on showing off silly scenarios than telling a compelling plot. which is fine. It's the typical episode where Lupin goes out of his way to steal something, but ideas are added to make it memorable to an extent. You got the episode taking the piss out of the so-called art connoisseurs, I like that scene. You got the gang trying to get into the train, with Pops outsmarted them every time, with Jigen's downfall being some Looney Tunes kind of bollocks. It also confirms that Pops having a daughter in Mamo was completely retconned. So let's talk about Alibaba and his quest to keep the painting safe, and trying to get that Zenigusi. I wish I was joking! Alibaba Naibaba is not so much an antagonist, rather the guy Lupin has to simply outsmart. The man has 35 sons, 20 daughters, and 12 wives. He also takes a liking to Pops, staring at his arse in a sensual manner, and in the end, results in downright sexual harassment. This implies that he's bisexual. I wouldn't say gay, given he impregnated more women than any modern man will ever accomplish. Come on, do better. Heck, he even brings with him a pink suitcase full of cash to buy the painting. Very on the nose right there. Regardless, it's a good episode. Not the most original of plots, but the content within said plot makes it worth another watch. I'll rank it above Terror of the Chameleon Man.
Let's get to bashing butts as well as these nuts.
Lupin gets a letter informing him of a secret treasure in the Palace of Versailles. He's immediately found out, but comes face to face with Oscar, leader of the Black Lily Gang's henchmen. In a sword fight, he tells Lupin to meet him the next day. Oscar gives Lupin a mission to steal the phantom crown of Marie Antoinette in the palace. But when Lupin gets the crown, Oscar portrays not only Lupin, but also the Black Lily Gang, takes the crown and off he goes. Lupin tries to get the crown back, and the Black Lily Gang want the crown and Oscar 6 feet underground. This is a crossover episode between Lupin III and the Rose of Versailles, a famous shoujo manga series that got an anime adaptation that was airing at the same time Part 2 was. It also helped that TMS was also animating that adaptation too. It doesn't really do anything interesting, and you're only going to enjoy it if you're a fan of Versailles. I've never read the series nor watched the anime, and given its demographic, I doubt I will anytime soon. And if you are a massive fan of Versailles, how do you feel about Lupin calling Oscar a transvestite bastard? Regardless, I hope the fan was happy with this episode. I'll rank it above Lupin vs Superman. Upon Fujiko's request, Lupin is after the golden gun along with a diamond bullet belonging to the House of Wilhelm, but has to quit the planned heist after he finds out that Britta Wilhelm, daughter of the late Mr. Wilhelm, is the only resident in the mansion where the gun is held. Jigen and Goemon push Lupin to stay away from this as they choose not to steal from women and young children, as Britta Wilhelm is a teenager. Meanwhile, Jim Benkei, a mysterious man wearing Japanese war clothing, is stealing guns from people, with Jigen's being the 99th gun he took, a reference to the 99th episode, the combat magnum scattered in the wasteland, so Lupin tries to get it back. Despite the idea of someone stealing other people's guns as a fun idea, the episode isn't much so. In fact, it's quite forgettable. Britta Wilhelm isn't an interesting character, only having to play the villain because her father wanted to finish a job he never could, giving her no agency, though relieving herself of the golden gun would set her free. Into the hands of Lupin, and yes, Lupin goes on a date with her, and I'm not sure why he does that when he reveals her secret after the date, so the previous scenes felt pointless. Also, Britta Wilhelm is a teenager. According to the Lupin wiki, she's between 17 to 18, and Lupin, you best hope she was 18, but given this is an anime, I'm surprised they didn't age her much younger. And all this because Fujiko wanted a diamond bullet necklace, as you do. Not the best episode, it could have been far better. These fan episodes aren't shaping up to be any good, with the masterpiece 5th Ultra Operation being the best episode so far. Let's hope the final episode of Season 3 will shape up to be an improvement, but for this episode, I'll rank it above From the Ghost Ship with Love.
So this is a slight addition, but Jim Benkei in this episode is based off a Japanese monk from the Heian period named Saito Musashibo Benkei, who was known to become a warrior and, as the legend goes, would take 1,000 swords every night from samurai warriors who he believed were too arrogant and unworthy to wield them. He has since become a Japanese folktale legend, being referenced in much Japanese media, so thanks Danny Boy for spotting that, another historic reference that went over my head. Oh well, on to the next episode.
We're in Los Angeles, and Lupin is after some diamonds at a world fair. Jigen is up for it, but Goemon chooses to stay out of the heist, as his swordman skills have gone rusty and is taking time off the train. Fujiko meanwhile is working with Harry Sattler, a man who also wants the diamonds. Lupin finds out and goes off to locate him in a farm, only for the guy owning it to be an old bloke. Goemon continues to train when he meets a blind girl named Mary and a dog who thinks Goemon is an angel, come to help her and what's left of her family. Out of the 4 fan-suggested episodes, this is my favourite of the bunch. It's one of those episodes that says more than it shows. I mean, sure, we got Lupin stealing shit again, that's a given, Pops being a dumb shit once more, Fujiko being a greedy thought, but then you got Harry Sattler, a man Jigen knows as Machine Gun Harry. He's a war veteran, possibly someone who's experienced the horrors of the Vietnam War. He wants those diamonds to fix his daughter's eyes, and despite Fujiko's 50-50 deal, he says fuck that noise and goes commando on Lupin and Jigen. Simply put, he can't escape the terrors of those events. Fighting and killing is all he knows, and his demise is basically the title of the episode. Kind of tragic really, but it leads to a vague but hopeful ending, and the tone is more serious than funny, with Pops mostly offering up the funnies. Oh, this episode also gives us a preview of the music that will be used for the 4th Lupin III OP, so there's that. These fan episodes have been quite interesting. The first one is dumb fun, the second is a crossover episode and is mediocre, the third is boring and might have implications of Lupin taking advantage of an underage girl, the word being might. This one has a Lupin plot with serious undertones that doesn't go too dark, but not too funny that it doesn't gel well with the plot. It's a good balance. The angel aspect of the episode is only important to the father and daughter. The vagueness is there, but it's written in a way that makes it open to interpretation. To both the fan and the writer of this episode, you did a good job. It's a great episode. It's something different, not a perfect episode, but still one I really enjoyed. I'll rank it above A Wedding Dress Doesn't Suit Fujiko. Season 3 may have been the longest, but it sure was the most interesting season as it had a slight balance of average episodes and classic episodes. There are some really great episodes this season, even if you have to trench through some of the more mediocre ones. In terms of characters, they mostly stay the same apart from Fujiko, who in this season is often depicted as greedy, selfish, even more of a backstabber than ever before, and can be a bitch half the time, which makes some of her comeuppances feel even more satisfying. Now look, before you say anything, I don't hate Fujiko, and I don't hate her behaviour this season. It gives her a bit of an edge. Her allegiance with Lupin and the gang is very shaky, even to where Jigen and Goemon oftentimes get fed up of her shit. And Jigen in Flowers of Suicide Bloom in India, if not for Lupin's down bad energy, would have killed her himself. He may refuse to kill women, but Fujiko might be an exception. Overall, I'd say Season 3 is my favourite season so far, with one episode almost being my favourite in the series but is my second favourite. So I have covered 103 episodes and a movie, and we got 52 more episodes to cover and a movie, and it will all be over. Yep, it's time to cover the final season of Lupin III Part 2, and will finally be out of the late 70s and on to the early 80s. Fujiko takes advantage of a down bad Lupin and persuades him into stealing a golden bed once belonging to Louis XIV for his wife Josephine, currently owned by Texas billionaire Morgan. But this man goes above and beyond to kill the gang, as he uses tanks, planes and acid to eliminate them, to the sheer horror of Pops and his boxer shorts. We've seen these episodes where Lupin tries to steal something, an antagonist goes out of their way to outsmart Lupin, and the thief outsmarts them back. But Morgan is built different, as he was bitten on Lupin to try and take the bed just so he can kill him and the gang, and he is borderline adamant in doing so. The result is a surprisingly decent episode that's action-packed, funny, and has a ruthless antagonist who looks like he's fed up of Lupin's shit, and because he's a Texan, has to go big or go home when it comes to dealing with the thief. It's Lupin III versus American logic. Pops is here to be bullied by the antagonist, but if you wanted him in his underwear for a brief moment,
then this is the episode for you. Goemon just slay shit here, cutting up tanks, and more bloomin' tanks. Just really OP in this episode, so yeah, I enjoyed this episode. A crazy one to start season 4 on, and of course, it's on the ranking list. The Devil's Head Island is where two clans battle to the death. Fujiko decides to find more info in the island in the hopes of finding treasure there, with Lupin assisting her. Pops, along with Gorohachi Taira, begin chasing after them. However, whilst walking in a spooky forest, Fujiko gets kidnapped by the Heiki clan, who is chosen to bear children for Motomaru, lord of the island, and he's gonna do this by making her lay an egg.
Nigga, what the fuck?
I hate this episode. The backstory doesn't really have much impact on the event thereafter, with Fujiko only caring about the treasure on the island, only bringing in Lupin as insurance, knowing he'll save her if things go pear-shaped, and with her mentioning a supposed curse in the forest, she planned ahead, which is great, at least for her. In fact, the treasure mentioned is a footnote to everything else that happens. Jigen and Goemon just come out of nowhere to say, "Hi, we're in this episode too and we'll help Lupin." Pops partners with an absolute idiot who's just there for the comedic moments, which admittedly were funny, but Pops screaming at him when he fucks up is so ironic given that this is Pops we're talking about. Not like it matters, we won't see Gorohachi again anyway. And then there's the antagonist, Motomaru. Hey, do you want William Hafner again, but creepier and annoying as hell, and as a short ugly bastard who was borderline insane, as he keeps dead women as his own personal collection and of course is creepy towards Fujiko? Moto is an awful antagonist, rather unpleasant in every way, and there's nothing likable about him. At least with Hafner, his personality was calm and sinister, and not cartoony and over the top for his own good. It seems the writer for this episode wanted a comedic antagonist but tried way too hard to make him funny that he ends up being insufferable. I do wonder who thought this character was good enough to be the bad guy, or in a series in general. The series has had a lot of weak villains but never irritating to this degree. If the overall plot is mediocre, the addition of Motomaru just brings it down hard. An incredibly weak episode and one I don't care to watch again anytime soon. Oh, this would be the last episode where Telecom would use the standard character designs. By episode 143, they would use the character designs from the castle of Cagliostro. I'm ranking this episode at the bottom, the worst episode I've watched in this series so far. We're back in Broadway where Vivian Lee is yearning to become a star, to the point where she decides to lie by saying that Lupin III stole her cat, but not just any normal cat, but one that eats pencil shavings. No one really cares except for a child journalist who publishes the tale in a kid's newspaper. Lupin doesn't want to have his name sullied over a newspaper. For kids, just go with it, and decides to find said pencil-eating cat. Meanwhile, two bumbling idiots, Bucky and Butcher, try to find the cat so they can make it breed and create more pencil-eating cats so they can form a business where people can get their pencils sharpened by cats.
Nigga, what the fuck?
This episode is just dumb, but not the fun dumb like Lupin's Big Western or the Crazy Phantoma Mark III. It feels like I'm watching a cartoon for children. Yes, I know the target demographic for this series is children, but this episode falls below the demographic that it's supposed to be. Like the previous episode, this one is kind of annoying with annoying characters and annoying chase scenes because they're more repetitive than usual. I will give it credit for at least being better than the previous episode. At least it doesn't have a creepy weirdo who wants women to lay eggs. Seriously though, why? So let's have a character that lies. Said lie is sort of true, but the revelation is kind of spoiled thanks to the title. Not like it matters, this series has done it multiple times at this point. But what do you know, Vivian gets famous after all in the end. So the lesson is, kids, make up a big enough lie and you'll be rewarded with no consequences thereafter. And the bumbling duo benefit from this shit show as well. Pops is here and I can relate to him, even he thinks this plot is ridiculous. He's willing to take down Lupin and the cat with rocket launchers. He gives no fucks about the cat. Now, I like cats myself, but Pops was pretty based here. So overall, I didn't like this one either. Too silly for its own good, and the resolution rubs me the wrong way. On the bright side, to an extent, Oki did storyboard work on this one and you can clearly tell. You might find something in this to be entertained by, but I didn't enjoy it. I'll rank it above A Woman Disappeared on the Mysterious Demon's Head Island. Lupin and Fujiko are finally becoming husband and kitchen duty.
I regret nothing.
but it was all just a dream. But during said dream, Lupin gives Fujiko a diamond ring. She laughs the whole marriage thing off, but does think about the diamond. She decides to plan a wedding with Lupin anyway to get the diamond she's dreamed of, finding the Hope diamond that suits her taste, asking Lupin to steal it. However, Jigen and Goemon warn Lupin of said diamond, as it brought much misfortune to those who possessed it. Due to his down bad energy, Lupin refuses to listen, and the rest of the episode is a fuck around and find out affair, as the demon who resides in the diamond goes out of its way to screw over Lupin and eventually Fujiko. This episode is pretty good, another simple plot but one done very well, and another one involving a curse. Sort of reminds me of episode 7, Tutankhamun's 3,000-year-old curse back in season 1. The way the curse goes out of its way to cause so much misery for Lupin and Fujiko was pretty funny. It even sent Fujiko to the sewers, kinda based. But what's funnier is the curse made Pops almost competent and bloodthirsty. Jigen and Goemon have to deal with Lupin's stubbornness and down bad energy throughout the episode, poor sods. I was surprised to discover that the Hope Diamond is actually a real thing, and the curse surrounding it is based on real superstitions. Originally owned by Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, he sold it to King Louis XIV of France. Over the years, it's had different owners, it's been stolen, and it has led some people to horrible fates. Whether or not the Hope Diamond is truly cursed or not remains a mystery, and is the reason why the diamond is still remembered all these years, as beautiful as it is. Quite fitting to have this diamond be used as a basis for a Lupin episode, and as a season 4 episode, it's one of the better ones so far. It's fun, silly, and also exciting, since you're going to wonder what the curse is going to do next. You would expect some intensity, but it never goes that far, but overall, I like it. I'll rank it above The Most Dangerous Golden Bed. The gang are on vacation, much to the frustration of Pops. Jigen's in the middle of a field drinking wine, Lupin is relaxing in a hot spring, and Goemon is sword training, but a girl named Nami has a grandfather who's a swordsmith and has one goal: to defeat Goemon's sword, the Zantetsuken, and tries to make his own sword to match the power that sword has. But after much failures, he tries to make an exact copy of the Zantetsuken with the help of Nami. This episode is an adaptation of Shin Lupin III Chapter 50 Goemon Sink and Chapter 51 Goemon Star. For the most part, it's a faithful adaptation and I do like the plot. It's nice and simple. But it's ruined when it involves a literal underage schoolgirl. This chapter and the adaptation. Both adaptations have her clothes getting ripped off, she's naked in a couple of scenes. In the manga, to check the temperature of Goemon's sword, she tries to sleep with him. He runs off to the sea because he's a good boy, whilst Lupin takes advantage of this moment and tries to rape her. By the way, Nami is either 13 to 14 in high school years, or 16 to 17 in senior high school years. Either way, if she isn't 18... This moment was also adapted somewhat, changing a few aspects and such. But when Lupin tries to get into bed with her, he says he only wanted to play rock, paper, scissors. Wow! I know they tried to downplay this moment, but the writer made it worse. That's literally creepy uncle territory right there. I will say this, I really liked the ending to the episode. A massive improvement over the manga chapter. You got Kajibe, the old swordsmith, put in all his energy and soul into making a sword that can defeat Goemon. It's rather sad to see him struggle like that, and Nami eventually helping him hammer the sword is a somber moment. And what do you know, he does manage to beat Goemon before passing on. I wouldn't mind the Nami scenes if she was much older because as is, it's a very awkward episode to watch. A good plot spoiled by this. It's even more awkward in the fact that this is a Lupin III anime series. With the manga, you expect a heap of degeneracy, that's Kato's bread and butter, very greasy here and there. But the anime tends to soften those moments or remove them. I mean, this is the first time Lupin went full pedo mode in both adaptations to play 4D chess with the plot. And if this fictional character wants to do that kind of shit to women, make sure she's the one who isn't wearing a school uniform and is sexualized. And if you so desperately want that dirty scenario, just make a hentai parody like any normal Japanese person. Pops is barely involved and I think it's for the best. Also, the audio is very low quality here as its stereo master is lost and the mono sound remains. Just because the series audio went stereo doesn't mean all of it still survives. Overall, an okay episode, but it could have been so much better if it, well, you know. But hey, at least it's better than a woman disappeared on the mysterious Demon's Head Island. But I'll rank this episode above You're a Cat, I'm a Droid Bonito. Lupin comes face to face with an assassin who was on a cat and mouse chase to kill the thief. Almighty is a rich bloke playing a little game along with Fujiko. If Lupin can defeat the assassin, Fujiko wins a diamond encrusted rock. Should Lupin be defeated, Almighty not only keeps the rock, but he also gets Fujiko too. And oh no, Lupin finally dies, and you know how this ends. We've seen this episode before. An assassin trying to kill Lupin, said assassin supposedly kills him, but he finds a way out of death and goes after said assassin and defeats him in some manner. The difference here is that there are two assassins, twins who trick Lupin into thinking one can move around very quickly no matter where the thief goes. The twin assassin method could be seen a mile away, and whilst I did enjoy that in the first half of the episode, the second half just makes me not give a shit. I mean, sure, it has its good moments like the car chase scene and the way Lupin defeats the twins was mind-bending, but the structure has been done before and done better in previous episodes. But what else? You got evil rich man, Fujiko being a thought again and playing with Lupin's morality, Pops, why is he here? You got the Tiger Twins and they're boring. Wow, this episode is really mediocre. I doubt I'll ever watch it again anytime soon, but if you want an episode like this but better, stick to Order Shoot to Kill. I'll rank this episode above You're a Cat, I'm a Dried Bonito. Pops is called to the country of Mulder, who demand him to arrest Lupin. They claim he's stolen a camera that must be brought back for the glory of the country. The camera is in the hands of two blokes who use it to win big at the horse races where Lupin and the gang reside to bet as well. After some shenanigans, Lupin and Jigen are arrested, and the two blokes leave with their winnings and hire a prostitute, who happens to be Fujiko, and after drugging them, steals the camera. It turns out that the camera can take pictures of the future, and with Fujiko using the camera, she too wins big until the Mulder State Police arrest her, with Lupin sneakily taking the camera beforehand. The Mulder government believe human rights are for pussies, and if you want to get your answers from supposed crooks, use their fears against them, from Lupin being tickled, to Jigen's fear of spikes, and even Fujiko's claustrophobia. Wait, isn't she also rhinidophobic as well? Pops is having none of this bullshit and tries to go against the state, rescue Fujiko and gets his shit punched in by a robot. This episode was surprisingly good. Having a camera that can see into the future is a fun idea. Even Lupin and the gang get to play around with it, with a picture of Lupin aging drastically in 2075. Nah, in 2075, Lupin would look the same and they'd still make jokes about how he and the gang are ancient because fuck you. Even Jigen gets a picture taken of him and ah shit. Womb gushing aside, ew. This camera does give me Minority Report vibes. Being able to see an event or even a crime before it happens is quite creepy. Add a totalitarian country into the mix and you got literally 1984. It does make the antagonists a bit frightening considering how many governments these days think of us. Yep, Lupin III was warning us even back in 1979, go figure. Also, there's a robot because I recommend watching my review of Leave Revenge to Lupin. Pops once again tries his best to cause a national incident, but this time it's justified, even if it goes nowhere other than his teeth getting knocked out. I like the episode overall, it's got fun moments and such, and if you wanted the rest of the gang to go nude after being denied in Black Panther, well I got some bloody news for you. But you'll have to watch the episode to find that out, and I recommend this one. I'll rank it above A Wedding Ring is a Cursed Trap. Lupin and Jigen are in New York, where they're spotted by Pops and are chased after. They're randomly saved by a woman whom Jigen knows. Her name is Catherine, and was once Jigen's girlfriend, but that's all in the past, here we go again. She challenges the gang in stealing a 140 carat diamond from a mansion to Jigen's sheer anger. They try multiple times to break in, but her security befuddles even the master thief. And then they play Space Invaders because why not? So, the preview in the previous episode shows Lupin trying to beat Space Invaders in order to grab something. Sounds like fun and all that guff. Yeah, the Space Invaders moment actually feels out of place, because the real story is about how an ill woman wanted to see Jigen one last time, and the way it was conveyed in this episode was surprisingly good. Catherine is definitely sick. She needs blood transfusions to stay alive, and I'm guessing this was her way of getting Jigen involved in some bollocks involving treasure. You may be asking why she just didn't give him a call for a chat. I mean, this is Jigen we're talking about. Not only does he keep parts of his past vague, but also this involves women, and he's part of the Foot Patrol now. In fact, his relationship with Catherine and how he feels about her is vague and open to interpretation. In short, Catherine using Jigen to entice Lupin with a diamond worth millions was the only way she was going to reunite reunite with Jigen again. It's just sad that this was the only way she could do this. Other than that, it has its funny moments when it fits, from the many ways Lupin gets screwed over by the mansion's security to Lupin and Jigen playing Space Invaders, and whilst that moment was funny on its own, it came and went. And I hate that this was what the episode was titled. Still though, I like that they used the sound effects from the game. Did TMS get the rights from Taito to use the sound effects? Either way, it's a fantastic advertisement. A very late advertisement even for the time, but a fun and deadly one nonetheless. Pops? Yeah, I didn't care for him. I got nothing to say. Though that moment where Lupin and Jigen drop clothes on the inspector's officers and they get knocked out by very light pieces of clothing frustrated me. That's preschool levels of defeating a foe. Regardless, I still like the episode, even with its flaws, and after 110 episodes, we have a Jigen girl that was written quite well, of an Monica. Jigen girl? Oh blimey, Jigen in this series is more James Bond than Lupin at this point. I'll rank the episode above the most dangerous golden bed. Goemon is off to the hot springs where he's approached by a woman. His thought senses go into hyperdrive and tries to run but gets captured by a partner. This is Wolf and Rose, two assassins who are planning on killing Lupin so they can be legends of the assassin market. But they need to know his weakness that they can use against him. With Goemon captured, they proceed to brutally torture him in order to gain info. But Goemon, ever the loyal Japanese man, tries to keep his mouth shut. Will Lupin and Jigen rescue Goemon on time? So, you like tonal whiplash? But in all seriousness, this is one of the darkest episodes made for this series so far, and here I thought Morgan from the most dangerous golden bed was borderline ruthless, but this assassin duo go the extra mile to make this episode uncomfortable to watch as you see them do some heinous things to Goemon, from whipping to making him hear ear-bleeding music, to even drilling his teeth. He goes to hell and back whilst Lupin at the very least pretends to care. Wolf and Rose are some dangerous individuals, and the closest to ever being an actual threat to Lupin, with their weakness being that they kidnap the guy who is loyal to his friend. It's the first time I wondered if Goemon may not come out of this alive. I mean, he does of course, this is Lupin III after all. But if you can disturb a viewer into thinking that a character may not come out of this alive, even when they know things will be okay, then to hell with you. But good job regardless. This episode is somewhat of an adaptation of Shin Lupin III, Chapter 32, Thieves 53. The chapter follows Goemon getting tortured by the Rat Clan, even to where his hands and feet get scorched. In the anime, Rose disguises herself as Fujigo, seducing Lupin so she can kill him, which of course fails because his down bad energy makes sure he's always one step ahead of a thought, as we've previously seen in Female Detective Madam back in Season 2. In the manga, it plays out the same, but it's just some random woman from the Rat Clan this time, and because this is Kato, Lupin eats that coochie like groceries, smashes her back doors in, but doesn't finish the job, frustrating the woman. Lupin is doing this in the hopes of gaining information on the whereabouts of Goemon, and we learn that Lupin can morph his dick into different shapes.
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
That does explain why this episode was unusually dark. Someone tried to adapt a Kato chapter, but forgot to tone it down because this is part 2, and somehow got aired anyway. Lastly, what makes this episode gut-wrenching was when Lupin rescued Goemon. Upon realizing that Goemon kept his mouth shut, it was at that moment where Lupin realized how loyal his friends were. Even Lupin breaks down for a man who could have sold him out to protect himself. It's funny really, think about Goemon's first appearance in manga and anime. He and Lupin were both enemies at first, with them eventually becoming friends after some silly shenanigans. They've come a long way from trying to kill each other to being best friends. I just hope no future series comes to mess that up in the most lazy attempt at a throwback. Oh, never mind, there's no proper continuity for this series. Kind of. So yeah, the episode is good and quite intense. It's one of those episodes that really shouldn't fit in the part 2 series. It feels like a part 1 episode if Masaki Osumi was allowed to continue to run the show his way. Pops is here. He's just here. There's a lot of great episodes when he's around, and he's a great addition to said episodes. But when he's used in episodes that don't need him, which is a lot, then you dilute the guy to such a frustrating state. Oh, and he's the centerpiece for the next episode. I'll rank this episode above the most dangerous golden bed. The Prime Minister has had it with the Police Chief Commissioner Asnor's failings in capturing Lupin, and he does the one thing we all want to do to a politician: punch his bloomin' teeth in. This results in Asanor getting fired, but an upset Pops is tasked with all the police in the area to capture Lupin. Meanwhile, said thief walks away from a Japanese play when he's approached by a ghost named Kozuki Nosoku Kira, who tasks Lupin in finding a long-lost treasure hidden in the nearby area. Pops brings in everyone for the task of a lifetime, but there are some who are in it for the promotion, and some like this bloke wanting to kill Lupin and a gang. Also, Pops loses his mind once more, and cosplays as Kyuro Nosoki Oishi. This episode is fine. Another day, another heist. A ghost telling Lupin about some treasure is pretty giggle-worthy, as the running joke is that Lupin doesn't realise he's a ghost and thinks he's using special effects or some other bollocks, but the rest of the gang know he's a ghost. Pops is here and he gets some more presents since he's part of the plot, so that's good, but it still has him once again promising to capture Lupin, part and parcel of this series. Though I do like how he's rallying the police force to capture Lupin, some even having their own opinions on the matter. And then there's Yasobe Horibe, a Fonzie looking man who only became a cop because he can legally shoot criminals. Horibe, America's that way, and partner up with Dirty Harry while you're at it. Actually don't, you'll just get killed. Pops embodying Oishi comes out of nowhere because the task of capturing Lupin this time round is named Operation Chushingura. Kanpei Hayano dubs Pops to be Oishi as he's the leader of said operation, and the inspector's personality completely flips for no reason. It doesn't benefit the story other than a historic reference. Speaking of which, it's time for Froban's educational segment where I give you a nutshell approach to summarize history. The tale of Chushingura, the treasury of loyal retainers, starts with two men. The daimyo at the time, Asono Naganori, and the master of ceremonies, Yoshinaka Kira. The story goes that Kira was being a dick to Asono, and was also a corrupt man as well, trying to get Asono's money in any way he can, the poor man that he was. This reached boiling point where Asono almost killed Kira but was stopped at the last minute, and because spilling blood in the Edo castle is completely forbidden, Asono was forced to commit seppuku that same day, and his 47 retainers became ronin, samurais without masters. 2 years later, said ronin would eventually kill Kira as revenge, and placed his head on a tomb of Asono. The 47 ronin would be praised for their actions, so much so that the shogun would force them to commit seppuku. The 47 ronin would become legends in Japanese history, and would lead to many theatre plays, movies, TV series and more. Now, the tale was based on real events, but some aspects were changed and romanticized, as there's more to the true events that the tale changed. And this Lupin III episode would parody that story. I won't shit on it for being a parody of a Japanese tale that I had to do research on because I'm not Japanese myself, which does explain why I felt the episode made no sense to me. This was made for a Japanese audience and them alone. But other than that, the episode is still mediocre. But if you want to see another version of a Japanese tale, based on real events twisted to be romanticized and be beloved by many Japanese folk, then you might like it. I'll rank it above Lupin's toughest fight ever. Pops feels like he hasn't caused any collateral damage in a while and decides to put things right, taking a destructive taxi trip to Lupin, informing him that he'll arrest him later. By the way, civilians probably got injured or died for this. But he's rushing to a church to meet up with Nova, a descendant of Judas who has the first half of a painting Jesus made called the First Supper. The other half resides at a fortress used by Lupin I. Nova decides to use Pops and Lupin to her advantage, pretending to fall for Pops in order to get him to capture Lupin. But Nova has a secret weapon, X-ray eye drops. It allows anyone who uses it to see through things, and in the case of the painting, a map where Jesus' inheritance from Mary resides. Pops uses these drops to find Lupin and the gang wherever they go, meaning Lupin has no place to hide from him. This episode is surprisingly decent. I like the idea of Pops getting something that can seriously screw over Lupin, and the gang have to find a way to outsmart the Inspector's new temporary power. Though this foolproof plan to capture Lupin was foiled in two ways. Pops telling Lupin how he was able to find him out of thin air, and secondly, when Pops uses the eye drops on some officers on a train, he uses them to find him in all the trailers. And Lupin in return uses Fujiko to approach them, meaning they can see through her without her bra, allowing Lupin to pull off a move to outsmart Pops once again. Yep, we have an episode where Fujiko's fat tits foiled the Inspector's plan that almost worked. And they say modern anime has gone too perverted. Nova is another average antagonist. She reminds me of Jasmine from ICPO's Secret Directive, where she promises to marry Pops if he manages to capture Lupin. And since Pops rarely, if ever, has a woman interested in him, he's going full on simp in this episode. Poor bloke. That Judas Puss is making Pops act unwise. Judasy. Yeah, I think I'm going to hell for that one. Oh, her X-ray eye drops were created by Dr. Nestle as this supernatural project. So Nestle is doing supernatural scientific research on the side. I knew it! That explains why they want the world's water supply. The fiends! Also, having Nova be a descendant of Judas adds not only nothing to the plot, but nothing to her character. She's supposedly prettier than Fujigo according to Down Bad Lupin, and tries to manipulate the situation but fails because of some other woman's jugs. I was pleasantly surprised with this episode, taking similar plot points but adding a new twist on it, and it makes the episode better for it. Would I like to see these X-ray eye drops come to reality? No! It's a breach of privacy, not like the Elite care. Oh well. As for the episode, another fun one. A unique aspect to the Lupin formula with a funny payoff. I'll rank it above the most dangerous gold in bed. The world's famous painting, the Mona Lisa, is being sent to an Arabian museum with Pops protecting it in the process. Lupin and the gang, ever fond of the painting, go and steal it. The battle to get it is tough, but overall, a successful still. However, Lupin notices that the Mona Lisa he stole was in fact a pretty good fake, and the real one might be in the hands of Professor Faker. This was one of those episodes where I really had to think about what it was trying to be, but mostly convey. It's your typical heist episode, but there's a twist that might make it interesting, or not, it depends on the writer. The more I think about it, the more I realize that there's more to this rather simple plot. This episode delves into obsession in a way that's never been delved into before. Lupin wants it for street cred, as well as going on obsessing over it due to his sudden mother complex. Every thief has an obsession of stealing it, but only collecting fakes. It's a painting where everyone obsesses over its sheer beauty, but realizes that what they've obsessed over wasn't the real McCoy, and they want the real thing. Also, the painting is used for diplomatic affairs, with the Mona Lisa going to Arabia as a goodwill gesture in order to get some good deals on oil, and the Arabians don't know it's a fake. We know of rich people laundering money using art, at least nowadays. There's this ugliness disguised as beauty in every scenario of this episode, and the most truthful man is someone who painted the fake in the first place. Professor Faker, bit on the nose, isn't it? The manager of the Louvre in Paris, who not only painted that fake, but spent 10 years producing fakes, to the point where he can't even tell the difference between the real and fake painting anymore, offering Lupin a chance to find a real one, and the ending is simply just perfect. It's a unique take on the typical heist episode, though I still find it a tad average, at least in the first half. Not the kind of episode I would watch again anytime soon, but I still appreciate the nuanced take on the typical formula this time round. Not the best episode out there, but certainly has more than meets the eye that, if you're a Lupin fan, can spot the interesting takes. I'll rank it above Sentetsuken of Sorrow. It's New Year's Eve, and to celebrate another year of good well-being, a bell at the belfry of Kohoji Temple in Mount Horai will be rang 108 times. For Goemon, it's an honourable tradition. For Lupin, it's to steal a golden treasure ship originating from China worth trillions of yen. But it won't be easy, as there are people guarding the treasure, including of course Pops, along with some Yakuza, and to make sure it's well guarded, an assassin with no heirs named Antonio Wolf. It's a decent episode and yet another heist plot where Lupin does what he does best. The context for the boat was interesting, looking into certain rulers who managed to avoid a black omen in order to gain success and rule the country, with Lupin wanting to steal the boat to get rid of his own black omen funk. Antonio Wolf is another assassin trying to kill Lupin, though his reasoning is much more personal, as he's had history with Lupin and Jigen before, where they stole something in New Mexico that Antonio wanted, he was shooting them both, and they replied by shooting off both his ears simultaneously. What kind of Golgo 13 bollocks made them precisely shoot off both ears of a man? Also, the chief detective, who is adamant that Lupin lies in a coffin, hire Yakuza to guard the boat. I know they're referred to as Mafia, but the Yakuza are Japanese Mafia, so Yakuza they are. Where the hell is Kiryu to sort... Anyway, it's alright. I don't really have much else to say. It's another decent heist episode and I'll leave it at that. Though it does have the distinction of one thing. It's the final episode of Lupin III Part 2 of the 70s, as it aired on New Year's Eve of 1979, so the next episode will be aired in the 80s. But for this episode, I'll rank it above Mona Lisa Smiles Twice. We're back in Broadway and Lupin is buying some chewing gum off a random bloke named Buckingham, but the gum is quite special as it can let you disguise as other people, but only for a short time. To celebrate the deal, they go to a nightclub where they watch a dancer named Amore dancing for the boys. But the boss of the club, Gasper, has one rule: do not approach the dancer. Unfortunately, Lupin's down bad energy will not allow him to respect the rules as he gives Amore roses and dances with her, and Gasper wants to kill the thief, with Pops trying to stop him. This leads to Gasper hiring the entire US army of land, sea and sky to destroy Lupin. Despite all their efforts, Lupin manages to escape successfully, but Gasper has one more plan to get his hands on Lupin: marry him off to Amore. I really want to like this episode. It had a lot of funny moments and Oki's back with his storyboard work and character designs. This episode's goal was to go over the top, so much so that it infects the entire episode to the point of being really annoying. It's just a very noisy episode that I just couldn't vibe with. And let me be clear, I don't mind episodes like this, and it's not a particularly bad episode. Lupin's Big Western, Madame and the Thief's Quartet, Diamond Shining in a Robot's Eye, Black Panther, and much more are over the top, but are perfectly balanced in a way. None of these episodes felt obnoxious to watch compared to this episode. The marriage plot point, whilst it's a fun idea, got predictable real fast, because the episode spoiled the reveal of Gasper, so you're waiting for Lupin to outsmart the bad guy. Again, I want to like this episode, but I just didn't enjoy it. For the positives, I do like Pops in this episode, from trying to stop Gasper from killing Lupin to, well, that's all its major highlights, as well as almost killing a taxi driver and almost causing another car crash. The most ironic aspect of all this is that the black guy is the only likable episode exclusive character, for being so mellow despite being the narrator of the episode, and his character design is Oki at his base. So this episode, I'll take it or leave it. Not bad, but not a fan of it either. I'll rank it above A Woman Disappeared on the Mysterious Demon's Head Island. Lupin and the gang via helicopter head to the island of Rabaul, the resting place of many Japanese soldiers during the war. Lupin's goal is to find Captain Cook's secret treasure hidden in the island, treasure that's rumoured to be worth £1 billion. They suddenly get shot down by an old warplane and get rescued by this fat rich bloke, who tasks Lupin to capture the man who shot them down, disassemble a nuclear bomb said man captured with a net because Japanese men were built different back then, and bring him back to his home country. And to make sure Lupin can't refuse the request, the rich man kidnaps Fujiko, but it won't be easy as the man who shot down Lupin's helicopter is revealed to be Flight Petty Officer First Class Kimihiro, a soldier from 30 years back as of the airing of this episode, who was tasked by Isoroku Yamamoto to protect Captain Cook's treasure. But years passed and Kimihiro's friends are all dead and he still thinks the war is ongoing, despite the rest of the gang trying to tell him that Japan lost. This episode is fine, it's one where you understand everything by the end, from the antagonist to how Lupin feels about the soldiers who lost their lives trying to win a war that they would ultimately lose. Kimihiro thinking the war is still ongoing is quite sad, his mind lost due to the utmost dedication to fighting for his country. He's lost so much years of his life, and even when he does have a chance to go back to Japan, he decides to stay in the island where he can be with his fallen war buddies. Not just because he thinks they would miss him, but he'd be a fish out of water in a Japan that has changed and thrived since the end of the war. And yes, Isoroku Yamamoto was a real guy and was a Marshal Admiral for the Imperial Japanese Navy, IJN, as well as the Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet during World War II. The antagonist is generic, but the reveal that he has some history with Kimihiro was quite the surprise, and his island battleship should have clued me in, oh well. Also, the Japanese army shelter was in a bloomin' volcano. Real man shit. Fujiko's the damsel in distress once again. Been a while since she's been captured, and weirdly enough, this episode gives them more wacky facial expressions than we've ever seen. Not bad. Pops doesn't turn up until over 16 minutes in, with credits, and it's just there to accidentally resolve the plot, once more making him a deus ex machina. One of the funnier moments was rather unintentional, as the gang spare the antagonist, with Goemon telling him to never do bad things. A gang of criminals is telling a bad guy to stop being a bad guy. Lupin III, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I like the episode. It's average, but still a good one. I'll rank it above the Operation Nameless Trushingura. Lupin and the gang rob the Bank of Stockholm. All is well until Fujiko tricks Lupin and takes the money for herself, but someone causes an avalanche and Fujiko gets caught in it. The injuries caused by the avalanche take a toll on Fujiko, whom ends up dying despite the doctor trying his best to treat her. But not before Lupin tells Fujiko about his most precious treasure as her last request. Yada yada yada, it was all a trick. The doctor who treated Fujiko is the main antagonist, Helga, who is working with her to find and locate the treasure. Upon arrival, Helga is hesitant in opening it once he sees a Minotaur statue and runs away, leaving Fujiko with the safe. Upon trying to open it, the Minotaur morphs into Fujiko, a fully realistic copy of her apart from its tail. This is in fact a robot built by the Nazis to protect Adolf Hitler. Just go with it, and Lupin stole it from a rich guy some time ago to protect his treasure. As you do. So yes, the robot Fujiko is gonna send herself to the streets. How considerate. The episode overall is quite fun. The idea of something that can copy your every move is quite freaky when you think about it. But the episode does what it can to make it humorous and in the style of Lupin III. And the fight with Lupin and the gang fighting their copies is fun as it's been building up throughout the episode. Though it never explains how the Minotaur could simply multiply like that. Also, a morphing robot that can copy everything you do and even think what you think, eh? We're in sci-fi territory the likes we haven't seen since Mamo, and it's been a while. The supposed death of Fujiko was incredibly predictable, but at least it wasn't too long before the rest of the gang find out the truth from Pops, and after hearing that info, Pops chases Lupin and the thief decks him in return, and Pops never comes back for the rest of the episode. Mind you, after 119 episodes, this is the first time I've seen Lupin do that to Pops. Is this how you can prevent the Inspector from appearing for no reason? Lupin should try that more. We got another mediocre antagonist, Helga. First of all, oh no, the doctor that looked like an evil scientist was an evil scientist the whole time, but it turns out he's the one who invented the Minotaur robot in the first place. So Lupin's villain once again is Nazis. It's been a while, hasn't it? But he's simply in it to grab Lupin's treasure like every other antagonist, so he's still another generic bad guy Lupin has to outsmart. But I do like Helga's outsmarting too, from swapping Fujiko with the Minotaur version, to meddling with Lupin's drill machine, leading to the third act, and making them kill themselves. Getting screwed over by the man you stole his invention from? Priceless. Another key moment is a small scene involving Lupin meeting Fujiko for the first time. Lupin just stole something, Fujiko comes out of nowhere and helps him escape, and that's about it for backstory. It does give context to the ending, but something like "and then one day Lupin met Fujiko" should have more gravitas given what we've seen from them. But nope, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Plus there will be another supposed origin story in years to come anyway. But overall, it's a good episode, even with some sci-fi added in for silly fun. Well balanced silly fun. Not the chewing gum disguise operation silly fun. I'll rank this episode above The Most Dangerous Golden Bed. Lupin and the gang search for the pirate kid's treasure, and it's been a month since they began their search, but it's eventually time wasted as an underground organization called the Red Ghost steal it from them. It seems that recently, whatever Lupin has been trying to steal, the Red Ghost always gets there first. Fujiko investigates the Red Ghost and turns out that they're using necromancy to speak with spirits, asking them where they hid their treasures, with Lupin not believing in black magic in the same vein that he won't believe in ghosts, even when there's one right in front of him. Unbeknownst to any of this information, Goemon takes a walk in the woods and gets ambushed by dogs. But the samurai gets kidnapped for the second time this season, this time by Malaka, working with the Red Ghost. She has a gun that can call out the dead, and in the case of Goemon, she calls out for his ancestor, Goemon Ishikawa I, and makes him possess the current Goemon in a bid to give him the location of a pot that holds the soul of a monster created by Dr. Frankenstein the 15th. So this summary escalated to 11 real quick. Yep, Lupin at one point has to battle Frankenstein's monster in the third act. The idea of playing with spirits to use for your own gain is a pretty cool idea. Heck, it reminds me of many modern shonen series like Jujutsu Kaisen, but especially Phantom Seer. Remember that manga? The series that the West adored but got axed out of nowhere, so there are differences in taste between cultures sometimes. Anyway, because it's Lupin, the villains use this power to steal shit. The Red Ghosts have been around since the 15th century, playing with black magic and playing God for their evil deeds, creating a monster that could help them build their devil's kingdom, even fighting in the war against the based Crusades who defeated the monster by shooting it and capturing its soul.
Unacceptable!
The Red Ghost disappeared for the time being, allowing for their descendants, the Nazis, to form. Oh, and the dogs in this episode are robots.
Run the bullshit! Go! Enough!
This episode was pretty decent. I liked the concept of Lupin having some competition. It reminds me of the Cobra Syndicate from episode 49, A Pretty Woman Has Poison, though in this episode, we see the rifle screw over Lupin, though we don't see them do this more than once, and we mostly just get explained that this is what they've done. A good concept having to be shared with a horror plot involving resurrecting spirits, because to be the best thieves, one must use supernatural necromancy bullshit to achieve your goals, sort of like a cheat mode. Pops is here for like 30 seconds trying to arrest Lupin for some bloody reason. Lupin easily outsmarts him, and that's his appearance in this episode. Take him out the episode and once again, it doesn't change anything, you know the drill, moving on. The battle against Frankenstein's monster is one-sided. He fucks Lupin's shit up, and the only way to defeat it is to outsmart all the antagonists in the episode through sheer convenience, resulting in what amounts to a fuck it ending. It's a bit disappointing that there wasn't much more the episode could do with said monster. I did notice 2 animation mistakes, with Malaka's hair in one scene being brown and the next scene her hair is blonde as it's supposed to be. But one major mistake is when the possessed Goemon unscrews a Buddha statue's finger, which contains the soul pot. It's left unscrewed when Goemon flees, and in the next scene, it's screwed back in. Regardless, the episode's fine, very flawed but still decent. In short, a weird, silly horror story that only the writers of Lupin III Part 2 could come up with. I'll rank it above Zantetsuken of Sorrow. Lupin and Jigen go to steal a top hat once belonging to Lupin I, but Pops is there and tries to defeat them with snakes, giving us context for that gif I've seen online multiple times. Pops shoots the hat, putting a hole in it. After escaping from Pops, the rest of the gang find a receipt inside the hole saying that Johnny Gregoire I will look after the Opal Venus that Lupin I stole. This means that Lupin III has every right to take it back. The gang go to Gregoire's castle where the Opal Venus is held, and after getting through multiple traps they meet Yillis, the guard of this castle, who takes Lupin to where the statue is. All Lupin has to do is walk the path to get it, but everything gets in the way, from sheep passing by to men riding camels. Lupin's unable to get anywhere with this, but it's a trap devised by someone in the castle, who has the rest of the gang thrown in the underground dungeon. This episode is an adaptation of 2 chapters from Lupin III, Chapter 77, Way Out, and 78, Hall Road. The plot is relatively the same. Lupin goes to a house, screws over this guy for a bit, and tells him to try and take the statue, though some jokes from the manga were either left out or were altered or cut short. Take the baseball kids. What was a minor joke in the adaptation was originally just one young baseball player playing t-ball on a mountain cliff. The old man from the adaptation is here and accounted for, and because this is Kato, one of the distractions include a man pretending to rape a woman in the hopes that Lupin saves her. He tries to ignore it, but his good nature gets the better of him, and proceeds to not just break the bones of this bloke, but his teeth, jaw and dick. The adaptation understandably cuts this distraction and replaces it with sheep and camels. In terms of the plot, it's better in a few ways. It gives us more context and backstory that the manga doesn't provide, and we get to see the gang together going through the castle whilst it was just Lupin alone in the manga. I do like the first half of the episode because of the camaraderie of the gang. It's just a fun trip with the boys and the girl who really wants that treasure. The second half that adapts the path is relatively faithful, but I didn't vibe with it the same way I did with the manga chapters. I felt it worked in the manga because it was paced much better, and the crass humour just made it work. It's a dumb idea of Lupin trying to collect treasure that somewhat works. With the adaptation, I felt it needed more tricks and distractions to make it annoying in a funny way, as in annoying to Lupin, because as is, I got bored of the adaptation's version very quickly. Though there was one moment that did screw with me. When Lupin falls asleep counting sheep, Yillis just walks over the sheep. I thought it was an animation mistake and Lupin could simply just jump over the sheep or somehow walk past them, and I was going to make a joke where Yillis doesn't obey the laws of reality of this world, but it was in fact a clue to tell the viewer, hey you stupid cunt, this was all an illusion. The benefits of hindsight, huh? The episode is still good though. As ridiculous as it was, I simply prefer the manga. The concept just works better there. And whilst it's still good in the adaptation, I wish the writer did more with it with improved pacing and more creativity. You might enjoy the adaptation more and that's fine. And given that this is a season 4 episode, it could have been a lot worse. I'll rank it above Mona Lisa Smiles twice. Lupin takes photographs of Fujiko in Paris, but the thief gets knocked out and Fujiko is once again kidnapped. Meanwhile, Pops is enlisted by the European Community Centre's president, Chairman Dr. Nuer, who tasked the inspector to capture Lupin with the help of a pie-throwing gun. Just go with it. But it's successful as Pops finally arrests Lupin and the thief is thrown in a cell where Fujiko resides. However, in another location in Tahiti, Dr. Nuer gives Lupin an offer. Solve the mystery of the location of Napoleon's treasure using the scarf Fujiko found, and him and Fujiko will be let off scot-free. Failure to do so results in the guillotine because Dr. Nuer is French as fuck. This is one of the episodes ever made. I don't really know what to say about this one. It's not a bad episode by any means, but we've seen this kind of episode before. from the puzzle solving of the likes of the Witch of the Fourth Dimension, to the main characters getting tricked by a revealed antagonist with Fujiko It's Tough Being a Man, Leave Revenge to Lupin, and much more. Pops is here and cooms on everyone. I don't know. Dr. Nu is one of those villains where he was this close to killing Lupin, if not for the rest of the gang. A lot of antagonists seem to forget Lupin has a former hitman and a samurai around, though I will give credit to the episode for having a reveal that was quite clever, but it's not enough to fully recommend an episode that is just okay, and offers nothing unique to talk about. I'll rank it above Lupin's toughest fight ever. A young girl named Francoise is the girl next door. To Lupin, that is. She admires him and even has a crush on him, but her father wants her to stay away from a criminal like Lupin using good old child abuse. Lupin, with the help of Jigen, steals the staff Andalusia from Topkapi Palace in Turkey, but it turns out to be a fake. A letter is then sent to the Louvre from Lupin informing everyone, including Pops, that he plans to steal the Rose of Oppenheim, but it turns out that Lupin never sent that letter but Francoise, who tells Lupin that she not only has the real Star of Andalusia, but also the real Rose of Oppenheim, and said Joel is also fake because her father wanted to deceive the public for shits and giggles. Also, her father is in the hospital and Francoise tasked Lupin to replace the fake Rose of Oppenheim for the real thing in order to preserve her father's good reputation. So we have another episode where a young girl can somewhat outsmart the gang, just like what we saw in episode 27, Where Did the Cinderella Stamp Go, with Alice back in season 2. Though instead of the girl simply wanting something Lupin wants, she does it simply to spend time with her crush. Though thankfully Lupin treats her like a child and not something the FBI would arrest him for. I hope he learned his lesson after Santetsuken of Sorrow. It's also another episode where Lupin has to take a treasure back to its original place, similar to the likes of Tutankhamun's 3,000 Year Curse and Computer or Lupin. This episode is focused on Francoise as she manipulates events to get the story she wants, only for it to backfire because her reasoning to replace the fake jewel for the real one sounds weird and made no sense. Why would her father swap jewels for keks? What is even the point? But that's just it. She's a child, and children most likely lie a lot, but she's pretty convincing. She certainly has a crush on Lupin from being jealous of Fujiko, and I'm guessing one day she'll be the one to send her to the streets, to actually having a plan that Lupin couldn't think of, cluing you in that she's thought of this plan ahead, possibly to prove that she can be one step ahead like the Master Thief. Though I am concerned about her high sugar intake. She eats big bars of chocolate, cakes, juice like calm down son, or in this case, daughter. She also has a dog who looks like Lupin, and is named Lupin. Ah yes, that's some mighty fine creepy girlfriend material there. Just lovely. Whilst I do find this plotline interesting when I think about it more, it's still not as great as Where Did the Cinderella Stamp Go? I got invested in Alice's shenanigans far more than Francoise. It felt like I wasted my time and nothing mattered in the end. It's not like we'll see Francoise again, no matter what her final words make you believe. It's just another mid-episode overall, with a plot that is fine but makes you not give a toss by the end. One where someone steals something for the thrill of being with someone you really like doesn't interest me. And Pops is another punching bag once again. All the previous episodes I mentioned in this episode are much better and I recommend those instead. I'll rank this episode above the operation name is Chushingura. We're back in America, and Professor Pancho and his wife live in a village that's struggling with food supply. Using his 900 IQ, he builds something that will surely help the village. A popcorn machine. Just go with it. Regardless, it's a success and tons of popcorn is ready to be eaten. But the success is rather short-lived as the machine goes haywire and flies off into space, raining down popcorn across the country. Which is where Lupin finds out after a night of moon viewing with Fujiko, where she says I've always loved you and the other million lies this follows told volume 1 out of 999. Lupin and Fujiko decide to go to the moon with a popcorn machine filled rocket with the help of Pancho and said wife.
Gromit, did that tree just speak Vietnamese?
Oh yes, replace the main characters and the thievery and you literally have a Wallace and Gromit episode. It seems going to space wasn't enough for the two last time, now they want to go even further beyond. It's another wacky episode, but unlike the chewing gum disguise operation, it doesn't annoy me. The writer for this episode knew what he was writing and had some fun with the concept. Oh wait, I just found out that this writer is Yoshio Urasawa, who also wrote the chewing gum disguise operation. Fuck me. At the very least, it's a much better episode than that one. The idea of Lupin wanting to go to the moon because he's Lupin and it's his bloody right to do so is such a dumb idea, and it surprisingly works. It has a lot of funny moments with the eccentric Professor Pancho and his wife. You got NASA trying to stop Lupin with the help of Pops, and the secretary is openly jingoistic against the Japanese, and Pops is a bloody kiss ass. Wait, that was a thing in this episode, wasn't it? Now, if you watch this episode, it will expect you to throw common sense out the window in a good way, as popcorn in a Lupin universe can be whatever it feels like, from being used as ammo that can knock down people thanks to Lupin's lethal popcorn cannon gun, yes, this is a thing, to even flooding NASA with the stuff and Lupin being able to sail on it. Sure, it's silly, but it's fun. It's focused on that, and oh right, Oki's back again as he did storyboard work and character design work for this episode, and it fits with this wacky tale. Though unlike most episodes, these episodes go even more cartoony, to the point that Lupin rarely changes to his Oki variant, and the Oki characters feel jarring alongside the usual suspects. I did like the episode's choice of using classical music, and of course they used the Blue Danube, because we're going to space and the title is a parody of 2001 A Space Odyssey, and my goodness they used Symphony No. 3 in C minor OP 78 by Camille Saint-Saëns as well. I love that one. Remember when it was used in Babe, Kino film? It's a fun episode, and it's honest about its zaniness as well as never getting annoying. It's my favourite episode of season 4 so far. I recommend it. I'll rank it on the top. Lupin watches a romantic movie when he gets a phone call from a mysterious person claiming to have kidnapped Fujiko again, but if Lupin wants it back, he has to steal the crown of King Homasan, located in Alright, look, I'm just gonna pronounce it as Araran's National Museum. Despite being secured with sulfuric acid, Lupin manages to steal the crown, outsmarting Pops once more. Yeah, let's just have acid as a fountain that anyone could touch accidentally. What lawsuit? However, the Araran forces, including Minister Kasim, ambushed the gang not to prosecute them, but to celebrate them, as Lupin stealing the crown was a test to see if he was worthy of being kind. And Fujiko was in on it too, because of course she was. But there's a reason why Kasim did all this. He plans on marrying his daughter Princess Gianna off to Lupin, as she has fallen ill and Kasim assumes she wishes to be with him. Ah yes, the lovely newlyweds with a big arse age gap. Truly, this is a Middle Eastern moment. However, that's not what Gianna desires. What she actually wants is snow, and living in a Middle Eastern country doesn't allow for snow to drop, so Lupin must find a way to make it snow before Gianna dies. And Pops gets thrown in jail and we never see him for the rest of the episode. Might as well just come out and say it. If you watched The Thief in Paris, an episode involving a kid who claims there is an issue and wants Lupin to sort it out and it turns out there was more to it, then you know how this plot is going to end. It was a very predictable episode when it comes to the illness of Gianna. Other than that, it's better than that episode somewhat for being a bit more entertaining. The ways Lupin tries to Tesco value his way out of this nonsense is funny, and we get the most fuck it third act I've seen in a while. Just go in, kill everyone, take the shit, and fuck off. Heck, even Goemon makes a man go black and it's physically impossible to go back. This man didn't fuck around. I mean, the villains, once the boss was threatened, gave up super quickly. It felt anticlimactic in the end. The design of Gianna was kind of jarring. Middle Eastern people have distinct features, and we've seen that in many of the diverse people in part 2. But with Gianna, the designers probably didn't know how to design a Middle Eastern girl and went, fuck it, take one of the little white girl designs and tan her a teeny bit. Seeing Lupin being praised by all this is so hilarious. Hooray, Lupin stole our shit, he's the messiah. Wait, why are they saluting like that? The war's over, animators, just get over it! Other than that, it's an alright episode. But the moment Kasim told Lupin that Gianna was dying, and I assume many others could see the writing on the wall. So yeah, it's flawed but entertaining enough to not be too low in the ranks. And I'll rank it above The Treasure My Grandfather Left Behind. Fujiko and Lady Black play a game of chess. Black discusses Lupin's sheer lack of survival and she wants to put that to the test with a bet, in that if she fails to kill Lupin, Fujiko gets all her expensive valuables, to which Fujiko takes on the bet, sending out Lupin once more. Also, the grass is green and the sky is blue. Meanwhile, Fujiko informs Lupin of a job she's doing but doesn't elaborate more. Jigen and Goemon once again tells Lupin to send Fujiko to the streets, with Goemon walking out and Lupin forcibly taking Jigen to the specific destination, only for it to be a trap and Jigen responding to this in the appropriate manner. Lupin and Jigen enter a mysterious place filled with traps that the boys struggle to escape from, with Lady Black enjoying their suffering a bit too much. This episode is like a more extreme version of Is the Invader Safe Open? You got a woman who has history with one of the main characters and devises traps for the gang to solve, and there's a reveal on why they did what they did. But whilst Jigen's relationship with Catherine was vague, but you could tell that there was no bad blood between the two, Lupin's relationship with Lady Black is kind of sad. Speaking of which, let's talk about Lady Black. Turns out the original Lady Black presumably died and left everything to her son. Lupin had a relationship with Black, and even took a liking to her son. It seems the boy found a father figure in Lupin. And at this point you should know the words Lupin and father figure isn't gonna end well, as the boy realizes Lupin preferred his mother over him, coping and seething with jealousy, and deciding to dress up as his mother in a bid to take revenge against Lupin. And we see Lupin eventually stealing from the boy now grown up, and dressed as her mother, implying Lupin thinks she's still alive, which also implies that Lupin only ever got close to Lady Black to steal from her. Well, son of a bitch, this moment depicts Lupin the way cattle would approve of, only getting close to women for their material goods. And maybe some other stuff because this is Lupin III. And like Is the Invader Safe Open, their true relationship is very vague, but unlike that episode, the holes not filled in does leave the reveal very wonky. If Lupin didn't use Black and genuinely liked her, then maybe Lupin was fooled in Black's odd change of personality. But with Lupin's down bad energy, he should have noticed quickly. But if Lupin did use Black and took advantage of her, then he not only broke a woman's heart to her death, but is also responsible for breaking a person's mental state for valuables. Or it could just be fatherless behavior, who knows. So yeah, it's a decent episode, and whilst I do prefer Is the Invader Safe Open, this episode is fine. It could have been worse, but the addition of the reveal of Lady Black makes it more interesting than what we usually get out of specific episodes. The traps are quite thrilling, but then you remember this is Lupin III and he'll get out of this a-okay. Oh, and Pops arrives waiting for anything Lupin related. He's just a throwaway joke at this point, as if to say, yep, he's here, back to the plot. It's an okay episode overall. Maybe you'll find something more to it than I did. I'll rank it above A Thief in Paris. The gang are enjoying Fujiko playing the piano, but they're ambushed by a group of thugs, which the gang take down effortlessly. Lupin knows that this was the work of crime boss Largo, as Lupin stole some money off him, and the bloke and his lackey with no name is off to get revenge. They discover that Lupin has a toothache and decides to use that against him. Largo hypnotizes a big league baseball team, brainwashing them into killing Lupin. For whenever Lupin places his hand on his cheek where the pain is, the team will whack iron balls at impossible speeds. Oh, there's also a diamond involved. That is all. This episode is okay, another goofy one. It really feels like another Saturday morning plot where the antagonist can't kill the protagonist normally, so they have to use some crazy idea to defeat them, and brainwashing baseball players into defeating your enemy is borderline ridiculous. With that said, the antagonist of this episode was quite fun. Like to hate, I might add, but that's part and parcel of a bad guy. Didn't need a lackey though. The toothache run-in joke almost got old incredibly fast, even if it's integral to the plot. Even Pops gets a toothache. Also, wasn't the toothache gag Jigen's thing? Though Fujiko and the show ending the episode telling the kids at home to go to the dentist and to look after your teeth was quite funny when you think about it. A lot of Western kids shows in the 80s had educational segments at the end of an episode because of some parent group bastards. And it reminded me of that, but at least it felt more genuine than the 80s PSAs. Not that the episode is bad, it's just another average one. I'll rank it above together with Lupin to Hell. We're back once more in Broadway and Pops is getting the public to help him catch Lupin as he's rewarding anyone $1 million for the capture of the thief, and we get a bit of hijinks. Lupin eventually discovers a newspaper with an article about him committing a crime he hasn't done yet. This leads him to an old lady named Mrs. DeConjo, mother of the mentally challenged biker Benson DeConjo Jr. The old woman publishes an independent newspaper all by herself, and the only way she can sell them is to get the best exclusive scoops, and it seems that using Lupin is the best way to get her newspaper out there. Lupin doesn't appreciate the Minority Report bullshit she's doing, but taking advantage of her old age and Benson's biker gang, Mrs. DeConjo forces the gang to do random shit so she can write it for her newspaper, get that $1 million from Pops, and prove it all wasn't fake news. I'll admit, this episode, whilst I once again didn't vibe with it, is still really good and really funny. Seeing the rest of the gang all tired and forced to do dumb shit is hilarious, and we can't forget Goemon screaming like someone stamped on his fucking balls. He never did get over his close call, did he? And whilst Lupin and the gang battle against the biker gang, the old lady can use the world to freeze time, and Benson, well, I think America has failed Benson. This episode is part of and the final episode of the Broadway series of Part 2. See episode 78, Diamond Shining in a Robot's Eye, episode 106, You're a Cat, I'm a Dry Bonito, episode 117, The Chewing Gum Disguise Operation, and this episode were part of this mini-series Japanese fans like to call the Broadway series, as these episodes took place in, of course, Broadway. None of the episodes link to each other, well, other than cameos of Bucky and Butcher T Marchin from episode 106 and Buckingham from episode 117. But why designate a series of episodes because they were set in Broadway? Lupin suddenly goes to France a lot, let's call it the France series. No? Sounds dumb? Good, moving on. We got ourselves another good episode, though admittedly it took a second viewing for this one in particular to appreciate its honest silliness, though in the case of the so-called Broadway series, this one ain't my favourite, with Diamond shining in the robot's eye taking that mantle. At least in the Broadway series, and for this episode, it's good but not great. I'll rank it above The Treasure My Grandfather Left Behind. Jigen goes to Janika to find the nude Venus, a painting located in a government building, but when Jigen discovers it, he's freaked out by the fact that it's floating in the air. But stealing this floating painting isn't going to be easy as Janika is in a constant state of coup d'etat because no one is satisfied of anyone in power. Very relatable. Jigen plans for the upcoming steal along with Lupin, who has his own troubles getting to Janika, with the plane he's flying in having to go elsewhere due to the fighting, and pops is on his tail once more. Then suddenly a woman jumps into Jigen's room.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Alright, let's give this a chance at least. Anyway, so this is Sandra, who is getting married to the chief of the People's Liberty Movement, Gaira. Her goal is to take the nude Venus as it was a wedding gift her father was going to give to her until he was killed in a previous coup d'etat, so another Tuesday came and went. She tries to go into the government building but is shot at and gets a bullet wound by the opposing soldiers, resulting in Jigen rescuing her. Jigen will steal the painting for her and overcome the security feature of spiders. Yeah, it's another Jigen-centered episode and one that once again involves a woman, but it also involves Jigen not building up a loving relationship towards her, nor is said woman from Jigen's past. It's all coincidental, so something like the face of goodbye at the national border. Though with Sandra, she's unfortunately not the most memorable of the Jigen girls. She's doing all this simply to get one painting, and is a very prideful woman, not only yearning for the painting despite her injured leg, but doesn't want anyone else to take it but her. She's the fiancée of a revolutionary, but it doesn't give the plot much of an impact. In fact, she doesn't do anything impactful at all other than getting shot, with Jigen performing surgery to get a bullet out of her leg because all hitmen are qualified doctors, and Jigen eventually getting the painting for her. That being said, I do like her character design when Oki's involved. Yep, Oki worked on this episode as a storyboarder and one of the key animators, and once again, he possibly only animated segments again so the style can be very inconsistent like many other episodes. This episode heavily focuses on Jigen in the same vein as the face of goodbye at the national border, so the rest of the main characters get little screen time, though unlike that episode, they get a bit more here. Pops tries to capture Lupin, gets outsmarted and is captured by the revolutionaries and never appears for the rest of the episode. Oh dear. It did have one stupid scene after Sandra smashed into Jigen's room, where the guards try to look for the woman in said room. They look everywhere, in every corner, checking luggage and furniture, and eventually leaving after they don't find anything. She was hiding in the chandeliers. These people were too dumb to look up. Anyway, for a season 4 episode, it's quite alright. I place it higher up simply for Jigen's interactions with Sandra. Though the episode is set in the middle of a revolutionary fight where violence is everywhere you turn, and yet nothing much is done with it other than being an obstacle for Jigen and Sandra. Regardless, it's another decent episode and one that's at least memorable. But it's not one of my favourites. I'm probably just bored of Jigen girl episodes at this point. I'll rank it above A Thief in Paris. Monsieur Dade is a surrealist artist who almost finished his latest masterpiece. With his work worth millions, Fujiko insists that the gang steal his art, but even Dade's work is too surreal for the boys to steal. However, the artist's latest work has been stolen, and one Inspector Maigret points the finger at Lupin. Angered by this lie, Lupin, disguised as Maigret, heads to Dade's weird and insane home to find out the truth. Long story short, Maigret is Dade, and he kidnaps Lupin so he can transform the thief into an art piece. Also, Lupin becomes African American for the latter part of the episode. Yes, I know it's a tan, it's a dumb joke.
I'm 200% nigga.
Nice one episode title for literally spoiling the plot twist. Again. So if you caught on to the antagonist's name, he's based on Salvador Dali, a Spanish surrealist artist of all sorts, as well as a writer. He's known for producing really weird art, with his most famous piece being The Persistence of Memory, also known as that piece with the melting clocks, and this piece was referenced in The Mystery of Marmo amongst other paintings. When this episode first aired, Dali was around 75 years old, with deteriorating health, depression, a buggered right arm, and a drug addict, the many hardships of an artist. He eventually passed away in 1989 at the age of 84. Monsieur Dare is a clown parody of Dali, and the writer does everything he can to make him quirky by making him French, kooky, and up his own arse. The many hardships of an artist. Though I feel it does come across as forced and boring, Dare's plan is surreal as it can get. It's like a homage to Dali if the homage was made to completely take the piss out of him, though if there's one thing he doesn't like, it's normal things, or normies in general. Pops is here and he's a decent presence in this episode. What surprised me here was that Pops actually did a bit of detective work off screen and sounded competent for once. I know off screen detective work doesn't sound exciting, but given this is Pops we're talking about, I'll take what I can get. I do love how Lupin and the gang minus Fujiko find Dare's work so shit that not even their market value is enticing enough for the thieves to steal them, only for the plot to progress out of sheer pride. Not the first time this has happened, and I doubt it will be the last. Overall, it's a decent episode, though not one I'm too keen on watching again. I would say that Dare was too kooky for me, but nah, he's not bad. He could be worse. He could be Motomaru. Now that guy could have done with a chicken phone. A parody of the lobster phone, I think. I'll rank this episode above the operation name as Chushingura. Goemon is off to rob a bank and in the process kills one of the security guards. So yeah, a man disguised as Goemon is off robbing banks, stealing billions in the process. Thankfully the gang knows this was bullshit, but a letter claiming to be Goemon challenges Lupin with a reward of whatever he stole. Lupin is willing to take on the challenge, but with pride clouding his judgment, Goemon insists that he goes alone. When he gets there, it turns out to be a trap with the help of Pops. It was all devised by a man named Nadaimon, who simply wants Goemon's Zantetsuken for himself, and he took advantage of one fact: the sword's power has stopped working. It turns out that there are two Zantetsukuns, one male and one female, with the latter being a short sword. Every 300 years, the male sword loses its power for a whole night until 8 AM the next day. You could say it went flaccid. But look, this is part of the Lupin lore, I think. After failing to steal the sword the first time, Nadaimon kidnaps Fujiko with the goal of the rest of the gang exchanging the sword for her. And if you see Fujiko in peril, you can tell something isn't right. This episode is okay, another one centered on Goemon and his sword. I'm not sure what to think of the new law of Zantetsuken. Does the man make the sword, or does the sword make the man? What I mean is, the episode just told me that the sword is a supernatural blade where Goemon's swings and slashes were based on luck rather than skill. It's a powerful sword because it simply is, not because of the skills Goemon has. And I just realized something. If a plane and Fujiko can easily slice stuff up with not much effort, anyone can use it by swinging it around. And given that we rarely, if ever, see Goemon use any other sword but the Zantetsuken, it kind of demystifies the sword in such a lousy way that I feel disappointed. Heck, when Goemon reads up on the sword, he claims that he read all of this before, didn't believe it and forgot about it. Way to give a shit about a weapon that's literally your fourth leg by this point. Also, when the male and female swords are together, they attract each other, and the male sword is charged by 8 AM. Wait, are the swords having sex? Is this how Japan taught sex education to children in the Edo period? Nadaimon is mostly doing this because he has a female Zantetsuken, and it's feeling rather lonely. But it's mostly because his ancestor was a hated rival to Goemon I. Both were thieves, but Goemon I was the better thief. So Nadaimon's idea is that if he takes the male sword, he'll be a much better thief? Okay, not like it matters. Jigen throws him into a vat of acid, Death Wish 5 style, because it's been a while since he assassinated someone, so he thought, what the fuck. But if there's one surprising element to the episode, it's a fly. So you see that black blob on the screen, right? Yeah, turns out what looks like to be a fly ended up getting caught in the camera when they filmed the cell animation. The fact that it was kept regardless of it being so visible makes me laugh. Thank goodness the fly never walked across the screen, otherwise you'll end up with some scarred children seeing a real life fly just appearing on their cartoon show. But yeah, for all its faults, I still enjoyed it. It has your typical Lupin story by this point, but it's still a decent affair regardless. I'll rank it above Zantetsuken of Sorrow. Lupin III is a thief. He steals from others because he can. But if there's one thing he hates in terms of thievery is when others take from him, as a man steals Lupin's cash that once belonged to Napoleon. Lupin manages to find the thief and interrogate him on the whereabouts of said cash. Fujigo of course knows everything and finds out that the man is part of the Fandar cult, located in the Holy Land of Fandara, led by Guru Fandar. This man demands his followers to throw away all their belongings in order to reach the sacred land, as well as removing their clothes too, both women and even men. No homo on the latter though. But it's all the ruse, as the Guru's real objective is to hire men to steal valuables from all over the world, give them to him, pretend to dump them for good, and maybe take a share of it for a job well done. Only for the Guru to kill the men because he never intended to share anything. Lupin is off to find his money, even if he has to do it in the nude. Another decent one, but one I enjoyed. A thief cult is an interesting idea, though nothing much comes out of it other than being a scam, but that aspect is also believable. I just love that Lupin's the kind of guy to be annoyed when someone steals from him, calm as a bitch as the saying goes, or in the case of this series, a Fujigo. Guru Fandar is a scam artist but also a ruthless criminal, who will erase those who work for him, so he can keep the stolen valuables all to himself, and maybe, just maybe, with all those valuables in hand, he can buy a comb. But seriously though, comb your blasted hair! Other than that, he's yet another typical Lupin antagonist. Though why is the man green? Hangman from episode 49, killing as the smell of wine, was also green, but at least he had an excuse. The man thought the concept of a bath was an example of toxic masculinity. Why did I write this shit? Are there human beings in the Lupin universe that are green? And are they all born to be bad guys? Or am I putting more thought into this than the writer of this episode? Yes. Yes, I am. So, yeah, it's okay, that's all. I'll rank it above A Thief in Paris. Fujigo is off to report on a South Pole expedition. Meanwhile, Lupin is off dating a random woman named Claudia at an amusement park, whilst dodging death in every turn because plot armor. Soon enough, Lupin plans to go to Cleo Island to steal some treasure inside a volcano, but he can only take it when the volcano isn't erupting, and he's got 30 minutes to go down, get the treasure, and come out again. Now, I'm no volcano expert, but wouldn't the inside of a volcano still be insanely hot regardless if the volcano stopped erupting? However, Jigen and Goemon refuse to help him because it's too dangerous, and that treasure belongs to the people, who are a poor island to begin with. Lupin tricks the boys by using Fujigo and the newly hired Pops to uphold a majority vote, but it turns out Lupin used puppets to trick the boys, and since Lupin isn't a very discreet man when it counts, Jigen finds out and him and Goemon plan to trick Lupin, but Lupin finds out this betrayal, and then a mystery man finds out. So Jigen and Goemon have to find a way to prevent Lupin from taking the treasure, with Claudia informing the people of the island that they are to be trusted with this mission. I really enjoyed the first half of the episode. The idea of the gang trying to stop Lupin from stealing something is an interesting take. Lupin in this anime usually steals from the rich and gives it to nobody else. So for him to steal from the poor is something the manga Lupin would probably do. Yes, I'll come back to that. Lupin in this series, despite being a thief, when someone's in trouble or they come face to face with an enemy, he usually does the right thing and does good guy shit in the only ways Lupin knows how. So the gang infighting over Lupin doing something out of character is a cool idea if done right. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in this episode because of many missed opportunities by the second half. First off, a native sleeping tarantula. It bites Lupin in the plane and is supposed to make him sleep for 24 hours, meaning he should miss the pausing of the erupted volcano. But nope, he somehow wakes up earlier than expected because he has a special body, and becomes a caffeine addict for a minute. What a fuck it moment for this series. As for the villagers, it turns out they were the mafia and want the treasure for themselves. I don't like how the villagers were the bad guys, Claudia included, as she's a fed in disguise, glowing so brightly. That potential of Lupin having to think of the morals of stealing from the poor is simply erased in favour of a typical Lupin plot where the bad guys are worse than Lupin, and in this episode, he doesn't defeat them because they were too stupid to realise Claudia was an FBI agent. Also, Claudia somehow made Anna Pelopi, the antagonist of the episode, believe she was his granddaughter. So where's the real Claudia? That makes no sense to me, but anyway, what do I think of Lupin risking his life to grab the treasure from the volcano that could erupt at any time? Don't care. This is Lupin, he's the main character, and he automatically has plot armor. I'd be shocked if he did die. It's frustrating because with the first half, the episode was building up to something interesting. That build up was what kept me intrigued with what the episode was going to do. But then it deflates because it didn't want to take any more risks. Maybe I've overhyped myself, mainly because there are very few episodes in season 4 that I've deemed classics in my opinion, far shorter than previous series. I just want another really good episode, and I thought this could be a top tier episode, but unfortunately it's not. This episode was an adaptation of Shin Lupin III, Chapter 45, Very Hole Badger, and Chapter 46, Very Hole Thief. The anime is quite faithful to the manga chapters with some differences. Claudia had no name and was an assassin instead of a Fed, with her and Lupin playing tennis instead of going to an amusement park. The native bloke and a woman who live in the island are not villains, they're poor, and that treasure really does belong to them, but despite Jigen and Goemon's efforts to stop Lupin, he finds a way to get what he wants, morality be damned. I'm fine with this because this is manga Lupin. I expect him to not give a shit about stealing from the poor. The man's done far worse things in the hands of Kato. Speaking of which, the volcano is shaped like a male sex symbol because Kato and subtlety don't mix. At all. I do prefer the manga original over the anime because I didn't expect the manga to think about Lupin's morality of stealing from the poor. I knew what I was going to get when reading the chapters and it was exactly what I got. But the anime expands on the ideas used here and I expected more, I expected better, and whilst I got more than the manga, it certainly wasn't better. The fly from 2 Goemon's The Mysterious San Tetsuken returns when the scene pans through the lava and it's on top once more. We will never see this in modern anime unless it's a weird Easter egg of some kind. Oh, one more thing. There was also a promotional comic made for this series when it aired in Italy, possibly commissioned by Euro TV. It was its own adaptation of this episode and uses scenes from the anime. Now because this is in a different language I can't understand, I'm unable to say any more on the matter. I found this in what looks to be an Italian fan site where someone managed to scan a ton of Italian comics based on Western cartoons, anime and more. So if you're Italian, check it out, and if you're an English translator, you know what to do. This is some undiscovered history right here. I'll rank the episode above Rare Discovery, Napoleon's Treasure. Fujiko informs Lupin of some diamonds coming from South Africa. If Lupin steals them, she promises him with marriage. Long story short, it was a trick as Fujiko works with Pops to help capture the boys with the diamonds, and she gets an expensive ring as a reward. And then Pops stabs her in the back. Maybe this time it will be Pops who sends Fujiko back to the streets. So Lupin and the boys end up having their plane being taken over and lands on a mountain as Pops begins his 10-year plan, no I'm not kidding, to hire thousands of police officers from all around the world to surround the plane, with Lupin not being able to escape this time round. As for Fujiko, if Lupin does find some way of escaping, Pops will let her go. I should hate this episode. I really should. This is the most tropiest Lupin episode of them all. The plot wears predictability like a badge of honor, in addition to being way over the top, but despite its many faults, I surprisingly enjoyed the episode. I mean, it's certainly not the best episode out there, but there's a lot of charm I didn't expect to get here. Pops is really fun here. He treats this like it's his perfect plan, like nothing can go wrong. He's the overexcited child who acts like a Saturday morning villain, who thinks they have a plan that will help them defeat their enemy once and for all, which makes the upcoming predictable resolution pulled out of the writer's arse all the funnier. Lupin's down bad energy is at an all-time high. I was quite irritated at first since they made him dumb for the sake of his plot, which has not happened in a long time, but with Fujiko promising him that they would get married, Lupin probably would lose some brain cells over that. Jigen and Goemon knew that this was a trap from the beginning, considering how easy it was to steal those diamonds, what with the guards not even asking for security cards or even special passes. And Fujiko's involved in this as well, so that's a bad omen. The whole thing is smellier than Fujiko's diamond-encrusted fish tank. Alright, enough puss jokes for now. Anyway, the inspector's plan almost worked. Pops exploiting Lupin's down bad energy is such an obvious idea to use against Lupin, I'm surprised he hasn't used it more. But you didn't need all those police officers to go up the mountain, and the United Nations who helped plan this out are once again useless as fuck. Always remember, capturing Lupin is a priority, but world hunger is a mere suggestion. I mean, not one officer managed to reach the top and they blow up the mountain anyway and Pain is... And then you got planes shooting up Lupin's plane to prevent him from flying it somehow, so may I ask, why couldn't they parachute officers to drop on top of the plane? It would have been a lot quicker to capture Lupin that way than slogging up a steep hill. In short, it's a dumb plot, and not only knows it's dumb, but flaunts it with pride in a way I haven't seen in generic Lupin episodes. Oh, Oki worked on this episode as a storyboarder, though unlike previous episodes that he worked on, he wasn't able to add his own art style. I'm guessing he's the one that screwed with the animation of the physics when it came to the plane. Oh, here's a nice Easter egg. When Lupin and Jigen steal the diamonds, they use a vacuum cleaner and wearing the same clothes they did in part 1 episode 16, Operation Jewel Snatch. Nice little nod to the obscure series, but overall I like the episode. It's not the finest, but at least it didn't frustrate me in how stale it could get. I'll rank it above Has the 108 Bell Rung. The The boys buy groceries for Fujiko as she's preparing to cook a meal. Fujiko may be a thought, but she's the only woman in the gang, and therefore she's been sent back to the kitchen. What a progressive anime. Anyway, the gang find out via a news broadcast that a woman named Lucretia Borgia has been arrested and sentenced to life in prison, and her 3 special jewels known as the Poison Trio are planned to be displayed and shown to the public very soon. She belongs to the Borgia family, killers who use poison as their main method of murder. Fujiko persuades Lupin to steal them immediately. When they arrive to the Borgia house, they're immediately approached by a man named Galton Borgia, who tasks Lupin with breaking Lucretia out of prison in exchange for the jewels. But when they try to break her out, Lucretia refuses to leave the prison, but Lupin finds a way through chloroform and rocket beds. Don't think about it too hard. This is yet another good episode, though this time with a bit less flaws and just as much predictability and plot points. The moment you're introduced to Galton, you immediately know he's the antagonist and he's going to portray Lupin, the same sing and dance that's been done many times before. We got a prison break, a plot twist most can see coming a mile away, Fujiko instigating all this and working with the antagonist in the hopes of getting what she wants, but it doesn't always work out for her, etc, etc. I'll give this to Galton, he's a pretty ruthless guy. We find out that he wanted Lucretia out of prison, not because he doesn't want to see her behind bars or family bollocks, but because she's the only person left in the Borgia family who knows the location of the hidden Borgia family treasure that is probably worth more than the Poison Trio, and he really wants that treasure, so much so that he'll torture Lucretia for info, even scarring her in the process. What a dick. Also, Galton has Indian magic powers because why the hell not? A very toxic family indeed, haha. Pops is here and he's back to his wacky shenanigans, but the highlight is when Lupin sprays poison at Pops so that his personality is changed to a female, with the episode making admittedly funny moments with that concept, but cling on tight to those moments because we'll never get human like that today. One thing that did make sense is when Lupin was breaking out of prison using Goemon to cut up concrete walls. They're slamming loudly onto the ground with a thud and not one officer checks for any noise downstairs. They only find out off screen after the escape has been completed. Regardless, I like it. I'll rank it above the big plot of the oil dollar. The gang go bank robbing with the hopes of collecting at least 10 million francs. Lupin's objective is to buy a golden butterfly, a one-of-a-kind type that's worth a lot of money, but Lupin's competing with Maniac, another rich bloke who also wants the butterfly. Problem is, Lupin drops a 10 franc note and almost catches it until it's shot up by the police, resulting in Maniac winning the bid. The reason Maniac wanted the butterfly was that its home is where a huge chunk of gold resides. Lupin chases after Maniac while he and his army torch the jungles of South Africa to make the trip easier. I was genuinely surprised at how good this episode was. The first half was the same goofy shenanigans we see in a lot of common Lupin episodes. Lupin wants something so the antagonist doesn't get it. Maniac at first is played off as a typical rich man, buying a butterfly that possibly has a lifespan of around a month, and yes, I did some research, an average butterfly has a lifespan of 15 to 29 days at most. Different types differ. So that's 10 million francs down the shitter. All that money for an insect. But by the second half, the episode's tone changes a little as we see Maniac destroying the environment, killing animals, burning the greenery, just turning parts of the jungle into a wasteland, and later on, he uses his hired soldiers to burn butterflies as they're protecting the gold. This man will slaughter the animal kingdom just to get said gold, and as we know, Lupin likes to steal, but would never go out of his way to do something like that. Also, Pops is working with the antagonist to catch Lupin again. Can you stop doing that, Pops? Where's your sense of justice? Surely you wouldn't allow this. Yeah, when Pops is used like this without thinking of what he stands for, regardless of his hunt for Lupin, you're not using him right and it's kind of frustrating. Also, why did the writer call him Maniac? I know he's the antagonist, but let's just say being too under the nose is a massive understatement. Whilst Maniac is a greedy scumbag, he is the closest to sending Fujiko to the streets, but not before roasting the shit out of her.
That one there was a violation, personally I wouldn't have it.
Dark themes aside, it does have some funny moments. The most hilarious moment is when both parties who are short on cash during a bid, Maniac borrows his henchman's money, whilst Lupin's friends have not a cent to them, apart from Fujiko, but it's not enough. It does come into question whether or not Lupin pays the gang. Fujiko of course wants something out of everything they do when she's involved, so does that show Lupin being an absolute cheapskate? Am I going too deep into this? Yes. Yes I am. So it's a Lupin episode with a subtle environmental message. But we also get the gang taking on an army with rocket launchers, and ends with Lupin letting go of any chance of stealing the gold, letting it be left with the butterflies. Now isn't that a nice way to go on? I really enjoyed this episode, another classic on the rankings, and I'll rank it above Lupin Who Killed Lupin. A museum is preparing an exhibition showcasing Cleopatra's Tear, a diamond that, as always, is worth a lot of money. Lupin sneaks in to inspect the security system but is ambushed by Pops. After a chase, Pops not only captures Lupin but also the rest of the gang, but it turns out Pops was Lupin in disguise and the captured Lupin was Pops. The thief tries to get the time and date of the delivery of the diamond, even resorting to starving Pops to get an answer, but a trick rescue gets the gang the answer they needed. Realizing the rather short amount of time they have to grab the diamond, the gang must work together to perform a one-chance grab bag of the diamond with hilarious results. This episode is an adaptation of Shin Lupin III Chapter 80, Without 3 Deaths, Practice the 5, and Chapter 81, Haku Succeeded Without Difficulty. The anime's first half is original content that expands on the manga's story, whilst the second half follows the 2 chapters. The manga starts with the gang working together. In the manga, the Rat Clan members were spying on the gang, in which they lay waste on them, with one final member seeing paradise before he goes to the afterlife. Also, we get Fujiko being penetrated by Goemon. No, I will not rewrite that. And we get to see Fujiko's tits in one panel. That was important to the plot, though it was changed in the anime so that you don't see any of that tripe, and instead see Lupin get caught in a literal booby trap. I do like both versions, though I prefer the anime adaptation for expanding on the events later down the road that still fit with the main plot. I really like this episode. It takes the typical Lupin heist and does something interesting with it in a way that I'm surprised hasn't been done in earlier seasons. The highlight is of course the gang trying to grab the diamond in such an intricate manner that it requires excruciating practice, with Lupin throwing the rock, Jigen shooting, Goemon using an arrow, and Fujiko doing jacking shit. In the manga it was funny, but with the advantage of animation, it's funnier, paced much better, and the dialogue is better. Mostly because I read the Tokyo Pop translations and anything else is better than that. Pops is here and he's funny in this episode, first time in a long time, but Lupin near enough did him dirty in a humorous manner, and Pops only tells the gang in disguise the date and time of the diamond's delivery out of panic and desperation. Kinda sad though that Pops meticulously plans for Lupin's arrival moments after Lupin has already arrived at where he needs to be. Even the thief pretty much says something that I can personally translate to "shit's getting old." Whether be the manga chapters or the anime adaptation, I like them both, taking the planning of the heist and making it the best aspect about it, as well as being another hilarious episode in general. I highly recommend this one. I'll rank it above Hotshot. This is Fujiko.
Oh my god! Oh, so good! Oh my god!
Lupin and the gang head for Pompeii to steal hidden treasure in a nunnery. However, said treasure is guarded by snakes of different varieties, so when he arrives at the location, Lupin must use various antidotes to prevent him dying from multiple snake bites. It's another episode that's okay. You got a long chase with Lupin and Pops, with Lupin besting the inspector with a mighty weapon of "Holy fuck, how did you steal the Dragon Slayer from Guts?" The highlight of the episode goes to Lupin trying to get the treasure with snakes that I know were drawn by Oki as he did storyboard and key animation work. We get a nun who is interested in Lupin's endeavour despite her not calling out his sin of stealing, and there's also a village thought named Lucia, who seduced 3 men, Vongole, Macaroni and Lasagna. Yep, their names are based on Italian food. Get it? I was pondering about the name Vongole, turns out it's an Italian dish, translated to spaghetti with clams. You learn something every day. Though there was one weird moment that happened that never gets explained. For context, the nun who was interested in Lupin turns out to be Lucia in disguise and puffs some sleeping gas on Lupin. Her goal is to hide the thief in an underground cell, take the treasure with her, and run away with one of the 3 Italian dinners Lucia seduced. Lupin managed to not be affected by the gas because he had bubblegum up his nose, and no, he doesn't have respiratory problems doing this, but that's not my main issue. Lupin uses a metal string device Pops was using to try and arrest Lupin. He attaches it onto the car Lucia's driving, and she tries to get away but gets stuck. She goes full throttle and breaks the cell door. Lupin jumps onto the cell door outdoors and Lucia drives away, implying that Lupin is going to follow her. But in the next scene, Lupin's still indoors but outside his cell with the cell door on the ground. I've seen many mistakes in this series, but never to this degree. I'm assuming there was supposed to be a scene where Lupin was going to ride on the dragon cell door, but given what Lupin planned to do with Lucia, it wouldn't have made sense, and the way it was cut was weird too. And the thing is, this moment can easily be fixed. Just cut out Lupin jumping onto the cell door and it wouldn't be so awkward. And yes, I put more work criticizing a weird animation edit than the actual episode. Like I said, it's okay. Typical Lupin heist. Though the addition of snakes gives it a comedic light, considering that if Lupin didn't have all those antidotes, he could have died. Lucia, even with her foddery powers trying to outsmart Lupin, is still an underwhelming Lupin antagonist. So yeah, it's fine. That's all I can say here. I'll rank it above Frankenstein attacks Lupin. Rich bloke Mr. Still is a very old man and only has little time to live, with his artificial body parts now failing him. He wishes to continue living and Dr. Changer has the solution, to take a healthy youthful male body and swap brains with each other, and thanks to Fujiko he finds a matching body, Lupin III. Fujiko lures the thief to a destination because he's down horrendous but crashes into a truck. Lupin's captured and the brain transplant is completed, with Still in Lupin's body and Lupin in Still's body. The thief has to find a way to get his young body back. I love this episode. It's a rather unique plot for Lupin standards done very well, and it leads to many comedic moments. Seeing Lupin in a Diamond's body whilst having this sense of hopelessness is also funny, in addition to the fact that Lupin may not have his youthful physique, but his brain is still functioning, so he can find a way to outsmart the old man. He also has Jigen and Goemon, so that helps. Though we do see Lupin as Still running away from Lupin as Still and managed to outrun him enough to get back to Jigen and Goemon, which was weird. I mean, he outran a youthful body who was right behind him. I don't think brain swapping leads to increased energy out of nowhere. Cartoon logic, I guess. Fujiko portraying Lupin once again. Why would she do that? So, let's see. Rich old man? Yep, that checks out. She wants his map of a gold mine located in Africa. Wait, oh shit, she's defying the butterflies and going back. Joking aside, classic thought tactic from Fujiko once again. Let's see how this plays out. Speaking of women, Pops later disguises as one. I'm guessing after the events of Poison Magic and Lupin III, he might have developed something. Or he's really trying to take advantage of Lupin's down bad energy. Steel is fooled, but not Lupin, for as we've seen many times, one simply cannot fight Lupin's down bad energy and walk out victorious overall. It's just too strong. Wait, there was a Dr. Changer, wasn't there? Steel was funny with the body swap moments, but Changer was such a forgettable character. Also, the name is a bit too on the nose, don't you think? Just as much as Maniac. Jigen and Goemon are more ruthless in this episode, from threatening to feed Still in Lupin's body to the snakes, to being this close to shooting and slicing Fujiko. No, seriously, you were this close! This is yet another anime adaptation, and this is the final adapted episode for this series. The rest will all be originals from now on. In the case of this episode is an adaptation of Shin Lupin III, Chapter 82, Body Changer, and Chapter 83, Body Still. The anime is a full-on adaptation of the manga chapters, but with some differences. Now, when I made notes watching this episode and Dr. Changer mentions that Still's artificial organs were failing him, I wrote, not the artificial magnum dong, and, to quote the old man, at least my artificial magnum dong is still working. Yeah, I make stupid jokes on my notes sometimes. Some too hot and too based for YouTube, I might add. You will never see them unless I think it's appropriate. I say all this because on the very first page of chapter 82, he mentions that his wang turned to dust. I'm absolutely seething that my humor matches the Tokyo Pop translations. Do you know how much that physically hurts me? Well, I didn't expect him to have women sucking him off. I would ask why Kato depicted shit like this, then I remember this old man is rich, so yeah, fair enough. Oh, Still doesn't have a name in the manga, and Dr. Changer was originally named Dr. Ichibo. However, in the Tokyo Pop release, the second chapter gives the doctor a different name, Dr. Tenichibo, hinting at a possible translator swap and the new person didn't bother to check the previous chapter. And by the way, both chapters were in the same volume, volume 9 to be precise. I know the irony of using the term translator swap, but you get the idea. Anyway, for Still, I'll refer to him as Still in the manga and Dr. Changer as Dr. Ichibo, just before I let you know. So Still had a son in the manga, and he was desperate for him to die so he can have his inheritance. He even tries to sabotage the brain swap by trying to seduce Fujiko by performing the nasty pudding mix to her, who was working on the brain swap machine alongside Dr. Ichibo. But Fujiko does the old bites the dust on his tip and we never see him again. The way Lupin was captured was changed, along with Lupin thinking about how his new old man Johnson won't work on Fujiko, or any other women for that matter. But the most notable change was the fate of Fujiko becoming the fate of Pops. In the manga, Lupin manages to swap around bodies, resulting in the thief getting his youthful body back, and Fujigo in Still's body and Still in Fujigo's body. Same events happen in the anime, only it's Pops in Still's body and Still in the Inspector's body, and by the way, Pops didn't make an appearance in the manga chapters. Regardless, both endings have very dark implications. Lupin and the gang destroy the machine, meaning that it's impossible to swap bodies. Also, Still's body has so little time to live, in the manga especially having only very few minutes left to live by the end of the second chapter. This implies that both Fujigo and Pops eventually die with Lupin not giving a flying fuck. With the anime, Pops will get his body back by the next episode, but there's no explanation as to how he got it back. The same goes with Fujigo in the manga. Both the manga and anime don't always follow continuity that much, but we live in a time when most anime, and the most popular ones at that, follow multiple story arcs. So seeing this moment might confuse certain people. Both versions are great, they mostly follow the same plot, both have different elements based on tone, characters and content, with the sexual content obviously toned down in the anime. I like Kato's dark aspects, but I also like the downplayed adaptation too. This time I can't decide which one I truly like, but I feel most would choose the anime adaptation if they can't handle Kato's, let's say, wild sense of humour. I recommend both and see which one you prefer. As for me, it's a great two-parter and a classic episode of my books. I'll rank it above Lupin, Who Killed Lupin. The antagonist for this episode is Salmon Hoichi, an absolute unit, my scientist, and the chairman of a Canadian diamond mining operation. He auctions off his diamonds to the highest bidder, and Fujigo entices the rest of the gang to come steal some, with Lupin and Jigen going off to Paris, while Goemon says fuck you, my sword is more important than nature. After the auction is over, Lupin and Jigen dig to grab the diamonds from underneath the safe of Madame Dubouf. But mice end up taking them first. They feed it to a fish with a job well. Also, Lupin later gets chased by a giant snowball in the Canadian snow. As you do in Canada. This is an okay episode. I was interested in how the mice were going to play a part in the story, but they're only for one scene, and Lupin teams up with an injured one because why not? Salmon Hoichi is your typical antagonist. He's greedy in every way and challenges Lupin in a third act. He kidnaps Fujigo and diamonds are involved, so the episode sticks to the Lupin formula. I like at this point whenever Fujigo tries to seduce the antagonist, it always ends up with her being a greedy dumbass in distress, and she's been kidnapped for this season, more notable than previously. The episode does have some wacky moments like Lupin fishing, and the fish Lupin tried to catch is so strong it can pull a heavy boat and destroy it as well. What the hell is that fat bastard feeding that thing? Also, how the bloody hell are mice able to eat through brick walls? Well, according to my research, yeah they can. Albeit rats can, but I doubt they can do this at superatomic speed. Goemon is absent for most of the episode and is training his sword by cutting all the trees he can find in Canada. He really does want to challenge the Lorax, doesn't he? Also, there's a female character named Madame Dubouf, and many fan and official translators for ages struggled to translate it correctly because of a Japanese pun. Simply put, she's an ugly rich woman and that's the joke. And Salmon is picked on because of his weight in the end and we laugh at it. Both jokes. I'm feeling this one. It's a typical Lupin episode, but still decent. And this time we have mice and a giant killer snowball. Canada's weird as fuck. I'll rank it above The Treasure My Grandfather Left Behind. Fujigo informs Lupin of a diamond chandelier at the Kremlin Palace in Moscow, Russia. Lupin's off to steal it, but ends up thrown in jail by the secret police led by Natasha. Of course, the only notable Russian female character is named Natasha. Anyway, Lupin gets help from an old man in an Excel as he's the one who's tying the diamond chandelier with string, giving Lupin a chance to make a new plan. This episode takes place during the summer 1980 Olympics held in Russia. 1980 Moscow Apocalypse aired around 3 weeks or so before the event took place. Rather rare to see Lupin episodes taking place during real life events like this. Lupin uses the event to take advantage of stealing some valuable stuff, but you can take away the Olympics background and you're still left with a basic and simple Lupin heist episode. Though it's one I don't find that bad or even mediocre, I vibe with it for some reason. Maybe it's because you're wondering how Lupin is going to take the diamonds when there's secret police around. I don't really have much else to say. Pops is here and goofs off. Natasha somehow knows how to screw over Jigen and Goemon, and even when the samurai slices off her clothes, she's still one stone cold lady. It's rare to see a stripped down female character who doesn't flinch or is embarrassed, and guess what? Both of the boys surrender. We also learned that there's two types of women in Russia, the pretty ones and whatever the fuck this is. Overall, it's funny, intriguing for what the plot is, it's basic and it knows it. A product of its time in terms of when the episode was set in, it's not unique in any way, but I still like it all the same. I'll rank it above Has the 108 Bell Rung. Lupin steals a crown in Istanbul with great success, but he ends up crashing into a boat owned by Duke Weather. He informs Lupin of a horse he owns called the Red Arrow, a very fast racehorse who wins every race he's taken part in. Duke challenges Lupin to steal the horse, betting that he's unable to do it. And to rub salt in Lupin's pride, Fujiko dumps him for Duke. Lupin takes on the challenge, but also has to deal with Duke's casual trolling in the process. It's an episode where Lupin is once again goaded into stealing something from a rich person because they were bored, and in this instance, to get back Fujiko Puss. Though at least Duke goes out of his way to screw with Lupin, from making him steal a horse that was painted red, to trapping Lupin in a forest he owns. The way Lupin outsmarts Duke in the end is decent, but felt way too easy by this episode's standards. And the fact that no one checked the BBC van, how did anyone miss that? But that first half was good overall. The second half is mostly harmless, the plot was predictable, but the fate of the horse was anything but, so I'll give the episode that. Duke Weather is your arrogant, typical rich man and doesn't really feel like an antagonist until he captures Lupin and almost guns him down. But yeah, another typical Lupin antagonist. See you in part 5 regardless. The animation is pretty good here. I don't usually talk about the animation, unless Oki is involved, but it's rather decent here. The character designs in this episode are in the Cagliostro style, and you can immediately tell with Duke Weather as he's a slimmed down version of Count Cagliostro. And despite Telecom animating the Cagliostro movie, they didn't animate this. Supposedly it was Artland and an outsourced studio shrouded in mystery. As I've stated previously, Part 2 was known to have these studios help with producing the episodes, but we sometimes don't know what these outsourced studios were. Overall, the episode was good, not perfect, but I enjoyed it. I'll rank it above Has the 108 Bell Rung. A Miami bank is in dire straits as the final customer closed their account, and the president and vice president are at risk in shutting its doors. But they get an idea to save the bank. Let Lupin steal from them. They challenge the thief to come steal whatever is left while he and the gang are on vacation, much to the delight of Pops in his underpants, since he can relax and arrest Lupin. When the gang find out about the bank, they refuse to do the job, and it's up to Lupin to infiltrate the bank on his own. When he goes, he's congratulated by the president and vice president, and is rewarded with Pops and his shit-eating grin because this was a stunt to advertise to all that the bank is so secure that Lupin couldn't steal from it. Mostly because they had nothing in the first place. By this point, we all know one of the rules of Lupin III. Do not try and outsmart the thief, it will backfire. Season 4 has kind of disappointed me. We got a lot of mediocre stuff, a few stinkers, and the rare gems here and there. Ladies and gentlemen, I found my new favourite episode of all time, replacing The Wind in Morocco is Hot that was first in the ranks for a long time. But why do I love this episode? Well, it has the best chase scenes, the funniest moments, clever gags, and whilst the heist was simple, it was wacky but fun. But by far the main reason it's my favourite? The animation. I said that the previous episode had good animation, but this episode not only had better animation, I feel it's the best animated televised episode so far. More fluid animation, you get more expressions and movement from characters, the highlight being the Lupin and Pops chase, which is up there as my favourite chases from the two because of the animation. Yuzo Oki storyboarded this, and it seems that with Telecom animating this, it seems they got a bigger budget for this one. Whatever Oki did was able to be expressed more than his previous work. Like the big favourite disappeared at the Grand Race, this too also used the Cagliostro designs. It might be another Lupin heist and another one where someone challenges Lupin to steal their shit, but it's an overall fun episode that never feels boring or mediocre, with the animation giving it more quality to the episode that others sorely needed amongst other aspects. A must watch to all. I'm ranking it on the top, well deserved. Lupin is preparing a birthday dinner for Fujiko, but when he opens the door thinking it's her, it turns out to be two old men who do a bit of casual trolling by breaking into Lupin's house, eat his food, humiliate him and fuck off. So a typical day in Detroit, I see. Anyway, Jigen finds out that the two old men named Nanja and Monja kidnapped Fujiko, and is placed in the money box viewed by many folks in a stadium in the tourist country of Kachina. The only way for Lupin to even open a box is to sacrifice himself to a lockbox that, should he go inside it, will fry him to a crisp. I watched this episode a while back before I even considered doing this project, and I hated it. And Nanja and Monja annoyed the fuck out of me with their Zoi, Zoyland, shut the fuck up. But watching them again, they're less annoying. But if they want to add Zoi to the end of their sentences, may I ask them to bugger off to One Piece? The episode overall is okay. I came out of this episode more positively than previously, but I still find the episode to be a slight mediocre, though it was intriguing to wonder how Lupin will get Fujiko out of the money box. Speaking of which, I do find something poetic about Fujiko being attacked and hung by money. Isn't this what you wanted, Fujiko? What's that? You didn't want to be displayed in public like this with a bikini? Well, at least it isn't the manga, otherwise you'd wear nothing. Nanja and Monja, Zoi aside, have an interesting backstory as small as it is. But they aren't interesting characters, just there to be key rattle for the kiddies. They were one of the rivals to Lupin I, and blimey, how old are they? But it never really gets expanded upon, not like the series cares to do so anyway. And yes, I did come to the realization that the plot is very similar to the previous episode. You got two men who are in desperate need for some cash fast, they use Lupin for their stunt, the men almost succeed, but Lupin finds a way to outsmart them. But this episode has half the charm, the comedy, or the animation to be in leagues of that episode. But overall, it's fine. I just don't care for it. I'll rank it above the Himalayan Holy Mountain Thieves Cult. Yep, it's the Miyazaki episode, albeit the first of two where he was directly involved. Well, let's get it over with. Lupin and the boys have some dinner in a caravan, but Fujiko is under attack and is captured by Professor Lombok, who is using a giant plane known as the Albatross to produce and sell nuclear bombs in the black market, as you do. Lupin's mission is to stop Lombok's plans and save the world, in addition to rescuing Fujiko once more. I don't know. Let me explain. This is a classic, an absolute classic. Miyazaki did make a great episode. The plot is simple but fun. The animation is top notch once more, though I do favour the Miami Bank Raid Anniversaries animation more. And if you like the Cagliostro designs, then they're back. Professor Lombok may be a generic antagonist wanting to doom the world and get rich for himself, but he is the most memorable looking one at that. So much so that his design not only looks like Dr. Eggman, but Lombok may have been the inspiration for the character, as Naoto Oshima, character designer for both Sonic and Dr. Eggman, is a fan of Lupin III. Here's his fan art of the character he drew when he was 15, a random drawing of Lupin and Sonic and a tribute art piece when Kato passed away. If Lombok was the inspiration for Eggman, then we have this episode to thank for this long-running enemy of the Blue Blur. Or curse it to damnation depending on how you feel about the franchise. Due to Miyazaki gaining popularity in the West, Streamline Pictures dubbed this episode in episode 155 in English, making these episodes not only the first Part 2 episodes to be dubbed into English, many years before Geneon began dubbing Part 2 from the beginning, but also the first animated Lupin episodes to be released to the English, albeit US public. And no, the Mamo 1979 dub doesn't count as it was exclusive to Japanese air flights. It was part of the Lupin III Tales of the Wolf series of tapes, starting with Wings of Death Albatross in 1993 and Farewell My Beloved Lupin in 1994, but eventually getting a compilation tape released in 1995 titled Lupin III's Greatest Capers. I won't talk about the dubs here, but it's a nice bit of trivia before we probably got Part 2 available to the public, at least in the US and a few other countries not including the UK. Check this one out to see if you like it, an absolute classic. I'll rank it above 1999 A Popcorn Odyssey. Lupin and Jigen are off robbing the Bank of America, only to be shocked that someone else got there first. Lupin discovers it was the work of a hyper-intelligent 8-year-old boy named Romanoff, who helps Fujiko win big in casinos. Lupin duels with Romanoff to see who can steal more than the other in order to win Fujiko's heart. Just go with it. How does one take a plot where Lupin competes with a big brain child, have the CIA and KGB involved, and somehow make it boring? Well, this series found a way. They don't do anything interesting with this concept. We see Lupin having to go out of his way to steal money in any way he can, whilst Romanoff does calculations and lays many casinos to ruin. Also, aren't there rules where kids aren't allowed to go into casinos, at least near machines and other games? Romanoff himself isn't too interesting at first, but at least the second half somewhat saves it from being completely bare bones, as we find out that Romanoff takes drugs to increase his intelligence. The KGB created the drugs and don't want anyone else to have it. This means killing Romanoff because he defected from the KGB, and should they find a way to harness this medicine, they could take over the world. The thing is, nothing much comes out of it other than Lupin and the gang killing him off to protect the boy in the end. The whole point of the episode is that you might be smarter than Lupin, but if you don't have the courage to tackle a challenge Lupin would, you may not succeed. It's not the worst episode, but it's a below average one. But hey, it could be far worse. I'll rank it above Fujiko's close call rescue operation. We're in Norway, and artist Vingel has hired Fujiko to be a model for a mermaid quartz statue he's making, much to the frustration of damn bad Lupin. However, Fujiko demands Lupin to steal it from the mayor of Bergen, who bought it off Vingel for stupid amounts of money and is planning on displaying it to the public. Seeing as Fujiko isn't a fan of exhibition, even if it's a model version of herself, Lupin agrees to steal it with the promise of seeing Fujiko naked. She sure knows how to manipulate that down bad energy. It's another typical Lupin heist on a train, a scenario we haven't had since episode 8, Phoenician Super Express back in season 1, with the way the gang deal with the tracks being very similar to what they did in Stray Picture, The Secret of the First Supper. So they're repeating ideas to form a new way of stealing what Lupin needs, not bad. Though I don't think I saw an episode where Goemon spins very fast in a contraption just because he refuses to give up his Santetsugen. Ride or die by the sword, my homies. The mayor of Bergen is eccentric but had some funny moments with Pops. Detective Nygaard is a punchline I really should have expected, and Pops has gotten derivative. Actually, as is this episode. All this because a Norwegian mayor wanted to display his anime statue to everyone. Fucking weeb. There were a lot of conveniences going on, from Lupin and Fujiko getting rescued by Jigen and Goemon out of nowhere, to every adversary of Lupin not noticing the train flying. How did no one feel that? At least Pops had the excuse of getting pissed on the job, and that's only because he was overconfident that his plan almost worked. Actually, that was convenient too, otherwise he'd be the one to alert everyone in a split second. It's a decent episode, but it's the same old stuff we've seen many times at this point. I'll rank it above Lupin versus the eccentric man with two faces. A diamond auction is being held in the Marine Tower's observation room, and the security is near foolproof, from electric floors and ceilings to the tough and thick glass panels of said room, along with a single see-through elevator. Lupin plans ahead disguising as Pops and goes along with the heist as planned, but it's up to Jigen to go into his Golgo 13 mode and shoot one of the glass panels from 555 meters, and it's him alone that will lead to the success or failure of the mission. It's another typical Lupin heist, but like the magnificent team play operation, puts more emphasis on the teamwork aspect, and I really enjoy the episode because of it. I thought that it would be more centered on Jigen, but everyone plays a part in the mission's success, from Goemon performing various tasks so Lupin can steal without being bothered by Pops, including slicing thick glass where the samurai took a long time to cut, and it's the longest he's ever had to cut something we've seen, all the way to Fujiko wanting her share despite doing fuck all. Because she's Fujiko. I was expecting more interesting Jigen scenes other than having to knock the glass panels with bullets long enough for it to finally crack, and he never really makes any major mistakes that could have given the episode more intensity other than the wind direction being a bother to him, so we really did go into Golgo 13 mode. Overall, it's a pretty good episode, not on the classics, but given that this is yet another heist episode, it could have been worse, and thank goodness this wasn't. I'll rank it above the big plot of the oil dollar. In the holy Saudi Arabian city of Mecca lies the treasure of the Prophet Muhammad, and Lupin is out to get it. But he has a deadly adversary watching every step he takes, Princess Patra Lawrence, daughter of Lawrence of Arabia, guarding the treasure by any means necessary, defeating Lupin, Jigen and Goemon in the process. But Lupin is not one to give up as he tries to find a way out of this. Also, the episode tells Pops to fuck off for the rest of the running time. It's a good episode. The first half was great, with Patra pretty much best in the gang from gunfights to sword battles. You get thinking, wondering how Lupin will get out of this one, but Patra made one unfixable mistake: not killing the gang before killing Lupin. Though the true reveal of Patra is something I predicted from the very beginning, I didn't think the episode was derivative enough to use this, but they actually did. I wasn't a fan of this reveal for being so blatantly obvious, but the ending was quite satisfying regardless. With that said, I wasn't too keen on how Lupin tried to get the treasure. See, the vault is secured thanks to crude oil pressure, so Lupin realizes that drilling a new well through the Earth's tectonic plates in the South Pole will drain the oil from the safe. The result is a ton of oil spilt around that environment. So what animals live in the South Pole? Let's see, penguins, seals, and since it can spill in water, whales, with the blue whale listed as endangered according to World Wildlife Fund or WWF. So we can conclude that Lupin caused an oil spill that could endanger Antarctic animals just to steal Muhammad's treasure, and when we do get to see the treasure, it's all useless to Lupin. So remember in my look into Revenge of the Gold Butterfly where Maniac destroyed parts of the environment to look for gold, and I said that Lupin will do anything to get what he wants but never to the degree Maniac does? It seems I was proven absolutely wrong. Well done, Lupin, you are just as much of a prick as Maniac, but it's never brought up because he's the hero. Speaking of which, and ironically enough, Superhero is playing as oil is shot up and spilt. I don't think I've ever seen an episode be this tone deaf to the degree this one does. Again, whilst I find the episode to be good, I'm not a fan of what Lupin did.
One more thing.
Yuzo Oki would once again do storyboard work and was the key animator, and as far as I'm aware, this would be the final episode he ever worked on for part 2. His style isn't present here save for a couple of rare moments, but nothing too noticeable. Well, he was an interesting fellow, but that's it for him in part 2. We'll see him in part 3 as he'll play a much bigger role in the production of that part, so see you later, Oki. I'll rank this episode above direct hit Operation Deadball. Kalensky is a famous pianist from Prague who uses a Jovich grand piano to perform wonderful melodies. Fujiko asks Lupin and the gang to steal the piano. Goemon refuses, as does Jigen at first, due to her being vague about the whole thing, but she tells him of how secure it is and Jigen accepts the job. What? Anyway, turns out Kalensky wanted a piano for himself as he now lives in America, and Fujiko is smitten by his piano skills. This is such a bland and boring episode with very few funny moments. It does everything we've seen many times with nothing majorly new or unique. The zoo in the episode refers to the magic zoo van that Lupin and Jigen came up with to trick Pops as he's looking for them after they stole the piano piece by piece. 150 episodes in and Pops still has no luck with gorillas. At least this one doesn't want any snoo-snoo. It only lasts a couple of minutes and is the only memorable moment save for Lupin singing about Chi-Chi in the end. The only time I busted a gut laughing in this episode if you know some Japanese words, and because of the way Yasuo Yamada sang it. Kalensky, who has a design that resembles a bit of Lupin and Goemon for some reason, used Lupin and Fujiko to get his piano and allowed the potential for Pops to arrest Lupin, which gets resolved in a minute. He's such a nothing character all things considered. It's just a weak payoff. The episode as a whole is so poorly derivative, with nothing inventive to make it at least memorable or entertaining. Heck, the reason for Jigen joining in the heist when he was hesitant at first didn't make any sense since he didn't trust Fujiko's fake info, but then trusted her because of the security features, which Lupin solves via disguises. Yeah, the way Lupin steals the piano heavily relies on the stupidity of Pops. Also, Jigen hates artists now, but given what he's dealt with in the past, particularly with Kyoransky and Lupin Funeral March, it's understandable. A very weak episode overall. Hopefully the next one is much better. I'll rank it above Lupin's toughest fight ever. Diamonds are once again coming from South Africa and have travelled to France. Lupin is planning on stealing the entire shipment full of them to prove his love to Fujiko once more. Jigen and Goemon are sick of Lupin simping and walk out of a job, so it's up to Lupin and Fujiko to steal the diamonds themselves. However, Pops was planning on Lupin to grab the diamonds as he tricks the thief, leading to a chase, resulting in Fujiko getting captured by Pops, and Lupin has to save her through the highway. For those wondering if this is some kind of sequel to the Lupin Arrest Summit operation, I don't think it officially is, but you could have fooled me. From stealing South African diamonds for Fujiko, to the plan not going right, to Fujiko being captured by Pops, Pops planning something big to capture Lupin, to Lupin himself trying to figure out how to get out of this sticky situation. Plot-wise, the way Lupin has to outsmart Pops is more logical and not the writer sloppily writing himself out of a tricky conundrum. Fitting this series was feeling a bit fresh. I wish I could say that with Piano Symphony Zoo. Lupin trying to rescue Fujiko on the highway could have led to the episode being quite dull, but it takes a left turn for Lupin to plan a ridiculous stunt that will get him out of a potential trap, aka Lupin going fuck it mode, leading to a fun animation moment where the car Lupin drives becomes a character for a couple of minutes. Heck, he even tells physics to go fuck itself by bouncing in midair. The car sure is made of some stern shit. I get vibes of the Cagliostro animation once again as the character designs return. I'll give credit to whoever animated Pops, as he has more fresher facial expressions since he's become overconfident in his so-called foolproof plan once more, gloating and boasting with glee. It just makes me smile. On another plus, at least they did make Pops too stupid to be derivative, which has been a very common issue with the character over the course of his series, though telling Lupin that he set a trap wasn't one of his smartest decisions. But anyway, it's a fun episode where teamwork, thinking skills, and a bit of luck can always make for a good Lupin episode. To an extent. I'll rank it above Is the Invader Safe Open. Vice President Don Hagero hires legendary snooker player and hitman Minnesota Fats to eliminate all other hitmen. His next target is Jigen, and he manages to handicap the hitman in the only way he can, by destroying his hats. It seems that Jigen can only shoot accurately with the help of the tip of his hat. I'll get to that later. Jigen must take down Minnesota Fats even with a bum aim. It's a Jigen-centered episode and one I really enjoyed, at least until the end. Jigen's hat is iconic to the character, and for it to be a crutch when it comes to aiming is interesting, even though Jigen has been able to shoot fine without a hat and would continue to do so in the future. But I think you all know how it goes. When has the series ever gave a shit about proper continuity? But if we take the episode on its own, it's an interesting delve into the quirks of hitmen, from Jigen's hat helping him aim accurately, to Minnesota Fats using a acoustic ricochet gun to take down his targets, and if they find out your weakness, you're done for. So when Jigen is willing to challenge Fats even without his hat, you wonder what he's gonna do. Maybe he'll train for a while to overcome that weakness, realizing he didn't need the hat to be a perfect marksman. His skills alone is what makes Jigen, well, Jigen. I mean, it's not like a samurai wielding magic bloody powers and shit, this is different. However, because this is Lupin III Part 2, it had to go over the top, and Jigen learns nothing from this experience. What a waste of a great concept. Still though, it has some funny moments. From Lupin challenging Fats and failing, to Jigen experiencing the life of a Team Fortress 2 player, to Pops rooting for Jigen to win because, well, if you're not a man, you wouldn't get it, dammit. And then Pops sings the theme to Star of the Giants because he feels like it. The reason Don wanted all the marksmen in the world dead was because his late father, in his dying words, said that he would give his inheritance to the best marksman in the world, instead of his son, with Fats only taking a job to be the #1 marksman. He manages to find out about Jigen through these books. How did he get those books and who published them? Jigen, your paper trail sucks. Also, Don reminded me of a character I've seen before, and yep, it's Kamai Tachi from Part 1 Episode 6, Rainy Afternoons Are Dangerous. I'm just talking about it because the whole reason for this episode to exist is because Don's father loves guns but not his son enough to make him president. Real American logic right there. Also, the company is called Big Mac, make of it what you will. Despite its faults, especially the ending, the rest of the episode was enjoyable enough to watch again in the future, with an interesting concept that felt like a one-off idea on paper that was a good attempt, but at least the episode wasn't shit. I'll rank it above Two Goemons, The Mystery of Santetsuken. ICPO collects money from criminals over the years. Any money left will be sent annually to the Swiss bank for them to use. Pops this year has been given the job to escort the money to the bank, hoping to prevent Lupin from stealing it. As always, it doesn't go to plan as Lupin makes Pops swallow a pill to give him the runs. Lupin and the gang steal the van with the money, but they have one problem, trying to pass through the border, and thus they need a new vehicle in the process. They find one in a rundown church and Lupin decides to steal that one. That is, until he's approached by Sister Joanna, who mistakes Lupin for a carpenter. The gang are now stuck between the church, the border, and Pops on the hunt for them, when he can get out of the toilet. This episode is pretty good. It's also the funniest I've seen in a while. From Pops and his upset stomach, to Sister Joanna and her holy bubbler thinking the world isn't going to shit. I would say that the writer didn't give himself enough time to showcase Lupin and the gang building a church. Could have gotten some laughs out of that. But then you realise Lupin doesn't really have time to build it when Pops is searching for them. Maybe another episode in the future series. As is, I like it. It's funny, it gives you more than a typical heist episode and it's done well, in addition to once again leaving you wondering how Lupin is going to get out of this with the cash. And it has a great ending, so yeah, check it out. I'll rank it above 1980 Moscow Apocalypse. The Grand Hexagon is a border town located between France and Spain. Lupin's target is the town's like a bank, which holds stacks of gold bricks underground. But it won't be easy as it has an alarm system where, should even one bar get taken out of a stack, the alarm will ring. And the people in charge, especially Albert Eschenbach, aren't going to make it easy for the gang as they go attack mode on them. Lupin must find a way to get the gold out without sounding the alarm. And then we find out that Albert is not only a former Nazi soldier, but the whole town was built because of Nazi gold. Well, Lupin is facing off against the Nazis. It's the penultimate episode, so fuck it. It's another heist episode, but I still enjoyed it. The way Lupin tries to get the gold out was simple but clever, taking the Indiana Jones approach. Albert Eschenbach is a typical Lupin villain. He's also a Nazi, as is his henchman who looks like Hammerhead from Spider-Man. So the episode is fun. It's what you'd expect from a Lupin heist episode, but does enough to be enjoyable, even when you know it's still a basic episode even by Lupin's standards. And Lupin outsmarts Nazis, so I can't fault the episode for that. I'll rank it above the big favourite disappeared at the Grand Race. Now, here's an interesting fact. This was actually supposed to be the final episode. But a certain animator decided that the only man to end the series was himself. This is it, everyone. I started this project in February 2022. It is now the middle of July 2022 after watching this episode. It's been a long journey and it finally ends here. With that, I say, on to the next and final episode of Lupin III Part 2. A robot flies down to a jewelry store and steals everything. It turns out Lupin is using it just for that reason. This leads to the army trying to attack it, and Pops is off trying to find Lupin, but ends up being horrified at the army's contempt for people's safety. Did I tell you Miyazaki had complete control over this episode? Well then, if you're gonna end this series, might as well go out in an epic fashion. Unlike Wings of Death Albatross, this final episode feels like a compromise for those who like Part 2 and Cagliostro. It has the cinematic ambition of Cagliostro and the typical aspects of Part 2 where an antagonist is using Lupin's name to get what they want. And then Lupin comes to say Karma's a bitch. And it's balanced quite well. Yeah, the Lupin and his gang you saw throughout the episode were of course fakes. Miyazaki once again shows that he loves Pops as he comes across as more heroic and sees what the army is doing as they destroy more shit than the robot. Heck, he even saves a child at one point, but later confirms that people did die. People died. This episode is Miyazaki's anti-war story that's effective even with a 22-minute runtime, and is subtly shown throughout. The robot is piloted by Maki Oyamada. Her father was the one who built the robot. Hang on a minute. Why does she look like Nausicaa? Oh right, this is Miyazaki's prototype, and the robot would be reused for Laputa, Castle in the Sky by the way. She only piloted the robot to show the world how dangerous it is after a man named Nagata agreed to produce more. The robot was originally built for peace, but as always, ended up being manufactured for war. A dead inventor, a girl manipulated, the Lupin name tainted by absolute twats. You want to see this have a happy ending, and don't worry, we do. Mostly because Pops was Lupin the whole time, even giving away clues during the mission objective scene. All this great stuff. And it almost didn't get aired. See, Nippon Television, the broadcast station that aired the series, originally refused to air this episode along with previous episodes from season 4 that had the Cagliostro designs. They didn't like said designs or even some of the plots, especially this episode. Now, I'm assuming here, so don't take my reasoning as fact. Castle of Cagliostro did well at the box office, but the reception from fans and critics was split. Some liked it, but others hated it, as it didn't have the Lupin vibe. I'm guessing the people who were in charge of broadcasting were probably not fans of the movie either, and saw the episodes as too risky to air. Maybe. Either way, Motoyoshi Tokunaga, a former producer for TMS, had to beg NTV to air the episodes, and considering the series was ending anyway, they probably went, fuck it. What a fantastic episode. Great animation, a plot that fits Part 2's tone in a way, and it's really bloody good. Miyazaki made another stellar episode, and out of the two he was involved in, this is my favourite, the best one in my eyes. And it was the last one he ever got involved in when it comes to Lupin III, as after some early episodes of Sherlock Hound, he would no longer work on TV anime, and would go on to produce anime movies, beginning his journey of Studio Ghibli. I'll rank this above Wings of Death, Albatross. Season 4 is a mix of everything. You got some absolute classics like Season 3, but also some mediocre episodes to the point it almost affected my views on this season. Season 3 is still peak part 2 to me, since there were more decent episodes I liked compared to Season 4 that had decent episodes I thought were okay, but ones I don't find favourable or even memorable. I feel the problem are the heist episodes. Lupin III's bread and butter is thievery. I'm not saying there shouldn't be heist episodes, that's ridiculous. But when the heist episodes don't do anything unique or use concepts from previous episodes, you eventually get tired of some episodes, a consequence of producing over 100 of them. With that said though, this season has some great episodes too, and even some great heist episodes, and the Miyazaki episodes, whilst I like one over the other, are still some Kino stuff right here. Some of the Cagliostro designs used here come across better than the movie, giving the characters more expressions, using the tone of part 2 to get across the designs better, and one episode that uses the designs to their fullest potential is one of my favourites. How the characters are represented and how they interact is all the same here, even Pops in his often repetitive shtick. I deem Season 4 my second favourite season. Despite some episodes I'm not a fan of, it's saved by its great episodes, ending in a blaze of glory rather than a "this series should have ended ages ago." Actually, scratch that. Despite ending in a blaze of glory, it still should have ended ages ago. And that's it. All 155 episodes ranked. And even though I ranked episodes by season, it's time to reveal the ranked episodes for the entire series, from the lowest of the lows to the absolute classics. So get ready, because this may take a while. But if you've come this far, I doubt you're uninterested. Now, starting from the bottom. A woman disappeared on the mysterious Demon's Head Island. Renowned detectives in the sky. The Rose and the Pistol. Two-Faced Lupin. The Chewing Gum Disguise Operation. You're a Cat, I'm a Dried Bonito. Electric Shock Pigeon Tactics. Emmanuel Whispers Like an Angel. Hitler's Legacy. Lupin's Toughest Fight Ever. Piano Symphony Zoo. Shoot into the Midnight Sun. Rare Discovery, Napoleon's Treasure. I'll teach you how to transport gold bars. Lupin Dies Twice. The Mysterious World of Madame X. The operation name is Chushingura. Operation Missile Jack. The Woman Pops Fell in Love With. Cornered Lupin. The Girl Who Travels Through Time. Lupin vs. the Eccentric Man with Two Faces. Steal the File M123. Lupin vs. the Shinsengumi. The Mermaid That Disappeared in the Midnight Sun. A Thief in Paris. Lupin's South Pole North Pole Great Adventure. Fujigo, It's Tough Being a Man. Detective Hanshichi, The Promise on the 10th Year. Lupin vs. Superman. The Himalayan Holy Mountain Thieves Cult. Chase the Gorilla Gang. Fujigo's Close Call Rescue Operation. Lupin's Splendid Defeat. I Saw the Kindness of a Man's Heart in Jigen. The Phantom Thief Nezumi Kozo appears. Together with Lupin to Hell. Direct Hit, Operation Deadball. The Treasure of Mecha wore a veil. The Southern Cross looked like diamonds. Zantetsuken of Sorrow. The Dash-in Entrance of Lupin III. Order, Shoot to Kill. Two Goemons, The Mystery of Zantetsuken. Female Detective Melon. Venetian Super Express. Jigen, a Hat and a Pistol. Frankenstein Attacks Lupin. The Treasure of Pompeii and Venomous Snakes. Mona Lisa Smiles Twice. Bet on the Monaco GP. Hanafubuki, The Mysterious Gang of Five Part 1 and 2. The Worse the Bad Guy, the Bigger the Villain. Find the Treasure of Lupin I. Lupin's Great Journey to the West. The Treasure My Grandfather Left Behind. The Wolf Runs, the Pig Rolls. Aim for the Oil Dollar. The Old Woman and Lupin Thievery Contest. A Trap for a Trap. The Big Plot of the Oil Dollar. How about Ukiyo Blues? Operation Invader at the Great Wall of China. The Buried Treasure of Genghis Khan. From the Ghost Ship with Love. The target is 555 meters. Poison, Magic, and Lupin III. Has the 108 bell rung? Arresting Lupin with astrology. Killing is the smell of wine. Lupin's enemy is Lupin. Casino Island, inversion after inversion. Through flowers or storms, the thieves race. Her Majesty's bumbling inspectors. The last gift in prison is cup ramen. Pop's hostage rescue operation. Do you know Shakespeare? The mysterious nightlight mask appears. Terror of the Chameleon Man. Leave revenge to Lupin. The big favourite disappeared at the Grand Race. The Hexagon's Great Legacy. 1980 Moscow Apocalypse. A Classical Thief and a Miner. One of Bills Given from God. The Vanishing Special Armoured Car. The Day Without Pops. A Gift for the President. Where did the Cinderella stamp go? Computer or Lupin? Where are the Peking Man's bones? The Witch of the Fourth Dimension. Uncover the secret of Tsukikage Castle. Black Panther. Explore the mysterious women's palace. Diamonds disappeared under the sky of Hong Kong. The Lupin Arrest Summit Operation. The Sweet Trap of ICPO. A Pretty Woman Has Poison. ICPO's Secret Directive. Christmas is in the Hands of the Goddess. The Most Dangerous Golden Bed. Lupin Who Killed Lupin. Steal Everything from Lupin. Revenge of a Gold Butterfly. Play the Thief Symphony. Stray Picture The Secret of the First Supper. Goemon's Close Call. Is the invader safe open? Lupin laughs at the alarm bell. Lupin has become a bride. I can hear Nessie's song. The Skateboard Murder Mystery. Lupin will sell high. The sound of the devil's bell calls for Lupin. Find the treasure of Princess Kaguya. Lupin Funeral March. The Lupin Arrest Highway Operation. A wedding ring is a cursed trap. When the devil calls to Lupin. Diamond shining in a robot's eye. A wedding dress doesn't suit Fujiko. Lupin's Gourmet Heaven. Lupin has become a vampire. The wolf saw an angel. Lupin's Big Western. The Flying Zen Tetsuken. Goemon's Revenge. Hotshot, This is Fujiko. The Great Chase in San Francisco. The Magnificent Team Play Operation. 1999, A Popcorn Odyssey. Wads of Bills Bloom in the Rio Sunset. Encounter with a Deadly Iron Lizard. Can the 10-Year Vault be broken? Tutankhamun's 3,000-year-old curse. The Crazy Phantoma Mark III. Flowers of Suicide bloom in India. To Whom Orion's Crown Belongs. Big Adventure of the Caribbean Sea. The Lupin I Loved Part 1 and 2. Is the Leaning Tower of Pisa standing? Wings of Death Albatross. Farewell My Beloved Lupin. The Face of Goodbye at the National Border. The Wind in Morocco is Hot. And finally, the Miami Bank Raid Anniversary. It's difficult to grasp at what the point of part 2 was and what it was trying to do. The fact that the series was able to go wild without a care in the world, whether it worked or not, makes me appreciate part 2 overall. It was doing many things with the Lupin formula, but no matter what it did, you were still watching Lupin III. Its biggest weakness, surprisingly, is that it has 155 episodes. And when episodes trod on repeating story beats time and time again, it can feel a bit painful, it can feel detrimental at times, though I feel the issue is, this aired on a weekly schedule, so I doubt Japanese viewers at the time had a problem with that, whilst I watch an episode or two a day in order to write my critiques. This is not a series to binge watch, trust me, though I'm not a binge watcher so I don't care. You're probably asking why I made this video series in the first place. Why didn't I review it in the same way I did for part 1? Because anyone who knows their Lupin on YouTube have covered it traditionally. I like to do videos that no one has done, reviewing things that no one has covered. Even if nobody watches it, it's far more rewarding to fill a blank. Everyone's done ranking videos of TV shows, movies, games and much more. Who, may I ask, has done a ranking video on Lupin III Part 2 in the way I did? No one. But if it inspires others to do the same, then more the merrier. And I love me some pointless competition. You may have a list of your favourites and I know it's going to be completely different, and that's great. My goal wasn't to make a ranking episode list that is set in stone, and you're wrong if you disagree. No, it's my own personal list. I have a particular taste and so do you. And hey, I may change my mind. My list could change over time. It's been an interesting experience, but if I ever do another ranking list, I'm not doing ones where the episode list goes to the hundreds. To hell with that. Regardless, I do hope you enjoy this project as I enjoyed making it. And apologies to the voice change, it's for my own well-being, at least for now. And so, after episode 155, Lupin III left the television screens after that, if only for a short time. And I, who started this project, watching the very first episode on the 16th of February 2022, watched and reviewed the final episode on the 15th of July 2022, I have completed what I started and then some. This anime took 5 months from me. My vocal cords were sacrificed as was editing all this. But you know what? I don't regret it. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe, click the bell to get notifications on the next video, and be sure to share this video with other Lupin fans. Thank you so much for watching.